an essay on the life and writings of Thomas Nash. It is mainly, no doubt, but I hope not exclusively, an antiquarian interest which attaches to the name of Thomas Nash. It would be absurd to claim for a writer so obscure a very prominent place in the procession of Englishmen of letters. His works proclaim by their extreme rarity the fact that 3 centuries of readers have existed cheerfully and wholesomely without any acquaintance with their contents. At the present moment, the number of those living persons who have actually perused the works of Nash may probably be counted on the fingers of 2 hands. Most of these productions are uncommon to excess, 1 or 2 exist in positively unique examples. There is no use in arguing against such a fact as this. If Nash had reached, or even approached, the highest order of merit, he would have been placed, long ere this, within the reach of all. Nevertheless, his merits, relative if not positive, were great. In the violent coming of age of Elizabethan literature, his voice was heard loudly, not always discordantly, and with an accent eminently personal to himself. His life, though shadowy, has elements of picturesqueness and pathos. His writings are a storehouse of oddity and fantastic wit. It has been usual to class Nash with the precursors of Shakespeare, and until quite lately it was conjectured that he was older than Greene and Peele, a contemporary of Lodge and Chapman. It is now known that he was considerably younger than all these, and even than Marlowe and Shakespeare. Thomas Nash, the 4th child of the Rev. William Nash, who to have been curate of Lowestoft in Suffolk, was baptized in that town in November 1567. The Nashes continued to live in Lowestoft, where the father died in 1603, probably 3 years after the death of his son Thomas. Of the latter we hear nothing more until, in October 1582, at the age of 15, he matriculated as a sizer of St. John's College, Cambridge. Cooper says that he was admitted a scholar on the Lady Margaret's Foundation in 1584. He remained at Cambridge in unbroken residence until July 1589, 7 years together, lacking a quarter, as he tells us positively in Lenten Stuff. Cambridge was the hotbed of all that was vivid and revolutionary in literature at that moment, and Robert Greene was the center of literary Cambridge. When Nash arrived, Greene, who was 7 years his senior, was still in residence at his study in Clare Hall, having returned from his travels in Italy and Spain, ready, in 1583, to take his degree as Master of Arts. He was soon, however, to leave for London, and it is unlikely that a boy of 16 would be immediately admitted to the society of those lewd wags who looked up to the already distinguished Greene as to a master. But Greene, without doubt, made frequent visits to his university, and on one of these was probably formed that intimate friendship with Nash which lasted until near the elder poet's death. Marlowe was at Corpus, then called Bennett College, during 5 years of Nash's residence, but it is by no means certain that their acquaintance began so early. It is, indeed, in the highest degree tantalizing that these writers, many of whom loved nothing better than to talk about themselves, should have neglected to give us the information which would precisely be most welcome to us. A dozen whole anatomies of absurdity and supplications of Pierce Penniless might be eagerly exchanged for a few pages, in which the literary life of Cambridge from 1582 to 1589 should be frankly and definitely described. It has been surmised that Nash was ejected from the university in 1587. His enemy, Gabriel Harvey, who was extremely ill-informed, gives this account of what occurred. At Cambridge, being distracted of his wits, Nash fell into diverse misdemeanors, which were the first steps that brought him to this poor estate. As, namely, in his fresh time, how he flourished in all impudency towards scholars and abuse to the townsmen, insomuch that to this day the townsmen call every untoward scholar of whom there is great hope a very Nash. Then, being Bachelor of Arts, which by great labor he got, to show afterwards that he was not unworthy of it, had a hand in a show called Terminus et non terminus, for the which his partner in it was expelled the college. But this foresaid Nash played in it, as I suppose the varlet of clubs, then suspecting himself that he should be stayed for egregi duncis, and not attain to the next degree, said he had commenced enough, and so forsook Cambridge, being bachelor of the 3rd year. But even in this poor gossip, we find nothing about ejection. Nash's extraordinary abuse of language is probably the cause of that report. In 1589, in prefacing his Anatomy of Absurdity, he remarked, "What I have written proceeded not from the pen of vainglory, but from the process of that pensiveness, which 2 summers since overtook me, whose obscured cause, best known to every name of curse, hath compelled my wit to wander abroad unregarded in this satirical disguise, and counselled my content to dislodge his delight from traitors' eyes." That the young gentleman meant something by these sentences, it is only charitable to suppose that he could have been intelligible, even to his immediate contemporaries, is hardly to be believed. This obscured cause has been taken to be, by some, his removal from the university, and, by others, his entanglement with a young woman. It is perhaps simpler to understand him to say that the ensuing pamphlet was written, in consequence of an intellectual crisis, in 1587, when he was 20 years of age. At 22, at all events, we find him in London, beginning his career as a man of letters. His first separate publication seems to have been the small quarto in black letter, from which a quotation has just been made. This composition, named an anatomy in imitation of several then recent popular treatises of a similar title, is only to be pardoned on the supposition that it was a boyish manuscript prepared at college. It is vilely written, in the preposterous euphuism of the moment. The style is founded on Lyly, the manner is the manner of Green, and Whetstone in his Moral Mirrors and Heptamerons has supplied the matter. The absurdity satirized in this jejune and tedious tract is extravagant living of all kinds. The author attacks women with great vehemence, but only in that temper which permitted the young juveniles of the hour to preach against wine and cards and stage plays with intense zeal, while practicing the worship of all these with equal ardor. The Anatomy of Absurdity is a purely academic exercise, interesting only because it shows, in the praise of Sidney and the passage in defense of poetry, something of the intellectual aptitude of the youthful writer. In the same year, and a little earlier, Nash published an address to the gentlemen students of both universities, as a preface to a romance by Green. Bibliographers describe a supposititious Menaphen of 1587, which nobody has ever seen. Even if such an edition existed, it is certain that Nash's address was not prefixed to it, for the style is greatly in advance of his boyish writing of that year. It is an interesting document, enthusiastic and gay in a manner hardly to be met with again in its author, and diversified with graceful praise of St. John's College, defense of good poetry, and wholesome ridicule of those who were trying to introduce the thrasonical huff-snuff style of which Fair and Stanihurst were the prophets. Still in 1589, but later in the year, Nash is believed to have thrown himself into that extraordinary clash of theological weapons, which is celebrated as the Martin Marprelate controversy. As is well known, this pamphlet war grew out of the passionate resentment felt by the Puritans against the tyrannical acts of Whitgift and the bishops. The actual controversy has been traced back to a defense of the establishment of the Church, by the Dean of Sarum, on the one hand, and a treatise by John Penry the Puritan, on the other, both published in 1587. In 1588 followed the violent Puritan libel, called Martin Marprelate, secretly printed, and written, perhaps, by a lawyer named Barrow. Towards the close of the dispute, several of the literary wits dashed in upon the prelatical side and denounced the Martinists with exuberant high spirits. Among these Nash was long thought to have held a very prominent place, for the two most brilliant tracts of the entire controversy, Pap with an Hatchet, 1589, and An Almond for a Parrot, 1590, were confidently attributed to him. These are now, however, clearly perceived to be the work of a much riper pen, that, namely, of Lyly. It is probable that the 4 anonymous and privately printed tracts, which Dr. Grossart has finally selected, do represent Nash's share in the Marprelate controversy, although in one of them, Martin's Month's Mind, I cannot say that I recognize his manner. The countercuff published in August, 1589 from Gravesend, shows a great advance in power. The academic euphuism has been laid aside. Images and trains of thought are taken from life and experience instead of from books. In Pasquil's Return, which belongs to October of the same year, the author invents the happy word Puritans to annoy his enemy, and speaks, probably in his own name but perhaps in that of Pasquil, of a visit to Antwerp. Martin's Month's Mind, which is a crazy piece of fustian, belongs to December, 1589, while the 4th tract, Pasquil's Apology, appeared so late as July, 1590. The smart and active pen which skirmishes in these pamphlets adds nothing serious to the consideration of the tragical controversy, in which it so lightly took part. It amused and trained Nash to write these satires, but they left Udall none the worse and the bishops none the better. The author repeatedly promises to rehearse the arguments on both sides and sum up the entire controversy in a May game of Martinism, of which we hear no more. During the first 12 months of Nash's residence in London, he was pretty busily employed. It is just conceivable that 6 small publications may have brought in money enough to support him. But after this, we perceive no obvious source of income for some considerable time. How the son of a poor Suffolk minister contrived to live in London throughout the years 1590 and 1591, it is difficult to imagine. certainly not on the proceeds of a single pamphlet. It is not credible that Nash published much that has not come down to us. Perhaps a tract here and there may have been lost. He probably subsisted by hanging on to the outskirts of education. Perhaps he taught pupils, more likely still he wrote letters. We know, after all, too little of the manners of the age to venture on a reply to the question which constantly imposes itself. How did the minor Elizabethan man of letters earn a livelihood? In the case of Nash, I would hazard the conjecture, which is borne out, I think, by several allusions in his writings, that he was a reader to the press, connected, perhaps, with the Queen's printers, or with those under the special protection of the bishops. One long narrative poem, the very name of which is too coarse to quote, was, according to oldies certainly, published, but of this no printed copy is known to exist. John Davies of Hereford says that good men tore that pamphlet to pieces. I owe to the kindness of Mr. A.H. Bullen the inspection of a transcript of a very corrupt manuscript of this work. His only production in 1591, so far as we know, was the insignificant tract called A Wonderful Astrological Prognostication, by Adam Foulweather. This has been hastily treated as a defense of the dishonored memory of Nash's dead friend Green against Gabriel Harvey. But Green did not die till the end of 1592, and in the prognostication there is nothing about either Green or Harvey. The pamphlet is a quizzical satire on the almanac makers, very much in the spirit of Swift's Bickerstaff predictions 100 years later. Of more importance was a preface contributed in the same year to Sir Philip Sidney's posthumous Astrophel and Stella. In this short essay, Nash reaches a higher level of eloquence than he had yet achieved, and in spite of its odious redundancy, this enthusiastic eulogy of Sidney is pleasant reading. In 1592, doubtless prior to the death of Green, Nash published the earliest of his important books, the volume entitled Pierce Penniless His Supplication to the Devil. This is a grotesque satire on the vices and the eccentricities of the age. As a specimen of prose style, it is remarkable for its spirit and go, qualities which may enable us to forget how turbid, ungraceful, and harsh it is. Nash had now dropped the mannerism of the Euphuists. He had hardly gained a style of his own. Pierce Penniless, with its chains of letter-leaping metaphors, rattles breathlessly on, and at length abruptly ceases. Any sense of the artistic fashioning of a sentence, or of the relative harmony of the parts of a composition, was not yet dreamed of. But before we condemn the muddy turbulence of the author, we must recollect that nothing had then been published of Hooker, Raleigh, or Bacon in the pedestrian manner. Genuine English prose had begun to exist indeed, but had not yet been revealed to the world. Nash, as a lively portrait painter and grotesque at this time, is seen at his best in such a caricature as this, scourging the pride of the Dane. The most gross and senseless proud dolts are the Danes, who stand so much upon their unwieldy Burleben soldiery, that they account of no man that hath not a battle-axe at his girdle to hoe dogs with, or wears not a cock's feather in a thrummed hat like a cavalier. Briefly, he is the best fool braggart under heaven, for besides nature hath lent him a flabberkin face, like one of the four winds, and cheeks that sag like a woman's dug over his chinbone, his apparel is so stuffed up with bladders of taffety, and his back like beef stuffed with parsley, so drawn out with ribands and devises, and blistered with light sarcenet bastings, that you would think him nothing but a swarm of butterflies if you saw him afar off. On the 3rd of September, 1592, Green came to his miserable end, having sent to the press from his deathbed those two remarkable pamphlets, The Groatsworth of Wit and The Repentance. For 2 years past, if we may believe Nash, the profligate atheism of the elder poet had estranged his friend, or at all events had kept him at a distance. But a feeling of common loyalty, and the anger which a true man of letters feels when a genuine poet is traduced by a pedant, led Nash to take up a very strong position as a defender of the reputation of Green. Gabriel Harvey, although the friend of Spenser, is a personage who fills an odious place in the literary history of the last years of Elizabeth. He was a scholar and a university man of considerable attainments, but he was wholly without taste, and he concentrated into vinegar a temper which must always have had a tendency to be sour. In particular, he loathed the school of young writers who had become famous in direct opposition to the literary laws which he had laid down. Harvey's wrath had found a definite excuse in the tract, called a quip for an upstart courtier, or a quaint dispute between velvet breeches and cloth breeches, which Green had published early in the year 1592. Accordingly, when he heard of Green's death, he hastened to his lodgings, interviewed his landlady, collected scurrilous details, and with matchless bad taste, issued, before the month was over, his 4 letters, a pamphlet in which he trampled upon the memory of Greene. In the latest of his public utterances, Greene had made an appeal to three friends, who, though not actually named, are understood to have been Marlowe, Peele, and Nash. Of these, the last was the one with the readiest pen, and the task of punishing Harvey fell upon him. Nash's first attack on Harvey took the form of a small volume entitled Strange News of the Intercepting of Certain Letters, published very early in 1593. It was a close computation of the charges made in Harvey's four letters, the vulgarity and insolence of the pedant being pressed home, with an insistence which must have been particularly galling to him, as coming from a distinguished man of his own university, 20 years his junior. Harvey retorted with the heavy artillery of his Pierce's supererogation, which was mainly directed against Nash, whom the disappearance of Peele and the sudden death of Marlowe in June had left without any very intimate friend as a supporter. Nash retired for the moment from the controversy, and in the prefatory epistle to a remarkable work, the most bulky of all his books, Christ's Tears over Jerusalem, he waved the white flag. He bade, he declared, 100 unfortunate farewells to fantastical satirism, and complimented his late antagonist on his abundant scholarship. Harvey took no notice of this, and for 4 years their mutual animosity slumbered. In this same year, 1593, Nash produced the only play which has come down to us as wholly composed by him, the comedy of Summer's Last Will and Testament. Meanwhile, Pierce penniless had enjoyed a remarkable success, and had placed Nash in a prominent position among London men of letters. We learn that in 1596, 4 years after its original publication, it had run through 6 editions, besides being translated in 1594 into French, and a little later into macaronic Latin. In Christ's Tears, the young writer, conscious of his new importance, deals with what the critics have said about his style. He tells us, and we cannot wonder at it, that objections have been made to my boisterous compound words, and ending my Italianate coined verbs all in eyes. His defense is not unlike that of De Quincey. We can imagine his asking, when urged to be simple, whether simplicity be in place in a description of Belshazzar's feast. He says that the Saxon monosyllables that swarm in the English tongue are a scandal to it, and that he is only turning this cheap silver trash into fine gold coinage. Books, he says, written in plain English, seem like shopkeepers' boxes that contain nothing else save halfpence, three farthings, and tuppences. To show what sort of doubloons he proposes to mint for English pockets, we need go no further than the opening phrases of his dedication of this very book to that amiable poet, the Lady Elizabeth Cary. Excellent, accomplished, court-glorifying lady, give me leave, with the sportive sea porpoises, preludiately a little to play before the storm of my tears, to make my prayer before I proceed to my sacrifice. Lo, for an oblation to the rich burnished shrine of your virtue, a handful of Jerusalem's mummionized earth, in a few sheets of waste paper and wrapped, I here humiliate, offer up at your feet. These, however, in spite of the odd neologisms, are sentences formed in a novel and a greatly improved manner, and the improvement is sustained throughout this curious volume. Probably the intimate study of the authorized version of the Bible, which this semi-theological tractate necessitated, had much to do with the clarification of the author's style. At all events, from this time forth, Nash drops, except in polemical passages where his design is provocative, that irritating harshness and volubility which had hitherto marked his manner of writing. Here, for example, is a passage from Christ's Tears which is not without a strangely impressive melody. Over the temple at the solemn feast of the Passover was seen a comet most coruscant, streamed and tailed forth, with glistering naked swords, which in his mouth, as a man in his hand all at once, he made semblance as if he shaked and vambrashed. 7 days it continued, all which time the temple was as clear and light in the night as it had been noonday. In the sanctum sanctorum was heard clashing and hewing of armor, while flocks of ravens, with a fearful croaking cry, beat, fluttered, and clashed against the windows. A hideous dismal owl, exceeding all her kind in deformity and quantity, in the temple porch built her nest. From under the altar there issued penetrating clangorous howlings and ghastly dead men's groans. He tells us in the preface that he takes an autumnal air, and in truth there is a melancholy refinement in this volume, which we may seek for in vain elsewhere in Nash's writings. The greater part of the book is a calachromate oration over Jerusalem, placed in the mouth of our Savior. By degrees the veil of Jerusalem grows thinner and thinner, and we see more and more clearly through it the London of Elizabeth, denounced by a pensive and not, this time, a turbulent satirist. In 1594, Nash's pen was particularly active. It was to the Lady Elizabeth Cary, again, that he dedicated The Terrors of the Night, a discourse on apparitions. He describes some very agreeable ghosts, as for instance those which appeared to a gentleman, a friend of the author's in the guise of an inveigling troop of naked virgins, whose odoriferous breath more perfumed the air than ordnance wood that is charged with amomum, musk, civet, and ambergris. It was surely a mock modesty, which led Nash to fear that such ghost stories as these would appear to his readers duller than Holland cheese and more tiresome than homespun. To 1594, too, belongs the tragedy of Dido, probably left incomplete by Marlowe, and finished by Nash, who shows himself here an adept in that swelling bombast of bragging blank verse of which he affected to disapprove. A new edition of Christ's Tears also belongs to this busy year 1594, which, however, is mainly interesting to us as having seen the publication of the work which we are here introducing to modern readers. An eminent French critic, 1000. Jusserand, whose knowledge of English 16th century literature is unsurpassed, was the first to draw attention to the singular interest which attaches to the unfortunate traveler, or the Life of Jack Wilton, 1594. In his treatise Le Roman aux Temps de Shakespeare, 1887, 1000, Jusserand insisted upon the fact that this neglected book was the best specimen of the picaresque tale written in English before the days of Defoe. He shows that expressions put in the mouth of Nash's hero, which had been carelessly treated as autobiographical confessions of foreign travel, and the like on the part of the author, were but features of a carefully planned fiction. Jack Wilton describes the career of an adventurer, from his early youth as a page in the royal camp of Henry VIII, at the siege of Tournai, to his attainment of wealth, position, and a beautiful Italian wife. The first exploit of the page is an encounter with a fraudulent innkeeper, which is described with great spirit, and 1000. Jusserand has ingeniously surmised that Shakespeare, after reading these pages, determined to fuse the two characters, mine host and the waggish picaroon, into the single immortal figure of Falstaff. After this point in the tale, it is probable that the reader may find the interest of the story flag, but his attention will be reawakened when he reaches the episode of the Earl of Surrey and Fair Geraldine, and that in which Jack, pretending to be Surrey, runs off with his sweet Venetian mistress, Diamante. It will be for the reader of the ensuing pages to say whether Nash had mastered the art of narrative quite so perfectly as 1000. Jusserand, in his just pride as a discoverer, seems to think. The romance, no doubt, is incoherent and languid at times, and is easily led aside into channels of gorgeous description and vain moral reflection. It will doubtless be of interest at this point to quote the words in which, in a later volume, 1000, Jusserand has reiterated his praise of Jack Wilton and his belief in Nash as the founder of the British novel of character. In the works of Nash and his imitators, the different parts are badly dovetailed. The novelist is incoherent and incomplete. The fault lies in some degree with the picaresque form itself. Nash, however, pointed out the road that was to lead to the true novel. He was the first among his compatriots to endeavor to relate in prose a long-sustained story, having for its chief concern the truth no one, Ben Jonson excepted, possessed at that epoch in so great a degree as himself, a love of the honest truth. With Nash, then, the novel of real life, whose invention in England is generally attributed to Defoe, begins. To connect Defoe with the past of English literature, we must get over the whole of the 17th century and go back to Jack Wilton, the worthy brother of Roxana, Moll Flanders, and Colonel Jack. It is to be regretted that Nash made no second adventure in pure fiction. Jack Wilton, now one of the rarest of his books, was never reprinted in its own age. How Nash was employed during the next 2 years, it is not easy to conjecture. When we meet with him once more, the smoldering fire of his quarrel with the Harveys had burst again into flame. Have with you to Saffron Walden, 1596, is devoted to the chastisement of the reprobate brace of brothers, to wit, witless Gabriel and ruffling Richard. No fresh public outburst on Harvey's part seems to have led to this attack, but he bragged in private that he had silenced his licentious antagonists. Nash admits that his opponent's last book has been kept idle by me, in a bisettle out of sight, amongst old shoes and boots almost this 2 year. Harvey was known to have come from Saffron Walden. Nash invites his readers to accompany him to that town to see what they can discover, and he retails a good deal of lively scandal about the ropemaker's sons. Have with you is perhaps the smartest, and is certainly the most readable of Nash's controversial volumes. It gives us, too, some interesting fragments of autobiography. Harvey had accused him of prostituting his pen like a courtesan, and Nash makes this curious and not very lucid statement in self-defense. Neither will I deny it, nor will I grant it. Only thus far I will go with you, that twice or thrice in a month, When res est angusta domi, the bottom of my purse is turned downward, and my conduit of ink will no longer flow for want of reparations, I am fain to let my plough stand still in the midst of a furrow, and follow some of these newfangled gallardos and senior fantasticos, to whose amorous villanellas and quipasses I prostitute my pen in hope of gain. Many a fair day ago have I proclaimed myself to the world peers penniless. Gabriel Harvey must have felt, on reading Have With You to Saffron Walden, that his antagonist was right in saying that his pen carried the hot shot of a musket. Unfortunately, while Harvey was smarting under these insulting jibes and jests, the jester himself got into public trouble. Little is known of the circumstance which led the Queen's Privy Council, in the summer of 1597, to throw Nash into the Fleet Prison, but it was connected with the performance of a comedy called The Isle of Dogs, which gave offense to the authorities. This play was not printed, and is no longer in existence. The Lord Admiral's Company of Actors, which produced it, had its license withdrawn until the 27th of August, when Nash was probably liberated. Gabriel Harvey was not the man to allow this event to go unnoticed. He hurried into print with his trimming of Thomas Nash, 1597, a pamphlet of the most outrageous abuse addressed to the polypragmatical, parasidupocritical, and pantophenodendicontical puppy Thomas Nash, and adorned with a portrait of that gentleman in irons, with heavy gyves upon his ankles. According to Nash, however, the part of the Isle of Dogs which was his composition was so trifling in extent that his imprisonment was a gratuitous act of oppression. How the play with this pleasing title offended has not been handed down to us. Nash was now a literary celebrity, and yet it is at this precise moment that his figure begins to fade out of sight. For the next 2 years, he is not known to have made any public appearance. In 1599, he published the best of all his books. It was unfortunately the latest Nash's Lenten stuff, or The Praise of the Red Herring is an encomium on the hospitable town of Yarmouth, to which, in the autumn of 1597, he had fled for consolation, and in which, through 6 happy weeks, he had found what he sought. The kind entertainment and benign hospitality of the compassionate clime of Yarmouth deserved from the poor exile a cordial return, and, accordingly, he sings the praise of the red herring as richly as if his mouth were still tingling with the delicate bloater. In this book, Nash is kind enough to explain to us the cause of some of the peculiarities of his style. His endeavor has been to be Italianate, and of all styles I most affect and strive to imitate Aretines. Whether he was deeply read in the works of Il Divino Aretino, we may doubt, but it is easy to see that this scourge of princes, the very type of the emancipated Italian of the 16th century, might have a vague and dazzling attraction for his little eager English imitator. Be that as it may, Lenten stuff gives us evidence that Nash had now arrived at a complete mastery of the fantastic and irrelevant manner which he aimed at. This book is admirably composed, if we can bring ourselves to admit that the genre is ever admirable. The writer's vocabulary has become opulent, his phrases flash and detonate, each page is full of unconnected sparks and electrical discharges, a sort of aurora borealis of wit streams and rustles across the dusky surface, amusing to the reader, but discontinuous and insufficient to illuminate the matter in hand. It is extraordinary that a man can make so many picturesque, striking, and apparently apposite remarks, and yet leave us so frequently in doubt as to his meaning. If this was the result of the imitation of Aretino, Nash's choice of a master was scarcely a fortunate one. Thomas Nash was now 32 years of age, and with the publication of Lenten stuff we lose sight of him. His old play of Summer's Last Will and Testament was printed in 1600, and he probably died in that year. The song at the close of that comedy or masque reads like the swan song of its author. Autumn hath all the summer's fruitful treasure. Gone is our sport, fled is poor Nash's pleasure. Short days, sharp days, long nights come on apace. Ah, who shall hide us from the winter's face? Cold doth increase, the sickness will not cease. And here we lie, God knows, with little ease. From winter, plague, and pestilence. Good Lord, deliver us. London doth mourn, Lambeth is quite forlorn. Trades cry, woe worth that ever they were born. The want of term is town and city's harm. Close chambers we do want to keep us warm. Long banished must we live from our friends. This low-built house will bring us to our ends. From winter, plague, and pestilence. Good Lord, deliver us. Whether pestilence or winter slew him, we do not know. In 1601, Fitzgeoffrey published a short Latin elegy on Nash in his Ephanie, alluding in happy phrase to the twin lightnings of his armed tongue and his terrible pen. And Nash had 6 lines of tempered praise in the return from Parnassus. But all we know of the cause or manner of Nash's death has to be collected from a passage in A Knight's Conjuring, 1607, written by the satirist on whom his mantle descended, Thomas Dekker. Nash is seen advancing along the Elysian fields. Marlowe, Greene, and Peele had got under the shades of a large vine, laughing to see Nash, that was but newly come to their college, still haunted with the sharp and satirical spirit that followed him here upon earth. For Nash inveighed bitterly, as he had wont to do, against Dreyfusted patrons, accusing them of his untimely death, because if they had given his muse that cherishment which she most worthily deserved, he had fed to his dying day on fat capons, burnt sack and sugar, and not so desperately have ventured his life and shortened his days by keeping company with pickle herrings. This looks as though Nash died of a disease attributed to coarse and unwholesome cheap food. His fame proved to be singularly ephemeral. So far as I am aware, no book of his was reprinted after his death, with the single exception of Christ's Tears over Jerusalem, which was issued again in 1613. His name was mentioned, and some interest in his writings was awakened at the close of the next century by Winstanley and by Langbaine. But Oldys, the celebrated antiquary, was the first person who seriously endeavored to trace the incidents of his life. Dr. A. B. Grossart saved the works of Nash from all danger of destruction by printing an issue of them, in 6 volumes, for 50 private subscribers, in 188,385. But he still remains completely inaccessible to the general reader. Edmund Gosse. The Vnfortunate Traveller. The Life of Jack Wilton. London. Dedication. To the Right Honourable Lord Henry Wriothesley, Earl of Southampton and Baron of Titchfield. Ingenvav's Honourable Lord, I know not what blind custom methodical antiquity hath thrust vpon v's, to dedicate such books as we publish to one great man or other. In which respect, least any man should challenge these my papers as goods vn customdy, and so extend vpon them as forfeit to contempt to the seal of your excellent censure. Lo, here I present them to be seen and allowed. Prize them as high or as low as you list. If you set any price on them, I hold my labor well satisfied. Long ha I desired to approve you my wit vntou. My ruerent dutiful thoughts ewen from their infancy ha been retainers to your glory. Now at last I ha enforced an opportunity to plead my duted mind. All that in this fantastical treatise I can promise is some reasonable connuyance of history, variety of mirth. By dewars of my good friends how I been dealt with to employ my dull pen in this kind, it being a clean different vein from other my former courses of writing. How well or ill I ha done in it, I am ignorant. The eye that sees round about itself, sees not into itself. Only your honour's applauding encouragement hath power to make me arrogant. Incomprehensible is the height of your spirit both in heroical resolution and matters of conceit. Irretrievably perisheth that book whatsoever to wast paper, which on the diamond rock of your judgment disastrously chanceth to be shipwrecked. A dare allower and cherisher you are, as well of the lowers of poets as of poets themselves. Amongst their sacred number I dare not ascribe myself, though now and then I speak English. That small brain I ha, to no further VSC I conwert, saw to be kind to my friends and fatal to my enemies. A new brain, a new wit, a new style, a new soul will I get me, to canonize your name to posterity, if in this my first attempt I be not taxed of presumption. Of your gracious fore I despair not, for I am not altogether fame's outcast. This handful of lows I offer to your view, to the lows on trees I compare, which as they cannot grow of themselves, except they ha some branches or boughs to clow to, with whose eus and sap they be you are more recreated nourished. So accept these VN polished lows of mine, ha some branch of nobility, whereon to depend and clow, and with the vigorous nutriment of whose authorized commendation they may be continually fostered and refreshed, newer will they grow to the world's good liking, but forthwith fade and die on the first hour of their birth. Your lordship is the large spreading branch of renown, from whence these my idle lows seek to dear you their whole nourishing. It resteth you either scornfully shake them off, as worm-eaten worthies, or in pity preserve them and cherish them, for some little summer fruit you hope to find amongst them. Your honours in all humble service, though Nash. To the gentlemen readers. Gentlemen, in my absence through the printer's oversight and my bad writing in the lows of 100 and 500, these errors are hour-slipped. 100 Pag 2, Lin 33 for sweating read sneaking. Pag 3 Roman 51 for Hogges red bars Lin 7 for calypsis, red rh sus, pag 4, lin 34 for liu, red I liu, pag 5, Roman 51 for vpon his, read vpon him his, pag 7, lin 13 for drilled red diu 500, lin 22 for color, red collar nor his hat band. 500 pag 1, lin 2 for blacky, read cape, lin 5 for fastens, red thurleth, lin 7 for badge, read budge, lin 8 for shin, read chin, lin 11 for in this begun, read thinking in, pag 3, lin 33 for increase, then red enclosed them, pag 5, lin 8 for threed button, red breast like a thread bottom, pag 8, lin 3 for essa, red asa, lin 4 for dissolution, red desolation, lin 13 between also and but, read if you know Christianity you know the fathers of the church also, lin 18 for quacunc, red quagent. Other literal faults there are which I omit. Yours T.N. Note, the foregoing core agenda are printed as part of the original edition, though they have been corrected in the text. To pages of the Covet. The Inftion to the dapper Mauvezier pages of the Covet. Gallant squires ha amongst you. At mumchance I mean not, for so I might chance come to short commons, but at nowis, noa, nowum, which is in English news of the maker. A proper fellow page of yours called Jack Wilton, by me commends him vntou, and hath bequeathed for wast paper here amongst you certain pages of his misfortunes. In any case keep them preciously as a preview token of his good will towards you. If there be some better than other, he craws you would honor them in their death so much, as to dry and kindle tobacco with them. For a need he permits you to wrap velout pantoffles in them also, so they be not woe begone at the heels, or weather beat like a blacky head with grey hairs, or mangy at the toes like an ape about the mouth. But as you allow good fellowship and aims ace, rather turn them to stop mustard pots, than the grocer's should ha one patch of them to wrap mace in. A strong hot costly spice it is, which about all things he hates. To any VSC about meat or drink put them too and spare not, for they cannot do their country better service. Printers are mad horsens, allow them some of them for napkins. Lost a little nearer to the matter and the purpose. Memorandum, youery one of you after the perusing of this pamphlet, is to proit him a case of poniards, that if you come in company with any man which shall dispraise it or speak against it, you may straight cry sic respondeo, and you him the staccato. It stands not with your honors, I assure ye, to haw a gentleman and a page a bust in his absence. Secondly, whereas you were wont to swear men on a pantoffle to be true to your puissant order, you shall swear them on nothing but this chronicle of the king of pages henceforward. Thirdly, it shall be lawful for any whatsoever to play with false dice in a corner on the cower of this foresaid acts and monuments. None of the fraternity of the Minorites shall refuse it for a pawn in the times of famine and necessity. Ewery stationers stall they pass by, whether by day or by night they shall put off their hats too, and make a low leg, in regard their grand printed capitano is there entombed. It shall be flat treason for any of this forementioned catalogue of the point trussers, once to name him within 40 foot of an alehouse. Mary the Towern is honourable. Many special gra articles more had I to GU in charge, which your wisdoms waiting together at the bottom of the great chamber stairs, or sitting in a porch your parliament house may better consider of than I can deliver. Only let this suffice for a taste to the text, a bit to pull on a good wit with, as a rasher on the coals is to pull on a cup of wine. High pass, come aloft. Ewery man of you take your places, and hear Jack Wilton tell his own tale. Title page. First page. The Vnfortunate traveller. About that time that the terror of the world, and foer quarton of the French, Henry VIII, the only true subject of chronicles, advanced his standard against the 250 towers of Tourney and Tarwin, and had the emperor and all the nobility of Flanders, Holland, and Brabant as mercenary attendants on his full-sailed fortune. Jack Wilton, a gentleman at least, was a certain kind of an appendix or page, belonging or appertaining in, or vnto the confines of the English court, where what my credit was, a number of my creditors that I cousin can testify, clum pedimus stultitia, which of these all is not a sinner. Be it known to as many as will pay a money enow to peruse my story, that I followed the camp or the court the camp, when Tarwin lost her maidenhead, opened her gates to more than Ian Tross 999. There did I soft let me drink before I go any further, rainy soul, king of the cans and black Iacus, prince of the pygmies, county palting of clean straw and Provant, and to conclude, Lord High Regent of rashers of the coals and red herring cobs. Paulo Mayora canamus, well, to the purpose. What strategemical acts and monuments do you think an ingenious infant of my age might enact? You will say, it were sufficient if he slur a die, pawn his master to the VT most penny, minister the oath on the pantoffel artificially. These are signs of good education, I must confess, and arguments of in grace and virtue to proceed. Oh, but aliquid latet quod non patet? There's a farther path I must trace. Examples confirm, list lordings to my proceedings. Whosoever is acquainted with the state of a camp, understands that in it be many quarters, yet not so many as on London Bridge. In those quarters are many companies, much company, much nowery, as true as that oldie adage, much courtesy, much subtlety. Those companies, like a great deal of corn, dough yield some chaff, the corn are cormorants. The chaff are good fellows, which are quickly blow into nothing, with bearing a light heart in a light purse. Amongst this chaff was I winnowing my wits to Liu Murrayly, and by my troth so I did. The prince could but command men spend Thayer Bloud in his Cerois, I could make them spend all the money they had for my pleasure. But poverty in the end parts friends, though I was prince of their purses, and exacted of my thrift subjects, as much liquid allegiance as any Caesar in the world could do. Yet where it is not to be had the king must lose his right, want cannot be withstood, men can do no more than they can do. What remain then but the fox's case must help, when the lion's skin is out at the elbows. There was a lord in the camp, let him be a lord of misrule, if you will, for he kept a plain alehouse without welt or guard of any ewebush, and sold cider and cheese by pint and by pound to all that came at that very name of cider. I can but sigh, there is so much of it in Rhenish wine nowadays. Way, tend it adds cider of virtues. There's great virtue belongs, I can tell you, to a cup of cider, and very good men ha sold it. And at sea it is aqua colstes. But that's neither here nor there. If it had no other patron but this peer of quart pots to authorize it, it were sufficient this great lord, this worthy lord, this noble lord, thought no scorn lord ha mercy vpon versus to ha his great velout breeches larded with the droppings of this dainty liquor. Yet he was an oldie senator, a coilier of an ancient house, as it might appear by the arms of his ancestry, drawn very amiably in chalk, on the inside of his tent door. He and no other was the man I chose out to damn me with a lewd monolestuous. For coming to him on a day, as he was counting his barrels, setting the price in chalk on the head of Uri one of them, I did my duty very diotely, and told his alley honor, I had matters of some secrecy to impart vnto him, if it pleased him to grant me preuate audience. With me young Wilton, quoth he, Marie and shout. Bring these a pint of cider of a fresh tap into the 3 cups here, wash the pot, so into a backy room he lead me, where after he had spit on his finger and picked off 2 or 3 motes of his oldie moth-eaten velout cap, and sponged and wrung all the rheumatique dreel from his ill-forward goat's beard, he bade me declare my mind, and there vpon he drank to me on the same. I vp with a long circumstance, alias, a cunning shift of the Suentines, discoursed vnto him what entire affection I had borne him time out of mind, partly for the high descent and lineage from whence he sprung, partly for the tender care and prudent respect he had of poor soldiers, that whereas the vastity of that place which afforded them no indifferent supply of drink, or of victuals might humble them to some extremity, and so weaken their hands, he vouchsafed in his own person to be victualler to the camp, a rare example of magnificence, honorable courtesy, and diligently pruited, that without far trawl Uri man might for his money haw cider and cheese his bellyful. Nor did he sell his cheese by the way onely, or his cider by the great, but abased himself with his own hands, to take a shoemaker's knife, a homely instrument for such a high personage to touch, and cut it out equally like a true eastishary, in little pennyworths, that it would do a man good for to look. Vpon, so likewise of his cider, the poor man might haw his moderate draught of it, as there is a moderation in all things, as well for his doit or his dandyprat, as the rich man for his half-souse or his denier. Not so much, quoth I, but this tapster's linen apron, which you wear before you, to protect your apparel from the imperfections of the spigot, most amply belies your lowly mind. I speak it with tears, too few such humble-spirited noble men ha we, that will draw drink in linen aprons. Why, you are Uri child's fellow. Any man that comes under the name of a soldier and a good fellow, you will sit and bear company to the last pot, yea, and you take in as good part the homely phrase of mine host here's to you, as if one saluted you by all the titles of your barony. These considerations, I say, which the world suffers to slip by in the channel of carelessness, ha mood me in ardent zeal of your welfare, to forewarn you of some dangers that ha beset you your barrels. At the name of dangers he start up, and bounced with his fist on the board so hard, that his tapster our hearing him, cried anon, sir, by and by, and came and made a low leg and asked him what he lacked. He was ready to ha strike in his tapster, for interrupting him in attention of this his so much desired relation, but for fear of displeasing me, he moderated his fury, and only sending him for the other fresh pint, wiled him look to the bar, and come when he is called with a jewel's name. Well, at his earnest importunity, after I had moistened my lips, to make my lie run glib to his Urinay's end, forward I went as followeth. It chanced me the other night, amongst other pages, to attend where the king with his lords, and many chief leaders sate in council, there amongst sundry serious matters that were debated, and intelligences from the enemy GU and VP. It was privily informed no villains to these priui informers that you and you that I now speak to, would I had no tongue to tell the rest. By this drink it grieves me, so I am not able to repeat it. No was my drunken lord ready to hang himself for the end of the full point, and o'er my neck he throws himself very lubberly, and entreated me as I was a proper young gentleman, and you were looked for pleasure at his hands, soon to rid him out of this hell of suspense, resolute him of the rest. Then fell he on his knees, wrung his hands, and I think, on my conscience, wept out all the cider that he had drunk in a week before, to move me to ha pity on him. He rose and put his rusty ring on my finger, gaw me his greasy purse with that single money that was in it, promised to make me his heir, 1,000 more fours, if I would expire the misery of his unspeakable tormenting certainty. I being by nature inclined to mercy, for indeed I knew 2 or 3 good wenches of that name, bade him harden his ears, not make his eyes a bore to you before their time, and he should haw the inside of my breast turned outward. Hear such a tale as would tempt the most strength of life to attend it and not die in the midst of it. Why, quoth I myself, that am but a poor childish well-willer of yours, with the very thought that a man of your desert and state, by a number of peasants and varlets should be so injuriously abused in hugger-mugger, ha wept al my vrine VP ward. The wheel ender our city bridge, carries not so much water o'er the city, as my brain hath welled forth gushing streams of sorrow. I ha wept so immoderately and loishly, that I thought verily my palate had been turned to pissing conduit in London. My eyes ha been dronk, outrageously dronk, with geoing but ordinary intercourse through their sea-circled hands to my distilling dreariment. What shall I say? That which malice hath said is the mere hour-throw murder of your days. Change not your color, none can slander a clear conscience to itself, receive you all your fraud of misfortune in at once. It is buzzed in the king's head that you are a secret friend to the enemy, der pretense of getting a license to furnish the camp with cider and such like praunt, you ha furnished the enemy, and in empty barrels sent letters of discovery, and come innumerable, I might well ha left here. For by this time his white leer had mixed itself with the white of his eye, both were turned VP wards, as if they had offered themselves a fair white for death to shoot at. The troth was, I was very loth mine host, and I should part to Hohen with dry lips, wherefore the best means that I could imagine to wake him out of his trance, was to cry loud in his ear, Ho, host, what's to pay? Will no man look to the reckoning here? And in plain verity, it took expected effect. For with the noise he started and bustled like a man that had been scarred with fire out of his sleep, and ran hastily to his tapster, and all to belabored him about the ears, for letting gentlemen call so long and not look into them. Presently he remembered himself, and had like to ha fallen into his memento agin, but that I met him half-ways, and asked his lordship what he meant to slip his neck out of the collar so sedanely, and being rued, strike his tapster so rashly. Oh, quoth he, I am bought sold for doing my country such good service as I ha done. They are afraid of me, because my good deeds ha brought me into such estimation with the communalty. I see it is not for the lamb to lie you with the wolf. The world is well amended, thought I, with your cidership, such another 40 years nap together as Epimenides had, would make you a perfect wise man. Answer me, quoth he, my wise young Wilton, is it true that I am thus dead and buried by these bad tongues? Nay, quoth I, you shall pardon me, for I ha spoken too much already. No definitive sentence of death shall march out of my well-meaning lips, they ha but lately sucked milk, and shall they so sedanely change their food and seek after bloud? Oh, but quoth he, a man's friend is his friend, fill the other pint tapster, what said the king, did he believe it when he heard it? I pray thee say, I swear to thee by my nobility, none in the worlde shall ewer be made priui, that I received any light of this matter from thee. That firm affiance, quoth I, had I knew before, or else I would newer ha gone so far are the shoes to pluck you out of the mire. Not to make many words, since you will needs know the king says flatly, you are a miser a snudge, and he newer hopped better of you. Nay then, quoth he, questionless some planet that lows not cider hath conspired against me. Moreover, which is worse, the king hath vowed to gie you Turwin one hot breakfast, only with the bungs that he will pluck out of your barrels. I cannot stay at this time to report each circumstance that passed, but the only counsel that my long-cherished kind inclination can possibly conjure you, is now in your oldie days to be liberal, such victuals or prusions as you ha, presently distribute it frankly amongst poor soldiers. I would let them burst their bellies with cider, and bathe in it before I would run into my prince's ill opinion for a whole sea of it. The hunter pursuing the bower for his stones, he bites them off, and lows them behind for him to gather VP, whereby he leaves quiet. If greedy hunters and hungry telltales pursue you, it is for a little pelf which you haw, cast it behind you, neglect it. Let them haw it, lest it breed a further inconvenience. Credit my aduous, you shall find it prophetical, and thus I haw discharge the part of a poor friend. With some few like phrases of ceremony, your honour's suppliant, so forth, and farewell, my good youth, I thank thee and will remember thee, we parted. But the next day I think we had a dole of cider in bool, in scuppets, in helmets, to conclude, if a man would haw filled his boots full, there he might haw had it, prompt thrust itself into poor soldiers' pockets whether they would or no. We made few peals of shot into the town together, of nothing but spigots and faucets of discarded empty barrels. Uri Vnfortunate soldier had a distended tun, as Diogenes had his tub to sleep in. I myself got as many confiscated tapsters' aprons, as made me a tent, as big as any ordinary commander's in the field. But in conclusion, my well-beloved Baron of Double Beer got him humbly on his marrow-bones to the king, and complained he was oldie and striken in years, and had near an heir to cast at a dog. Wherefore, if it might please his majesty to take his lands into his hands, and allow him some reasonable pension to leave you on, he should be Merrywalis well pleased. As for the wars, he was wary of them, and yet as long as Heinz should aventure his own person, he would not flinch a foot, but make his withered body a buckler, to bear off any blow that should be adduanced against him. The king merrywailing at this strange alteration of his great marchant of cider, for so he would often pleasantly term him, with a little further talk bolted out the whole complotment. Then was I pitifully whipped for my holy day lie, although they made themselves merry with it, many a fair winter's evening after. Yet notwithstanding his good asseheaded honor mine host, pursued in his former simple request to the king to accept of the surrender of his lands, and allow him a beadsmanry or outbrothership of brashet, which at length, through his vehement instancy took effect, and the king eastingly said, since he would needs haw it so, he would distrain on part of his land for impost of cider, which he was behindhand with him, and newer paid. This was one of my famous achievements, insomuch as I newer light vpon the like famous fool, but I had on 1,000 better easts if they had been booked in order as they were begotten. It is pity posterity should be deprived of such precious records, and yet there is no remedy, and yet there is too, for when all fails, well for a good memory. Gentle readers, look you be gentle now, since I ha called you so as freely as my nowery was mine own, it shall be yours to VSC in the way of honesty. Ewan in this expedition of Tarwin, for the king stood not long thrumming of buttons there, it happened me fall out I would it had fallen out otherwise for his sake, with an vigli mechanical captain. You must think in an army, where tranchios are in their state house, it is a flat stab once to name a captain without cap in hand. Well, suppose he was a captain, had near a good cap of his own, but I was fain to lend him one of my lord's cast velout caps, and a weather-beaten feather, wherewith he threatened his soldiers afar off, as Eupiter is said, with the shaking of his hair to make hoen and earth to quake. Suppose out of the parings of a pair of false dice, I apparelled both him and myself many a time, and oft, and surely not to slander the jewel, if any man ewer deserved the golden dice. The king of the Parthians sent to Demetrius it was, I had the right vein of sucking VP a die twixt the dints of my fingers, not a cruigs in my hand, but could a swallow a quater tray for a need. In the line of life, many a dead lift did there lurk, but it was nothing towards the maintenance of a family. This Monsieur Capitano eat VP the cream of my earnings, and creed mehi res est ingeniosa dare. Any man is a fine fellow as long as he hath any money in his purse. That money is like the marigold, which opens and shuts with the sun. If fortune smileth, or one be in four, it floweth. If the ewening of age comes on, or he falleth into disgrace, it fadeth and is not to be found. I was my craft's master, though I was but young, and could as soon decline nominatio hic asinus as a greater clerk. Wherefore I thought it not convenient my soldado should haul my purse any longer for his drum to play VP pawn, but I would adjure him ieki drum's entertainment, and send him packing. This was my plot. I knew a piece of cerewis of intelligence, which was presently to be done, that required a man with all his few senses to effect it, and would throw any fool that should undertake it. To this cerewis did I animate and egg my forsaid costs, and charges, alias, senior velout cap, whose head was not encumbered with too much forecast, and coming to him in his cabin about dinner time, where I found him very diotely paring of his nails for want of other repast, I entertained him with this solemn oration. Captain, you perceive how near both of these are drewin. The dice of late are growin as melancholy as a dog. High men and low men both prosper alike, langrets, fulhams, and all the whole fellowship of them will not afford a man his dinner. Some other means must be invented to prevent imminent extremity. My state, you're not ignorant, depends on trencher ceruis, your adouncement must be derived from the valor of your arm. In the delays of siege, desert hardly gets a day of hearing, tease gowns must direct, and guns enact all the wars that is to be made against walls. Resteth no way for you to climb sedanely, but by doing some strong stratagem, that the like hath not been heard of heretofore, and fitly at this instant occasion is ministered. There is a feat the king is desirous to ha wrought on some great man of the enemy's side. Marie it requireth not so much resolution as discretion to bring it to pass, and yet resolution and shall be shown in it too, being so full of hazardous eoperty as it is. Hark in your ear, thus. It is, without more drumbling or pausing, if you will undertake it, and work it through stitch as you may ere the king hath determined which way to go about it, I warrant you are made while you liu. You need not care which way your staff falls, if it prow not so, then cut off my head. O my auditors, had you seen him how he stretched out his limbs, scratched his scabbed elbows at this speech, how he set his cap o'er his eyebrows like a politician, and then folded his arms one in another, nodded with the head, as who should say, let the French beware, for they shall find me a duel if I say you had seen but half the actions that he said of shrugging his shoulders, smiling scornfully, playing with his fingers on his buttons, and biting the lip, you old ha laughed your face and your knees together. The Iran being hot, I thought to lay on load, for in any case I would not ha his humor cool. As before I laid open vnto him the brief sum of the ceruis, so now I began to vrg the honorableness of it, and what a rare thing it was to be a right politician, how much esteemed of kings and princes, and how deus of mean parentage ha come to be monarchs by it. Then I discoursed of the qualities and properties of him in every respect, how like the wolf he must draw the breath from a man before he be seen, how like a hare he must sleep with his eyes open, how as the eagle in flying casts dust in the eyes of crows other fowls, for to blind them, so he must cast dust in the eyes of his enemies, delude their sight by one means or other, why they do not into his subtleties, how he must be familiar with all trust none, drink, carouse and lecher with him out of whom he hopes to wring any matter, swear and forswear, rather than be suspected, and in a word, ha the art of dissembling at his fingers ends as perfect as any courtier. Perhaps, quoth I, you may ha some few greasy coiliers that will seek to dissuade you from it, and they will not stick to stand on their 3 halfpenny honor, swearing and staring that a man were better be an hangman than an intelligencer, and call him a sneaking ostropper, a scraping hedge-creeper, and a piperly pickthink. But you must not be discouraged by their talk, for the most part of those beggarly contemners of wit are huge burly-bond butchers like Ajax, good for nothing, but to strike right down blows on a wedge with a cloying beetle, or stand hammering all day a vpon bars of Iran. The whelps of a bear newer grow but sleeping, and these bearwards hoeing big limbs shall be preferred though they do nothing. You ha read stories, he be sworn he newer looked in book in his life how many of the Roman worthies were there that ha gone as spies into their enemy's camp? Velices, Nestor, Diomede, went as spies together in the night into the tents of Rosas, and intercepted Dolon the spy of the Trojans. Newer Annie discredited the trade of intelligencers, but Eudes, he hanged himself. Danger will put wit into any man. Archytas made a wooden dow to fly, by which proportion I see no reason that the veriest block in the world should despair of anything. Though nature be contrary inclined, it may be altered, yet visually those whom she denies her ordinary gifts in one thing, she doubles them in another. That which the esse wants in wit, he hath in honesty, who ewer saw him kick or winch, or vsc Annie Iad's tricks, though he lee you 100 years you shall never hear that he breaks pasture. Amongst men, he that hath not a good wit, lightly hath a good Iran memory, and he that hath neither of both, hath some bones to carry burthens. Blind men ha better noses than other men. The bull's horns sarrow him as well as hands to fight withal. The lion's paws are as good to him as a poleaxe, to knock down Annie that resists him. So the boar's tushes sarrow him in better stead than a sword and buckler. What need the snail care for eyes, when he feels the way with his 2 homes, as well as if he were as sharp-sighted as a decipherer? There is a fish that, hawing no wings, supports herself in the air with her fins. Admit that you had neither wit nor capacity. As sure in my judgment there is none equal vnto you in idiotismy. Yet if you haw simplicity and secrecy, serpents themselves will think you a serpent. For what serpent is there but hideth his sting? And yet what's your be wanting? A good plausible alluring tongue in such a man. Of employment can hardly be sparred, which is the forenamed serpent, with his winding tail fetcheth in those that come near him. So with a roishing tale, it gathers all men's hearts vnto him, which if he ha not, let him newer look to engender by the mouth, as rawns and dows do, that is, mount or be great by vn. Sir, I am ascertain that all these imperfections I speak of, in you ha thayer natural recience, I see in your face, that you were born with the swallow to feed flying, to get much treasure and honor by toil. None so fit as you for so important an enterprise. Our vulgar reputed politicians are but flies swimming on the stream of subtlety, superficially in comparison of your singularity. Their blind narrow eyes cannot pierce into the profundity of hypocrisy. You alone with palamed can pry into Velus's mad counterfeiting. You can discern Achilles from a chamber made, though he be decked with his spindle and distaff. As I out dining with Lycaon could not be beguiled with humane flesh dressed like meat, so no humane brain may go beyond you. None beguile you, you gull all fear you, low you stoop to you. Therefore, good sir, be rolled by me, stoop your fortune so low as to bequeath yourself wholly to this business. This silver-sounding tale made such sugred harmony in his ears, that with the sweet meditation, what a more than miraculous politician he should be, and what kingly promotion should come tumbling on him thereby, he could ha found in his heart to ha packed VP his pipes to ha gone, to hoen without a bait, yea, he was more inflamed and roused with it than a young man called Torret Nontennis was with the Phrygian melody, who was so incensed and furred therewith, that he would needs run presently vpon it, and set a courtesan's house on fire that had angered him. No remedy there was, but I must help to furnish him with money. I did so, as who will not make his enemy a bridge of gold to fly by. Very earnestly he conjured me to make no man leewing preui to his departure in regard of his place in charge, and on his honor assured me his return should be very short and successful. I, shorter by the neck, thought I. In the meantime let this be thy posy, I lee you in hope to scape the rope. Gone he is, God send him good shipping to Wapping, by this time, if you will, let him be a pitiful poor fellow, and viandone for ewer, for mine own part, if he had been mine own brother, I could ha done no more for him than I did, for straight after his back he was turned, I went in all low kindness to the Marshal General of the field, certified him that such a man was lately fled to the enemy, and got his place begged for another immediately. What became of him after you shall hear. To the enemy he went and offered his Cerois, rattling egregiously on the King of England. He swore, as he was a gentleman and a soldier, he would be revenged on him, and let but the King of France follow his counsel, he would adrew him from Terwin Wales yet ere 10 days to an end. All these were good humours, but the tragedy followeth. The French king, hearing of such a prating fellow that was come, was desirous to see him, but yet he feared treason, wherefore he wiled one of his minions to take vpon him his person, and he would stand by as a preuate man whilst he was examined. Why should I vsc any idle delays? In was Captain Gog's wounds brought, after he was thoroughly searched, not a louse in his doublet was let pass, but was asked Cuella, and charged to stand in the king's name. The molds of his buttons they turned out, to see if they were not bullets cowered hour with thread. The codpiece in his jewels breeches, for they were then in fashion, they said plainly, was a case for a pistol. If he had had ewer a hobnail in his shoes, it had hanged him, he should newer ha known who had harmed him. But as luck was, he had not a mite of any metal about him. He took part with none of the 4 ages, neither the golden age, the silver age, the brazen, nor the Iran age. Only his purse was aged in emptiness, and I think verily a Puritan, for it kept itself from any pollution of crosses. Standing before the supposed king, he was asked what he was, and wherefore he came. To the which in a glorious bragging humour he answered, that he was a gentleman, a captain commander, a chief leaguer, that came away from the King of England VP pon discontentment. Questioned particular of the cause of his discontentment, he had not a word to bless himself with, yet fain he would ha patched out a poult-foot tail, but God he knows it had not one true leg to stand on. Then began he to smell on the villain so ramishly, that none there but was ready to rent him in pieces. Yet the minion king kept in his choler, and propounded vnto him farther. What of the King of England's secret so advantageable he was preuy to, as might remow him from the siege of Terwin in 3 days? He said deus matters which asked longer conference, but in good honesty they were lies, which he had not yet stamped. Hereat the true king stepped forth and commanded to lay hands on the losel, and that he should be tortured to confess the truth, for he was a spy and nothing else. He no sooner saw the wheel and the torment set before him, but he cried out like a rascal, and said he was a poor captain in the English camp, suborned by one Jack Wilton, a noble man's page and no other, to come and kill the French king in a brewery and return, and that he had no other intention in the world. This confession could not choose but move them all to laughter, in that he made it as light a matter to kill their king and come backy, as to go to Islington and eat a mess of cream, and come home again? Nay, and besides he protested that he had no other intention, as if that were not enough to hang him. Adam never fell till God made fools. All this could not keep his aunts from ransacking on the wheel, for they vowed either to make him a confessor or a martyr in a trice. When still he sung all one song, they told the king he was a fool, and some shrewd head had noisily wrought on him, wherefore it should stand with his honor to whip him out of the camp and send him home. That persuasion took place, and soundly was he lashed out of their liberties, and sent home by a heralda with this message, that so the king his master hoped to whip home all the English fools very shortly. Answer was returned, that that shortly was a long lie, and they were shrewd fools that should adrew the French man out of his kingdom, and make him glad with Corinthian Dionysius to play the schoolmaster. The herald being dismissed, our afflicted intelligencer was called coram nobis, how he sped, eudju, but something he was adiudged to. The sparrow for his lechery liueth but a year, he for his treachery was turned on the toe, plura dolor prohibit. Here let me triumph a while, and ruminate a line or two on the excellence of my wit, but I will not breath neither till I ha disfrauded all my nowery. Another Swizer captain that was far gone for want of the wench, I led Astrea most notoriously, for he being a monstrous Vnthrift of battle axes, as one that cared not in his anger to bid fly out scuttles to few score of them, and a notable embowler of quart pots. I came disguised Vnto him in the form of a half-a-crown wench, my gown and attire according to the custom, the in request. I wise I had my courtesies in queue, or in quart pot rather, for they diued into the very entrails of the dust, and I simpered with my countenance like a porridge pot on the fire when it first begins to seethe. The sobriety of the circumstance is, that after he had courted me and all, and genuine me the earnest penny of impiety, some 6 crowns at the least for an antipass to iniquity, I feigned an impregnable excuse to be gone, and newer came at him after. Yet left I not here, but committed a little more scutchery. A company of coistrel clerks who were in band with Sathan, and not of Annie Soldier's collar, nor his hat band pinked a number of good minds to Godward of Thayer Praunt. They would not let a dram of dead pay hour slip them, they would not lend a groat of the week to come, to him that had spent his money before this week was done. They outfaced the greatest and most magnanimous servitors in their sincere and phonographical clean shirts and cuffs. A Lowes that was Annie Gentleman's companion they thought scorn of, their near bitten beards must in a jewel's name bedewjury day with rosewater. Hogges could haw near a hair on Thayer backs, for making them rubbing brushes to rouse Thayer crab lice. They woulda in no wise permit that the motes in the sunnebeams should be full-mouthed beholders of Thayer clean finnicked apparel. Thayer shoes shined as bright as a slakestone. Thayer hands troubled and soiled more water with washing than the camel doth, that near drinks till the whole stream be troubled. Summarily, newer Annie were so fantastical the one half as they. My masters, you may conceive of me what you list, but I think confidently I was ordained God's scourge from above for Thayer dainty finicality. The hour of Thayer punishment could no longer be prorogued, but vengeance must haw at them at all adventures. So it was that the most of these abow named Gusquil bracahadicios were mere cowards and crawns, and durst not so much as throw a penful of inky into the enemy's face, if proof were made, wherefore on the experience of their pusillanimity, I thought to raise the foundation of my roguery. What did I now but one day made a false alarum in the quarter where they lay to try how they would stand to Thayer tackling, and with a pitiful outcry warned them to fly, for there was treason afoot, they were innumerant and beset. Upon the first watchword of treason that was genuine, I think they betook them to Thayer heels very stoutly, left Thayer penne and inkehorns and papers behind them for spoil, resigned Thayer desks, with the money that was in them to the mercy of the vanquisher, and in fine, left me my fellows their fool-catchers lords of the field. How we dealt with them, their disburdened desks can best tell, but this I am assured, we fared the better for it a fortnight of fasting. Days after, I must not place a volume in the precincts of a pamphlet, sleep an hour or two, and dream that Turney and Tarwin is one, that the king is shipped again into England, and that I am close at hard meat at Windsor or at Hampton Court. What will you in your indifferent opinions allow me for my trial? No more sanery hour the pages than I had before? Yes, whether you will part with so much probable friendly suppose or no, he haw it in spite of your hearts. For your instruction and godly consolation, be informed that at that time I was no common squire, no Vien Dertroden torchbearer. I had my feather in my cap as big as a flag in the foretop. My French doublet jelt in the belly as though like a pig reedy too. Bespitted all my guts had been plucked out. A pair of side-paned hose that hung down like 2 scales filled with Holland cheeses. my long stock that sate close to my dock, and smoothed not a scab or a lecherous hairy sinew on the calf of my leg, my rapier pendant like a round stick, fastened in the tacklings for skippers the better to climb by, my cape cloak of blacky cloth, our spreading my backy like a thornbecky, or an elephant's ear, that hanges on his shoulders like a country huswiew's bandskin, which she thurleth her spindle on, and in consummation of my curiosity, my hands without glouse, all a more French, and a blacky budge edging of a beard on the VP per lip, the like sable oglet of excrements in the first rising of the ankle of my chin. I was the first that brought in the order of passing into the court which I derived from the common word qui passa, and the herald's phrase of arms passant, thinking in sincerity, he was not a gentleman, nor his arms current, who was not first passed by the pages. If any prentice or other came into the court that was not a gentleman, I thought it was an indignity to the preeminence of the court to include such a one, and could not be salad except we gaw him arms passant, to make him a gentleman. Besides, in Spain, none can pass any far waya, but he must be examined what he is, gu 3 pence for his pass. In which regard it was considered of by the common table of the cupbearers, what a perilsome thing it was to let any stranger or outdweller approach so near the precincts of the prince, as the great chamber, without examining what he was, and guing him his pass, whereupon we established the like order, but took no money of them as they did, only for a scene that he had not passed our hands. Vnexamined, we set a red mark on either of his ears, and so let him walk as authentical. I must not discover what ungodly dealing we had with the blacky Iacus, or how oft I was crowned king of the drunkards with a quart cup. Let me quietly descend to the waning of my youthful days, and tell a little of the sweating sickness, that made me in a cold sweat take my heels and run out of England. This sweating sickness was a disease that a man then might catch and newer go to a hothouse. Many masters desire to haw such sements as would work till they sweat again, but in those days he that sweat newer wrought again. That scripture then was not thought so necessary, which says, earn thy leewing with the sweat of thy brows, for then they earned their dying with the sweat of their brows. It was enow if a fat man did but truss his points, to turn him out the peerage. Mother Cornelius tub why it was like hell, he that came into it newer came out of it cooks that stand continually basting their faces before the fire, were no all cashiered with this sweat into kitchen stuff. Thayer Hall fell into the king's hands for want of one of the trade to fold it. Felt makers and furriers, what the one with the hot steam of their wool new taken out of the pan, and the other with the contagious heat of their slaughter budge and caniskins, died more thick than of the pestilence. I haw seen an oldie woman at that season hoeing 3 chins, wipe them all away one after another, as they melted to water, and left herself nothing of a mouth but in VP per chap. Look how in May, or the heat of summer, we lay butter in water for fear it should melt away, so then were men fain to wet their clothes in water as deers do, and hide themselves in wells from the heat of the sun. Then happy was he that was an assay, for nothing will kill an assay but cold, and none died but with extreme heat. The fishes called sea stars, that burn one another by excessive heat, were not so contagious as one man that had the sweat was to another. Masons paid nothing for hair to mix their lime, nor giowers to stuff their balls with, for then they had it for nothing, it dropped off men's heads and beards faster than any barber could shaw it. Oh, if hair breeches had then been in fashion, what a fine world had it been for tailors, and so it was a fine world for tailors nevertheless, for he that could make a garment slightest and thinnest, carried it away. Cutters, I can tell you, then stood vpon it, to haw their trade one of the 12 companies, for who was it then that would not haw his doublet cut to the skin, and his shirt cut into it too, to make it more cold? It was as much as a man's life was worth. Once to name a Frise Irkin, it was treason for a fat, gross man to come within few miles of the court. I heard where they died VP all in one family, and not a mother's child escaped, insomuch as they had but an Irish rug locked VP in a press, and not laid VPon any bed neither. If those that were sick of this malady slept on it, they knew or whacked more. Physicians with their simples, in this case were simple fellows, and knew not which way to bestir them. Galen might go shop the gander for any good he could do, his secretaries had so long called him Dewine, that now he had lost all his virtue vpon earth. Hippocrates might well help almanac makers, but here he had not a word to say. A man might sooner catch the sweat with plodding o'er him to no end, than cure the sweat with any of his impotent principles. Paracelsus with his spirit of the buttery, and his spirits of minerals, could not so much as say, God amend him, to the matter. Plus erat in artifice quant art, there was more infection in the physician himself than his art could cure. This mortality first began amongst oldie men, for they taking a pride to haw their breasts loose basted with tedious beards, kept their houses so hot with these hairy excrements, that not so much but their very wells sweat out saltpeter, with the smoothering perplexity, nay a number of them had Meriwether's hot breaths, which sticking in the briars of their bushy beards, could not choose, but as close air long imprisoned engender corruption. Wiser was our brother Banks of these latter days, who made his eagling horse a cut, for fear if at any time he should foist, the stink sticking in his thick bushy tail might be noisome to his auditors. Should I tell you how many pursuants with red noses, and sergeants with precious faces shrunk away in the sweat, you would not believe me. Ewan as the salamander with his very sight blasteth apples on the trees, so a pursuant or a sergeant at this present, with the veri reflex of his fine fascias, was able to spoil a man afar of. In some places of the world there is no shadow of the sun, debus illis if it had been so in England, the generation of brute had died all in some. To knit VP this description in a pursuit, so fervent and scorching was the burning air which enclosed them, that the most blessed man than Aliu would ha thought that God had done fairly by him, if he had turned him to a goat, for goats take breath not at the mouth or nose only, but at white ears also. Take breath how they would, I vowed to tarry no longer amongst them. As at Tarwin I was a demi-soldier in East, so now I became a martialist in earnest. Our sea with my implements I got me, where hearing the King of France and the Swisers were together by the ears, I made towards them as fast as I could, thinking to thrust myself into that faction that was strongest. It was my good luck or my ill, I know not which to come. Est fighting of the battle, where I saw a wonderful spectacle of blood shed on both sides. Here the Vnwildy Swisers wallowing in their gore, like an ox in his down, there the sprightly French sprawling and turning on the stained grass, like a roach new taken out of the stream. All the ground was strewed as thick with battle axes as the carpenter's yard with chips. The plain appeared like a quagmire, our spread as it was with trampled dead bodies. In one place might you behold a heap of dead murdered men, overwhelmed with a falling steed, instead of a tombstone. In another place, a bundle of bodies fettered together in their own bowels. And as the tyrant Roman emperors said to tie condemned lewing caitiffs face to dead corses, so were the half lewing here mixed with squeezed carcasses long putrefied. Any man might gu arms that was an actor in that battle, for there were more arms and legs scattered in the field that day than will be gathered VP till doomsday. The French king himself in this conflict was much distressed. The brains of his own men sprinkled in his face. Thrice was his courser slain dur him, and thrice was he struck on the breast with a spear. But in the end, by the help of the Venetians, the allusions or Swisers were subdued, and he crowned victor, a peace concluded, and the city of Milan surrendered Vnto him, as a pledge of reconciliation. That war thus blow in hour, and the sural bands dissolute, like a crow that still follows aloof where there is carrion, I flew me hour to Munster in Germany, which an Anabaptistical brother named Ion Leiden kept at that instant against the emperor and the Duke of Saxony. Here I was in good hope to set VP my staff for some reasonable time, deeming that no city would drew it to a siege, except they were able to hold out. And prettily well had these Munsterians held out, for they kept the emperor and the Duke of Saxony sound. Playa for the space of a year, and longer wold ha done, but that dame famine came amongst them. Whereupon they were forced by messengers to agree vpon a day of fight, when according to their Anabaptistical error, they might be all new christened in their own bloud. That day come, flourishing entered lone Leiden the botcher into the field, with a scarf made of lists like a bowcase, a cross on his breast like a thread bottom, a round twilted tailor's cushion buckled like a tankard bearer's Jewess to his shoulders for a target, the pike whereof was a packy needle, a tough prentice's club for his spear, a great brewer's cow, on his back for a corslet, and on his head for a helmet a huge high shoe with the bottom turned VP ward, embossed as full of hobnails as it might stick. His men were all base handicrafts, as cobblers and curriers and tinkers, whereof some had bars of Iran, some hatchets, some cool staws, some dung forks, some spades, some mattocks, some wood news, some adzes for their weapons. He that was best provided had but a piece of a rusty brown bill brawly fringed with cobwebs to fight for him. Perchance here and there you might see a fellow that had a canker-eaten sewel on his head, which sarrowed him and his ancestors for a chamber pot 200 years, and another that had bent a couple of Iran dripping pans armorwise to fence his backy and his belly, another that had thrust a pair of dry oldie boots as a breastplate before his belly of his doublet, because he would not be dangerously hurt, another that had twilted all his truss full of counters, thinking if the enemy should take him, he would mistake them for gold, and so saw his life for his money. Very deot asses they were, For all they were so dunstically set forth, such as thought they knew as much of God's mind as richer men, why inspiration was their ordinary familiar, and buzzed in their ears like a bee in a box Uri, our what news from Hoenn, hell, and the lands of Whipperginny. Displeased them who durst, he should have his mitimus to damnation ex tempore. They would avaunt there was not a pea's difference twixt them and the apostles. They were as poor as they, of as base trades as they, and no more inspired than they, and with God there is no respect of persons. Onely herein may seem some little deusity to lurk, that Peter wore a sword, and they count it flat hell fire for any man to wear a dagger. Nay, so grounded and grawled were they in this opinion, that now when they should come to battle, there's near a one of them wold bring a blade, no not an onion blade about him, to die for it. It was not lawful, said they, for any man to draw the sword but the magistrate. And in fidelity which I had well nigh forgot, Iaki Leiden Thayer magistrate had the image or likeness of a piece of a rusty sword like a lusty lad by his side. Now I remember me, it was but a foil neither, and he wore it to show that he should haw the foil of his enemies, which might haw been an oracle for his two-hand interpretation. Quid plura, his battle is pitched by pitched, I do not mean set in order, for that was far from their order, only as sailors do pitch their apparel to make it storm-proof, so had most of them pitched their patched clothes to make them impierceable. A nearer way than to be at the charges of armor by half, and in another sort he might be said to haw pitched Wyfield, for he had pitched or set VP his rest whither to fly if they were discomfited. Peace, peace there in the belfry, Sarois begins, vpon their knees before they ion. Fowls Ion Leiden and his fraternity veri diotly, they pray, they hool, they expostulate with God to grant them victory, and VSC such unspeakable vehemence. A man would think them the onely well-bent men v tighter Hoenn, wherein let me dilate a little more grawly than the nature of this history requires, or will be expected of so young a practitioner in divinity, that not those that intermissively cry, Lord open Vnto us, Lord open Vnto us, enter first into the kingdom of Hoenn, that not the greatest professors haw the greatest portion in grace, that all is not gold that glisters. When Christ said, the kingdom of Hoenn must suffer violence, he meant not the violence of long babbling prayers to no purpose, nor the violence of tedious inductive sermons without wit, but the violence of faith, the violence of good works, the violence of patient suffering. The ignorant arise and snatch the kingdom of Hoenn to themselves with greetings, when we with all our learning sink down into hell. Where did Peter and Ion in the third of the Acts find the lame cripple but in the gate of the temple called Beautiful, in the beautifulest gates of our temple, in the forefront of professors, are many lame cripples, lame in life, lame in good works, lame in everything, yet will they always sit at the gates of the temple. None be more forward thaw they to enter into matters of reformation, yet none more behindhand to enter into the true temple of the Lord by the gates of good life. You may object that those which I speak against are more diligent in reading the scriptures, more careful to resort VNTO sermons, more sober in their looks and modest in their attire than any else. But I pray you let me answer you, doth not Christ say, that before the latter day the sun shall be turned into darkness, the moon into bloud, whereof what may the meaning be, but that the glorious sun of the gospel shall be eclipsed with the dun cloud of dissimulation, that which is the brightest planet of saluation shall be a means of error and darkness. And the moon shall be turned into bloud, those that shine fairest, make the simplest show, seem most to fore religion, shall rent out the bowels of the church, be turned into bloud, and all this shall come to pass before the notable day of the Lord, whereof this age is the you. Let me VSC a more familiar example, since the heat of a great number hath outraged so excessively. Did not the jewel lead Christ to the pinnacle or highest part of the temple to tempt him? If he lead Christ, he will lead a whole army of hypocrites to the top or highest part of the temple, the highest step of religion and hollings, to seduce them and subvert them. I say VNTO you that which this our tempted Sawyer with many other words besought his disciples, saw yourselves from this froward generation. Verily, verily the Seriwant is not greater than his master. Verily, verily, sinful men are not holier than holy Jesus their Maker. That holy Jesus again repeats this holy sentence. Remember the words I said vnto you. The Servant is not holier or greater than his master, as if he should say, remember then, imprint in your memory your pride and singularity will make you forget them. The effects of them many years hence will come to pass. Whosoever will seek to saw his soul shall loose it. Whosoever seeks by headlong means to enter into Hoenn, disannul God's ordinance, shall with wide giants that thought to scale Hoenn in contempt of Jupiter, be overwhelmed with Mount Ossipelion, with the jewel in eternal desolation. Though the high priest's office was expired, when Paul said vnto one of them, God rebuke thee thou painted sepulchre, yet when a stander by reproud him saying, rulest thou the high priest? He repented asked forgiveness. That which I suppose I do not grant, the lawfulness of the authority they oppose themselves against, is sufficiently proud, far be it my Vienderage arguments should intrude themselves as a green weak prop to support so high a building. Let it suffice, if you know Christ, you know his Father also. If you know Christianity, you know the fathers of the Church also, but a great number of you with Philip ha been long with Christ, and ha not known him, ha long professed yourselves Christians, and not known his true ministers, you follow the French and Scottish fashion and faction, and in all point are like the Swisers, qui quarant cum quod gent cadent, that seek with what nation they may first miscarry. In the days of Nero, there was an odd fellow that had found out an exquisite way to make glass as hammer-proof as gold. Shall I say that the like experiment he made VP pon glass, we ha practiced on the gospel. I confidently will we ha found out a sleight to hammer it to any heresy whatsoever. But those furnaces of falsehood and hammer heads of heresy must be dissolute and broken as his was, or else I fear me the false glittering glass of inventiveness will be better esteemed of than the ancient gold of the gospel. The fault of faults is this, that your dead-born faith is begotten by to two infant fathers. Cato, one of the wisest men Roman histories canonized, was not born till his father was 80 years oldie. None can be a perfect father of faith and beget men aright vnto God, but those that are aged in experience, ha many years imprinted in their milder connuisation, and ha with Zacchaeus sold all their possessions of vanities, to the sweet fellowship, not of the humane but spiritual meshes. Ministers and pastors sell away your sects and schisms to the decrepit churches in contention beyond sea. They ha been so long inured to war both about matters of religion and regiment, that now they ha no peace of mind, but in troubling all other men's peace. Because the poverty of their pruences will allow them no proportionable maintenance for higher callings of ecclesiastical magistrates, they would reduce fees to the president of their rebellious persecuted beggary. Much like the sect of philosophers called cynics, who when they saw they were born to no lands or possessions, nor had any possible means to support their desperate estates, but they must liu despised, and in misery do what they could, they plotted and consulted with themselves how to make their poverty better esteemed of than rich dominion and sovereignty. The VP shot of their plotting and consultation was this, that they would liu to themselves, scorning the vari breath or canipany of all men, they professed according to y rate of their land's voluntary poverty, thin fair and lying hard, contemning and innuaging against all those, as brute beasts whatsoever whom the world had genuine any reputation for riches or prosperity. Diogenes was one of the first and foremost of the ringleaders of this rusty morosity, and he for all his nice dog disposition, and blunt deriding of worldly dross, and the gross felicity of fools, was taken notwithstanding a little, after Varai fairly coining money in his cell. So fares it VP, and down with our cynical, reformed foreign churches. They will digest no grapes of great bishoprics forsooth, because they cannot tell how to come by them, they must shape their coats good men according to their cloth, and do as they may, not as they woulda, yet they must gew versus low here in England that are their honest neighbors, if we haw more cloth than they, to make our garment somewhat larger. What was the foundation or groundwork of this dismal declining of Munster, but the banishing of their bishop, their confiscating and casting lots for church lewings, as the soldiers cast lots for Christ's garments, and in short terms, they are making the house of God a den of thieves. The house of God, a number of hungry church robbers in these days ha made a den of thieves. Thieves spend loosely what they ha got lightly. Sacrilege is no sure inheritance. Dionysius was near the richer for robbing Eupator of his golden coat. He was Dreuin in the end to play the schoolmaster at Corinth. The name of religion, be it good or bad that is ruinated, God newer suffers vien ruinged, he say of it as Uid said of eunuchs. Qui primus puris genitalia membra recidit vulnera, qua fecit deduit ips pati. Who first deprived young boys of their best part. With self-same wounds he ought to smart. So would he that first gelt religion or church lewings had been first gelt himself or newer lewed? Cardinal Wolsey is the man I aim at, qui in suis ponas ingeniosus erat, first gaw others a light to his own overthrow. How it prospered with him and his instruments that after wrought for themselves, chronicles largely report, though not apply, and some parcel of their punishment yet vien paid, I do not doubt but will be required of their posterity. To go forward with my story of the overthrow of that usurper Ion Leiden, he and all his army, as I said, before falling prostrate on their faces, and frequently gew an hour to prayer, determined newer to cease, or low soliciting of God, till he had showed them from Hohen some manifest miracle of success. Note that it was a general received tradition both with one Leiden and all the crew of sea nipperdolings and munsers. If God at any time at their vehement outcries and clamors did not condescend to their requests, to rail on him and curse him to his face, to dispute with him, and argue him of a neustis for not being so good as his word with them, and to vrg his many promises in the scripture against him, so that they did not sorrow God simply, but that he should a sorrow their turns, and after that tenure are many content to sorrow as bondmen to saw the danger of hanging. But he that sorrows God, aright, whose viprite conscience hath for his mo, amor est mihi causa sequendi, I sorrow because I allow. He says, ego te podius domine quam tua dona sequar, he rather follow thee, O Lord, for thine own sake, than for any coetus respect of that thou canst do for me. Christ would ha no followers, but such as forsook all and follow him, such as forsake all their own desires, such as abandon all expectations of reward in this world, such as neglected and contemned their lius, their weus and children in comparison of him, and were content to take VP their cross and follow him. These Anabaptists had not yet forsook all and followed Christ. They had not forsook their own desires of ruinge and inwashin. They had not abandoned their expectation of the spoil of their enemies. They regarded their lius. They looked after their weus children. They took not VP their cross of humility and followed him, but would cross him, VP braid him, and set him at naught, if he assured not by some seen their prayers and supplications. Deteriora sequenter, they followed God as daring him. God heard their prayers, quod petitor pona est, it was their speedy punishment that they prayed for. Lo, according to the sum of their impudent supplications, a scene in the Hoans appeared the glorious scene of the rainbow, which agreed east with the scene of their unseen that was a rainbow likewise. Whereupon assuring themselves of victory, misery quod volunt facile credent, that which wretches would ha they easily believe. With shouts and clamors, they presently ran headlong on their well-deserved confusion. Pitiful and lamentable was their VN pitted and well-performed slaughter. To see you in a bear which is the most cruelest of all beasts to two bloudily hour-matched, and deformedly rent in pieces by an VN conscionable number of curs, it would move compassion against kind, and make those that beholding him at the stake yet VN coped with, wished him a suitable death to his vigli shape, now to recall their hard-hearted wishes, and moan him suffering as a mild beast, in comparison of the foul-mouthed mastiffs his butchers. You in such compassion did those hour-matched VN gracious Munsterians obtain of many indifferent eyes, who now thought them suffering, to be as sheep brought innocent to the shambles, when as before they deemed them as a number of Wallus VP in arms against the shepherds. The emprials themselves that were their executioners like a father that weeps when he beats his child, yet still weeps and still beats not without much ruth and sorrow, prosecuted that lamentable massacre. Yet drums and trumpets sounding nothing but stern ruinge in their ears, made them so eager, that their hands had no leisure to ask counsel of their effeminate eyes. Their swords, their pikes, their bills, their bows, their caliers flew, and pierced, knocked down, shot thorough, and through as many men Uri minute of the battle, as their fies ears of corn before the scythe at one blow. Yet all their weapons so slaying, and piercing, knocking down, shooting through, throwing, dissolioing not half so many. As the hailing thunder of their great ordnance so ordinary at Uri footstep was the imbrement of iron and bloud, that one could hardly discern heads from bullets, or clotted hair from mangled flesh hung with gore. This tale must at one time or other GUVP the ghost, and as good now as stay longer, I would gladly rid my hands of it cleanly if I could tell how. For what with talking of cobblers, tinkers, rope-makers, and botchers, and dirt-daubers, the mark is clean gone out of my muse's mouth, and I am as it were more than duncified twixt divinity and poetry. What is there more as touching this tragedy that you would be resolute of? Say it quickly, for now my pen is got upon his feet again. How one Leyden died is Wyatt. He died like a dog, he was hanged and the halter paid for. For his companions, do they trouble you? I can tell you they troubled some men before, for they were all killed, and none escaped, no not so much as one to tell the tale of the rainbow. Hear what it is to be Anabaptists, to be Puritans, to be villains. You may be counted illuminate botchers for a while, but your end will be good people pray for me. With the tragical catastrophe of this Munsterian conflict, did I cashier the new vocation of my coroliership. There was no more honorable wars in Christendom than towards. Wherefore, after I had learned to be half an hour in bidding a man bonier in germain synonyms, I trawled along the country towards England as fast as I could. What with wagons bare tentos hoing, attained to Middleborough good lord, see the changing chances of these knight-errant infants, I met with the right honorable Lord Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, my late master. Jesu, I was persuaded. I should not be more glad to see Hohen than I was to see him. Oh, it was a right noble lord, liberality itself. If in this Eron age there were any such creature as liberality left on the earth, a prince in content because a poet without peer. Destiny newer defames herself, but when she lets an excellent poet die. If there be any spark of Adam's paradised perfection, yet embered VP in the breasts of mortal men, certainly God hath bestowed that his perfectest image on poets. None come so near to God in wit, none more contemny the world, vadis auris non temur est animus, saith Horace versus Amat hoc studit Venern. Seldom ha you seen any poet possessed with auris, onely verses he lows, nothing else he delights in, and as they contemny the world, so contrarily of the mechanical worlda are none more contemned. Despised they are of the worlda, because they are not of the world. Their thoughts are exalted above the worlda of ignorance and all earthly conceits. As sweet angelical choristers they are continually connoissant in the Hohen of arts. Hohen itself is but the highest height of knowledge, he that knows himself all things else, knows the means to be happy. Happy, thrice happy, are they whom God hath doubled his spirit VP pon, and genuine a double soul. VNTO to be poets. My heroical master exceeded in the supernatural kind of wit, he entertained no gross earthly spirit of auris, nor weak womanly spirit of pusillanimity and fear that are fain to be of the water, but admirable, airy, and fiery spirits, full of freedom, magnanimity, and bountyhood. Let me not speak any more of his accomplishments. For fear I spend all my spirits in praising him, and lo myself no vigor of wit, or effects of a soul to go forward with my history. Having thus met him I so much adored, no interpleading was there of opposite occasions. But backy, I must return and bear half stakes with him in the lottery of trial. I was not altogether willing to walk along with such a good perseverer, yet musing what changeable humor had so sedanely seduced him from his native soil to seek out needless perils in these parts beyond sea, one night very boldly I demanded of him the reason that moved him thereto. Ah, quoth he, my little page, full little canst thou perceive how far metamorphosed I am from myself, since I last saw thee. There is a little god called Lao, that will not be worshipped of any leaden brains, one that proclaims himself sole king and emperor of piercing eyes and chief sourigety of soft hearts. He it is that, exercising his empire in my eyes, hath exorcised and clean conneared me from my content. Thou knowest stately Geraldine, too stately I fear for me to do homage to her statue or shrine. She it is that is come out of Italy to bewitch all the wise men of England. Vpon Queen Catherine Dowager she waits, that hath a dowry of beauty sufficient to make her wooed of the greatest kings in Christendom. Her high exalted sunbeams ha set the phoenix neast of my breast on fire, and I myself ha brought Arabian spiceries of sweet passions and praises, to furnish out the funeral flame of my folly. Those who were condemned to be smothered to death by sinking down into the soft bottom of an high-built bed of roses, newer died so sweet a death as I should a die, if her rose-colored disdain were my deathsman. O thrice imperial Hampton Court, Cupid's enchanted castle, the place where I first saw the perfect omnipotence of the Almighty expressed in mortality, tease thou alone, that tithing all other men's solace in thy pleasant situation, affordest me nothing but an excellent begotten sorrow out of the chief treasury of all thy recreations. Dear Wilton, we understand that there it was where I first set eye on my more than celestial Geraldine. Seeing her I admired her, all the whole receptacle of my sight was inhabited with her rare worth. Long suit and incessant protestations got me the grace to be entertained. Did newer lowing Sarowent so prentice like obey his newer pleased mistress as I did her. My life, my wealth, my friends, had all their destiny depending on her command. Up in a time I was determined to troil, the fame of Italy, and in a special affection I had Vnto poetry my second mistress, for which Italy was so famous, had wholly roused me Vnto it, there was no dehortment from it, but needs thither I woulda wherefore. Coming to my mistress as she was then walking with other ladies of estate in paradise at Hampton Court, I most humbly besought her of that she would giu me so much gracious low to absent myself from her Cerois, as to troil a year or two in Italy. She very discreetly answered me, that if my law were so hot as I had often aucht, I did very well to apply the plaister of absence Vnto it. For absence, as they say, causeth forgetfulness, yet nevertheless, since it is Italy my native country you are so desirous to see, I am the more willing to make my will yours. I pete Italium, go and seek Italy with Enoas, but be more true than Enoas. I hope that kind witcherishing climate will work no change in so witty a breast. No country of mine shall it be more, if it conspire with thee, in any new law against me. One charge I will giu thee, and let it be rather a request than a charge. When thou comest to Florence, the fair city from whence I fetched the pride of my birth, by an open challenge, defend my beauty against all comers. Thou hast that honorable carriage in arms, that it shall be no discredit for me to bequeath all the glory of my beauty to thy well-gowned arm. Fain would I be known where I was born, fain would I ha thee known where fame sits in her chiefest theatre. Farewell, forget me not, continued deserts will eternize me vnto thee, thy full wishes shall be expired when thy trial shall be once ended. Here did tears step out before words, and intercepted the course of my kind concerned speech. Ewan as wind is allayed with rain. With heart-scalding sighs I confirmed her parting request, and vowed myself hers, while leewing heat allowed me to be mine own. Hinc allo lacrimo here hence proceedeth the whole cause of my peregrination. Not a little was I delighted with this vnexpected low story, especially from a mouth out of which was not wont to march, but stern precepts of groity and modesty. I swear vnto you I thought his company the better by 1,000 crowns, because he had discarded those nice terms of chastity and continency. Now I beseech God low me so well as I low a plain-dealing man, earth is earth, flesh is flesh, earth will to earth, and flesh vnto flesh, frail earth, frail flesh, who can keep you from the work of your creation? Dismissing this fruitless annotation pro et contra, towards Venice we progressed, took Rotterdam in our wea, that was clean out of our wea. There we met with aged learning's chief ornament, that abundant and superingenious clerk Erasmus, as also with merry Sir Thomas More our countryman, who was come purposely hour a little before V's to visit the Sade Graf Father Erasmus. What talk, what conference we had then, it were here superfluous to rehearse. But this I can assure you, Erasmus in Al, his speeches seemed so much to mislike the indiscretion of princes in preferring of parasites fools, that he decreed with himself to swim with the stream, and write a book forthwith in commendation of folly. Quick-witted Sir Thomas More trialed in a clean contrary pruence, for he seeing most commonwealths corrupted by ill custom, that principalities were nothing but great piracies, which gotten by violence and murder, were maintained by preuate viendermining and bloodshed, that in the chiefest flourishing kingdoms there was no equal or well-divided weal one with another, but a manifest conspiracy of rich men against poor men, procuring their own vn lawful commodities, vn the name and interest of the commonwealth. He concluded with himself to lay down a perfect plot of a commonwealth or government, which he would entitle his Vtopia. So left we them to prosecute their discontented studies, made our next journey to Wittenberg. At the very point of our entrance into Wittenberg, we were spectators of a very solemnly scholastical entertainment of the Duke of Saxony Thither, whom because he was the chief patron of their city, and had took Luther's part in banishing the Mass, and all like papal jurisdiction out of their town, they croaked vnto extremely. The chief ceremonies of their entertainment were these. First, the heads of their city, they were great heads of certainty, met him in their hooded hypocrisy and doctorly accoustrement, secundum formam statuti, whereby the orator of the city, whose picarduent was very plentifully besprinkled with rose water, a very learned or rather ruthful oration was de leeward, for it rained all the while signifying thus much, that it was al by patch and by piecemeal stalny out of Tully, he must pardon them, though in emptying their phrase books, the air emptied his entrails. For they did it not in any ostentation of wit which they had not, but to shew the extraordinary good will they bear. The Duke, to haw him stand in the rain till he was thorough what 1,000 corned madams and quapropters he came o'er him with, Ury sentence he concluded with esse posse videtur. Through all the 9 worthies he ran with praising and comparing him, Nestor's years he assured him off vender the broad seal of their supplications. And with that crow, Troden verse in Virgil, dum juga Montes aper, he packed VP his pipes and cried 510. That pageant hour passed, there rushed vpon him a miserable rabblement of junior graduates that all crid out vpon him mightily in their gibberage like a company of beggars. God saw your grace, God saw your grace, Jesus preserve your hinds, though it be but for an hour. Some 3 halfpennyworth of Latin here also had he thrown at his face, but it was choice stuff I can tell you, as there is a choice ewan amongst ragas gathered VP from the dunghill. At the town's end met him the burghers and dunsticle incorporationers of Wittenberg in their distinguished leery faces I mean, for they were most of them hot leeward drunkards, and had all the coat coolers of sanguine, purple, crimson, copper, carnation that were to be had in their countenances. Filthy gnaws, no cost had they bestowed on the town for his welcome, sawing new painted their hose bousing houses, which commonly are built fairer than their churches, and o'er their gates set the town arms, which sounded gulping after this sort, Van Hitten, Slotten, Bloschen, Glotten, Gelders like. What year the words were, the sense was this: good drink is a medicine for all diseases. A bursten belly incorn orator called Vanderhulk they picked out to present him with an oration, one that had a sulphurous big swalny large face, like a Saracen, eyes like two Kentish oysters, a mouth that opened as wide every time he spake, as one of those oldie knit trapdoors, a beard as though it had been made of a bird's nest, plucked in pieces, which consisteth of straw, hair, and dirt mixed together. He was apparelled in blacky leather new liquored, and a short gown without any gathering in the backy, faced before and behind with a boisterous bare skin, and a red nightcap on his head. To this purport and effect was this broxing double beer oration. Right noble Duke idio nobilis quasi nobilis, for you ha no bile or choler in you. Know that our present incorporation of Wittenberg, by me the tongueman of their thankfulness, a townesman by birth, a free germain by nature, an orator by art, and a scrivener by education, in all obedience chastity, most bountifully bid you welcome to Wittenberg. Welcome, said I? O orificial rhetoric, wipe thy everlasting mouth, and afford me a more Indian metaphor than that, forth brought princely bloud of a Saxon. Oratory viencask the hard hutch of thy compliments, and with the triumphantest troop in thy treasury, do truage vientio him. What impotent speech with his 8 parts may not specify this venestimable gift holding his peace, shall as it were with tears I speak it do werby as it may seem or appear, to manifest or declare yet it is not, yet it may be a diminutio oblation meritorious to your high pusillanimity and dignity. Why should I go gadding and fiskigging after firking flantado amphibologies? Wit is wit, and goodwill is goodwill. With all the wit I ha, I hear according to the premises, offer VP VNTO you the city's general goodwill, which is a gilded can, in manner and form following, for you and the heirs of your body lawfully begot, to drink healths in. The scholastical squitter books clout you VP canopies footclothes of verses. We that are good fellows, and lee you as merry as cup and can, will not verse vpon you as they do, but must do as we can, and entertain you if it be but with a plain empty can. He hath learning and awe that hath learned to drink to his first man. Gentle Duke, without paradox be it spoken, thy horses at your own proper costs and charges shall need VP to the knees all the while thou art here in spruce beer Lubeck liquor. Not a dog thou bringst with thee but shall be banqueted with Rhenish wine and sturgeon. On our shoulders we wear no lamb's skin or miniure like these academics, yet we can drink to the confusion of all thy enemies. Good lambus will haw we for their lamb skins, and for their miniure, large minerals in our coffers. Mechanical men they call these, and not amiss, for most of versus being machi, it is, cuckolds warmasters, fetch our antiquity from the temple of Mocha, where Mahomet is hung VP. 3 parts of the world, America, Afrique, and Asia, are of this our mechanic religion. Nero, when he crid o quantus artifex perio, professed himself of our freedom, insomuch as artifex is a citizen or craftsman, as well as carnifex a scholar or hangman. Pass on by low into the precincts of our abomination. Bony Duke, frolic in our bows, and persuade thyself that you and his garlic hath 3 properties, to make a man wink, drink, and stink, so we will wink on thy imperfections, drink to thy forites, all thy foes shall stink before these, so be it farewell. The Duke laughed not a little at this ridiculous oration, but that very night, as great an ironical occasion was ministered, for he was bidden to one of the chief scholesto, a comedy handled by scholars. Acolastus the prodigal child was the name of it, which was so filthily acted, so leathernly set forth, as would a ha mood laughter in Heraclitus. One as if he had been planing a clay floor stampingly trode the stage so hard with his feet, that I thought verily he had resolute to do the carpenter that set it VP some VT ter shame. Another flung his arms like cudgels at a pear tree, insomuch as it was mightily dreaded that he would strike the candles that hung about their heads out of their sockets, and low them all dark. Another did nothing but wink and make faces. There was a parasite, he with clapping his hands and thripping his fingers seemed to dance an antiquity, to and fro, the only thing they did well, was the prodigal child's hunger, most of their scholars being hungrily kept, and surely you would ha said they had been brought VP in Hogg's Academy to learn to eat acorns, if you had seen how sedulously they fell to them. Not at east had they to keep their auditors from sleep, but of swill and draught. Yes, now and then the servant put his hand into the dish before his master, and almost choked himself, eating slowenly and rawnously to cause sport. The next day they had solemnity disputations, where Luther and Carolus Stadius scolded Luel Coil. A mass of words I wot well they heaped VP against the Mass and the Pope, but farther particulars of their disputations I remember not. I thought verily they would ha worried one another with words, they were so earnest and vehement. Luther had the louder voice, Carolus Stadius went beyond him in beating and bouncing with his fists, supra nos nihil ad nos. They vt turd nothing to make a man laugh, therefore I will loathe them. Merry Thayer outward Easters now, and then would afford a man a morsel of mirth. Of those two I mean not so much, as of all the other train of opponents and respondents. One pecked like a crane with his forefinger at every half-syllable he brought forth, and nodded with his nose like an oldie singing man, teaching a young chorister to keep time. Another would be sure to wipe his mouth with his handkerchief at the end of every full point and ewer, when he thought he had cast a figure so curiously. As he did our head and ears into his auditor's admiration, he would take occasion to stroke VP his hair, and twine VP his mustachios twice or thrice hour, while they might ha leisure to applaud him. A third wowered and waggled his head, like a proud horse playing with his bridle, or as I ha seen some fantastical swimmer, at every stroke, train his chin sidelong o'er his left shoulder. A fourth sweat and foamed at the mouth, for very anger his adversary had denied that part of his syllogism, which he was not prepared to answer. A fifth spread his arms like an visher that goes before to make room, and thripped with his finger his thumb when he thought he had tickled it with a conclusion. A sixth hung down his countenance like a sheep, and studded and slowered very pitifully when his inuntion was stepped aside out of the way. A seventh gasped and gapped for wind, and groaned in his pronunciation as if he were hard bound in some bad argument. Gross plotters they were all, that had some learning and reading, but no wit to make VSC of it. They imagined the Duke took the greatest pleasure and contentment viender hoen to hear them speak Latin, and as long as they talked nothing but Tully, he was bound to attend them. A most vain thing it is in many Vneuicities at this day, that they count him excellent eloquent, who stealeth not whole phrases but whole pages out of Tully. If of a number of shreds of his sentences he can shape an oration, from all the world he carries it away, although in truth it be no more than a fool's coat of many coolers. No innuention or matter ha they of their own, but tacky VP a style of his stale gallimaphries. The leaden-headed Germains first began this, and we Englishmen ha surfeited of their absurd imitation. I pity Nizolius that had nothing to do, but pick thrids ends out of an oldie hour-worn garment. This is but by the way, we must look backy to our disputants. One amongst the rest thinking to be more conceited than his fellows, seeing the Duke ha dog he loud well, which sate by him on the terrace, conwerted all his oration to him, and not a hair of his tail but he chemmed out with comparisons. So to ha courted him if he were a bitch had been very suspicious. Another commented descanted on the Duke's staff, new tipping it with many quaint epithets. Some cast his nat-uity, and promised him he should not die till the day of judgment, omitting further superfluities of this stamp. In this general assembly, we found intermixed that abundant scholar Cornelius Agrippa. At that time, he bare the fame to be the greatest canaera in Christendom. Scoto that did the eagling tricks here before the queen, newer came near him, 1/4 in magic reputation. The doctors of Wittenberg, doting on the rumor that went of him, desired him before the Duke and them to do something extraordinary memorable. One requested to see pleasant Plautus, that he would show them in what habit he went, and with what countenance he looked, when he ground corn in the 1099. Another had half a moneth's mind to Uid and his hook nose. Erasmus, who was not wanting to that honorable meeting, requested to see Tully in that same grace and majesty. He pleaded his oration pro ratio amorino, affirming that till in person he beheld his importunity of pleading, he would not be persuaded any man could a carry away a manifest case with rhetoric so strongly. To Erasmus' petition he easily condescended, and willing the doctors at such an hour to hold their convocation, and Uri one to keep him in his place without mooing. At the time prefixed and entered Tully, ascended his pleading place, and declaimed verbatim the forenamed oration, but with such astonishing amazement, with such fervent exaltation of spirit, with such soul-stirring Easters, that all his auditors were ready to install his guilty client for a god. Great was the concourse of glory Agrippa drew to him with this one feat. And indeed he was so cloyed with men which came to behold him, that he was fain sooner than he woulda, to return to the emperor's court from whence he came, and lo Wittenberg before he woulda. With him we trawled along, hawing purchased his acquaintance a little before. By the way, as we went, my master and I agreed to change names. It was concluded betwixt these that I should be the Earl of Sarai, and he my man, onely because in his own person, which he would not ha reprocht, he meant to take more liberty of behaviour. As for my carriage, he knew he was to tune it at a key, either high or low, or as he list. To the emperor's court we came, where our entertainment was way plentiful, carouses we had in whole gallons instead of quart pots. Not a health was G.U.N.V's, but contained well near a hogshead. The customs of the country we were eager to be instructed in, but nothing we could a learn but this. that you were at the emperor's coronation, there is an ox roasted with a stag in the belly, and that stag in his belly hath a kid, and that kid is stuffed full of birds. Some courtiers to weary out time would tell verses further tales of Cornelius Agrippa, and how when Sir Thomas More our countryman was there, he showed him the whole destruction of Troy in a dream. How the Lord Cromwell being the king's ambassador there, in like case, in a perspective glass he set before his eyes, King Henry the Eighth with all his lords hunting in his forest at Windsor, and when he came into his study, and was very argent to be partaker of some rare experiment, that he might report when he came into England, he wiled him amongst 2,000 great books to take down which he list, and begin to read one line in any place, and without book he would a rehearse 20 lows following. Cromwell did so, and in man-eye books tried him, when in Uri thing he exceeded his promise and conquered his expectation. To Charles V then emperor, they reported how he showed the 9 worthies, Doid, Salomon, Gedion, and the rest, in that similitude and likeness that they liewed vpon earth. My master and I hoing by the high way aside gotten some reasonable familiarities with him, vpon this excess of miracles imputed to him, resolute to request him something in our own behalfs. I, because I was his suborned lord and master, desired him to see the leally image of Geraldine his low in the glass, and what at that instant she did, and with whom she was talking. He showed her vis without more ado, sick weeping on her bed, and resolute all into Dio religion for the absence of her lord. At the sight thereof he coulda in no wise refrain, though he had took vp upon him the condition of a Saruant, but he must forthwith frame this extemporal ditty. All soul, no earthly fleshy, why dost thou fade? All gold, no worthless dross, why look'st thou pale? Sickness, how darst thou one so fair annuity? Too base infirmity to work her bale. Hoen be distempered since she grieved pines. Newer be dry these my sad plaint to you lines. Pierch thou my spirit on her silver breasts, and with therpain redoubled music beatings. Let them toss thee to world where all twile rests, where bliss is subject to no fair's defeatings. Her praise I tune whose tongue doth tune the spheres, and gets new muses in her hearers' ears. Stars fall to fetch fresh light from her rich eyes. Her bright brow drews the sun to clouds beneath. Her hair ease reflex with red strokes paints the skies. Sweet morn and yuning dew flows from her breath. Phoebe rules tides, she my tears tides forth drossy. In her sick bed Hugh sits and maketh laws. Her dainty limbs tinsel I her silk soft sheets. Her rose-crowned cheeks eclipse my day's lead sight. O glass with too much eye my thoughts thou greets. And yet thou shew'st me day but by twilight. I'll kiss thee for the kindness I hoy felt. Her lips one kiss would vnto nectar melt. Though the emperor's court, and the extraordinaire edifying company of Cornelius Agrippa, might ha been arguments of weight to ha Aristid versus a little longer there. Yet Italy still stuck as a great mote in my master's eye. He thought he had trawled no farther thaw Wales, till he had took Surrey of that country, which was such a curious moulder of wits. To cut off blind ambages by the highway side, we made a long stride got to Venice in short time, where hoing scarce looked about viz. A precious supernatural Pandor, apparelled in all points like a gentleman, and hoing half a dozen sural languages in his purse, entertained viz in our own tongue very paraphrastically and eloquently, and maugre all other pretended acquaintance, would ha viz in a violent kind of courtesy to be the guests of his appointment. His name was Petro de Campo Frigo, a notable practitioner in the policy of bawdry. The place whither he brought viz was a pernicious courtesan's house named Tabitha the Temptress's, a wench that could set as Sewell a face on it, as Chastity's first martyr Lucretia. What will you conceit to be in Annie Saint's house that was there to seek? Books, pictures, beads, crucifixes, why there was a haberdasher's shop of them in Uri chamber. I warrant you should not see one set of her neckerchief perwerted or turned ori, not a piece of a hair displaced. On her beds there was not a wrinkle of Annie wallowing to be found. Her pillows bare out as smooth as a groaning weew's belly, yet she was a Turk and an infidel, and had more doinges than all her neighbors besides. Us for our money they said like emperors. I was master as you heard before, and my master the earl was but as my chief man whom I made my companion. So it happened as iniquity will out at one time or other that she pursuing my expense had no more vents than it should ha, fell in with my supposed Semet my man, and gaw him half a promise of marriage, if he would have helped to make me away, that she and he might anigh the yules and wealth that I had. The indifficulty of the condition thus she explained vnto him, her house stood v pon vaults, which in 200 years together were newer circed. Who came into her house none took notice of. His fellow servants that knew of his master's abode there, should be all dispatched by him as from his master, into sundry parts of the city about Busines, and when they returned, answer should be made that he lay not there any more, but had removed to Padua since their departure. Thither they must follow him. Now quoth she, if you be disposed to make him aware in their absence, you shall ha my house at command. Stab, poison, or shoot him through with a pistol, all is one. Into the vault he shall be thrown when the deed is done. On my bare honesty it was a crafty queen, for she had enacted with herself if he had been my legitimate servant, as he was one that served and supplied my necessities, when he had murdered me, to ha accused him of the murder, and made all that I had hers as I carried all. My master's wealth, money, Yules, rings, or bills of exchange continually about me. He very subtly consented to her stratagem at the first motion. Kill me he woulda, that Hoens could not withstand, and a pistol was the predestinate engine which must deliver the parting blow. God wot I was a raw young squeer, and my master dealt eudacely with me, for he told me but ewery thing that she and he agreed of. Wherefore I could not possibly preune it, but as a man would say awed it. The execution day aspired to his vitimos dilution. Into my chamber came my honorable attendant with his pistol, charged by his side very suspiciously and sullenly. Lady Tabitha and Petro de Catpo, Frigo her pander, followed him at the hard heels. At their entrance I saluted them all very familiarly and murrily, and began to impart vientio them. What disquiet dreams had disturbed me the last night I dreamed? Quoth I, that my man Brunkwell here, for no better name got he of me, came into my chamber with a pistol charged, viender his arm to kill me, and that he was suborned by you Mistress Tabitha, and my very good friend here Petro de Campo Frigo. God send it torn to good, for it hath affrighted me a bow measure. As they were ready to enter into a colorable commonplace of the deceitful frivolousness of dreams, my trusty servant Brunkwell stood quivering and quaking ewery eyed of him, and as it was before compacted between viz, let his pistol drop from him on the sedan, wherewith I started out of my bed, and drew my rapier and cried murther, murther, which made good wife Tabitha ready to bepiss her. My servant, or my master, which you will, I took roughly by the collar, and threatened to run him thorough incontinent if he confessed not the truth. He as it were stricken with remorse of conscience, God be with him, for he could counterfeit most daintily down on his knees, asked me for geoings, and impeached Tabitha and Petro de Catpo Frigo as guilty of subornation. I very mildly and grawly gaw him audience. Rail on them I did not after his tale was ended, but said I would try what the law could ado. Conspiracy by the custom of their country was a capital offense, and what custom or eustis might afford they should be all sure to feel. I could quoth I acquite myself otherwise, but it is not for a stranger to be his own carwer in ruinage. Not a word more with Tabitha, but die she would before God or the jewel would haw her. She sounded and ruyed, and then sounded again, and after she ruyed again sighed hoily, spoke faintly and pitifully, yea, and so pitifully, as if a man had not known the pranks of harlots before, he would ha melted in commiseration. Tears, sighs, and doleful tuned words could not make any forcible claim to my stony ears. It was the glistering crowns that I hungered and thirsted after, and with them for all her mock holiday Easters, she was fain to come off, before I would a condescend to any bargain of. Silence, so it fortuned 5 upon that Vnfortunate word of fortune it this whore, this queen, this courtesan, this common of 10,000, so bribing me not to bewray her, had you and me a great deal of counterfeit gold, which she had received of a coiner to make away a little before. Amongst the gross sum of my bribery, I silly milkessop mistrusting no deceit, Viender an angel of light took what she gaw me, near turned it hour, for which falsehood and fair show my master, and I had like to ha been turned hour. He that is a knight errant, exercised in the affairs of ladies and gentlewomen, hath more places to send money to, than the deal hath to send his spirits to. There was a delicate wench called Floya Emilia lodging in Mark Street at a goldsmith's, which I would fain ha had to the grand test, to try whether she were current in alchemy or no. A me, she was but a counterfeit slip, for she not only gaw me the slip, but had wellnigh made me a slipstring. To her I sent my gold to beg an hour of grace, graceless fornicatress. My hostess she were confederate, who hoing gotten but one piece of my ill gold into their cans, dukes the means to make me immortal. I could drink for anger till my head ached, to think how I was abused. Shall I shame the duel and speak the truth? To prison was I sent as principal, and my master as accessory, nor was it to prison neither, but to the master of the mince house, who though partly our eage, and a most sewer viprite eustis in his own nature, extremely seemed to condole our ignorant estate, and without all peradventure a present redress he administered, if certain of our countrymen hearing an English earl was apprehended for coining, had not come to visit V's. An ill planet brought them thither, for at the first glance they knew the Saruan of my secrecies to be the Earl of Surrey, and I not worthy to be named I an outcast of his cup or his pantoffles. Thence sprang the full period of our infelicity. The master of the mint, our whilom, refresher, and consolation, now took part against V's. He thought we had a mint in our head of mischievous conspiracies against their state. Hoans bear witness with V's it was not so. Hoans will not always come to witness when they are called. To a straighter ward were we committed. That which we ha imputatially transgressed must bonesward. O the heathen high pass, and the intrinsical legerdemain of our special, a proud good Pandor Petro de Campo Frigo. He, although he dipped in the same dish with versus Uri Dea, seeming to labor our cause veri importunately, and had interpreted for versus to the state from why beginning, yet was one of those treacherous brother trulies, and abused V's most darkly. He interpreted to V's with a pestilence, for whereas we stood obstinately vpon it, we were wrongfully detained, and that it was naught but a malicious practice of sinful Tabitha our late hostess, he by a fine knick-catching corrupt translation made verses plainly to confess, and cry miserere, ere we had need of our neck verse. Detestable, detestable, that the flesh and the jewel should a deal by their factors. He stand to it, there is not a pander but hath vowed paganismy. The jewel himself is not such a jewel as he, so be he perform his function aright. He must haw the backy of an asse, the snout of an elephant, the wit of a fox, and the teeth of a wolf. He must fawn like a spaniel, crouch like a Jew, hear like a sheep-bidder. If he be half a Puritan, and haw scripture continually in his mouth, he speeds the better. I can tell you it is a trade of great promotion, and let none your think to mount by Cerois in foreign courts, or creep near to some magnifique lords, if they be not seen in this science. Oh, it is the art of arts, and 10,000 times goes beyond the intelligencer. None but a staid grossiual man is capable of it. He must ha exquisite courtship in him, or else he is not old who, he wants the best point in his tables. God be merciful to our Pandor, and that were for God to work a miracle, he was seen in all the suin liberal deadly sciences, not a sin, but he was as absolute in as Sathan himself. Sathan could newer ha supplanted V's, so as he 999. I may say it to you he planted in versus the first Italianate wit that we had. During the time we lay close and took physic in this castle of contemplation, there was a magnifico's wife of good calling sent in to bear V's company. Her husband's name was Castaldo, she hight Diamante. The cause of her committing was in V grounded Elis suspicion, which her doting husband had conceived of her chastity. One Isaac Medicus, a burgomast, was the man he chose to make him a monster, who being a courtier and repairing to his house very often, neither for love of him nor his wife, but only with a drift to borrow money of a pawn of wax and parchment, when he saw his expectation deluded, and that Castaldo was too chary for him to close with, he prickly with purpose of ruinge, gaw out. Amongst his copesmates, that he resorted to Castaldo's house for no other end but to cuckold him, doubtfully he talked that he had and he had not obtained his suit. Rings which he borrowed of a light courtesan that he said to, he would have feigned to be taken from her fingers, and in sum, so handled the matter that Castaldo exclaimed, out horse, strumpet, 6-penny hackster, away with her to prison. As glad were we almost as if they had genuine versus liberty, that fortune lent V's such a sweet pufolo. A pretty round-faced wench was it, with blacky side-brows, a high forehead, a little mouth, and a sharp nose, as fat and plumb Uri part of her as a plower. A skin as slike and soft as the backy of a swan, it doth me good when I remember her. Like a bird she tripped on the ground, and bare out her belly as majestical as an estrich. With a liquorous ruling eye fixed pursing on the earth, sometimes scornfully darted on the tone side, she figured forth a high discontented disdain, much like a prince puffing and storming at the treason of some mighty subject fled lately out of his power. Her very countenance repiningly wrathful, and yet clear and wrinkled, would ha confirmed the clearance of her conscience to the austerest eage in the world. If in anything she were culpable, it was in being too melancholy chaste, and showing herself as covetous of her beauty as her husband was of his bags. Many are honest because they know not how to be dishonest. She thought there was no pleasure in stolny bread, because there was no pleasure in an oldie man's bed. It is almost impossible that any woman should be excellently witty, and not make the most penny of her beauty. This age and this country of ours admits of some miraculous exceptions, but former times are my constant informers. Those that haw quick motions of wit, haw quick motions in everything. Iran onely needs many strokes. Onely Iran wits are not won without a long siege of entreaty. Gold easily bends, the most ingenious minds are easiest moved, ingenium nobis mal thalia dedit, saith Sappho to Phao. Who hath no merciful milde mistress, I will maintain, hath no witty but a clownish dull phlegmatic puppy to his mistress. This Magnifico's wife was a good lowing soul, that had metal enow in her to make a good wit of, but being newer removed from Viender her mother's and her husband's wing, it was not moulded and fashioned as it ought. Causeless distrust is able to drew you deceit into a simple woman's head. I durst pawn the credit of a page, which is worth M's ass at all times, that she was immaculate honest till she met with Versus in prison. Marie, what temptations she had then, when fire and flax were put together, conceit with your cellus, but hold my master excusable. Alacky he was too virtuous to make her vicious, he stood vipon religion and conscience. What a heinous thing it was to subvert God's ordinance. This was all the injury he would offer her. Sometimes he would imagine her in a melancholic humor to be his Geraldine, and court her in terms correspondent, nay he would swear she was his Geraldine, take her white hand and wipe his eyes with it, as though the very touch of her might staunch his anguish. Now would he kneel and kiss the ground as holy ground, which she vouchsafed to bless from barrenness by her steps. Who would ha learned to write an excellent passion, might have been a perfect tragic poet, had he but attended half the extremity of his lament. Passion vipon passion would throng one on another's neck. He would praise her beyond the moon and stars, and that so sweetly roishingly, as I persuade myself, he was more in love with his own curious forming fancy than her face. And truth it is, many become passionate lowers, only to win praise to their wits. Page 105. He praised, he prayed, he desired and besought her to pity him that perished for her. From this his entranced mistaking ecstasy could no man remow him. Who loweth resolutely, will include everything the name of his low. From prose he would leap into verse, and with these or such like rhymes assault her. If I must die, oh let me choose my death. Suck out my soul with kisses cruel maid. In thy breast's crystal bowels embalm me my breath. Dole it all out in sighs when I am laid. Thy lips on mine like cupping glasses clasp. Let our tongues meet and sear you as they would sting. Crush out my wind with one straight girding grasp. Stabs on my heart keep time whitest thou dost sing. Thy eyes like searing urines burn out mine. In thy fair tresses stifle me outright. Like Circe's change me to a loathsome swine. So I may lee you for ewer in thy sight. Into Hohen's joys can none profoundly see, except that first they meditate on thee. Sadly and verily, if my master said true, I should if I were a wench make many men quickly immortal. What is't for a maid fair and fresh to spend a little lip salu on a hungry lower? My master beat the bush and kept a coil and a prattling, but I caught the bird, simplicity and plainness shall carry it away in another world. God wot he was Petro Desperado. When I stepping to hear with a Dunstable tale, made VP my market a holy requiem to their souls that think to woo women with riddles. I had some cunning plot, you must suppose, to bring this about her husband had abused her, and it was very necessary she should be ruinged. Seldom do they prow patient martyrs who are punished venously. One way or other they will cry quittance whatsoever it cost them. No other apt means had this poor she captured Sicily, to work her haughty peak husband a proportionable plague to his elousy, but to gu his head his full loading of infamy. She thought she would make him complain for something that now was so hard bound with an heretical opinion. How I dealt with her, just gentle reader, sub audi that I was in prison, and she was my jailer. Means there was made after a moneths or 2 durance by 1,000. I own Russell, a gentleman of King Henry the Eighth's chamber, who then lay leisure at Venice for England, that our cause should be favorably heard. At that time was Monsieur Petro Aretino Searcher, and Chief Inquisitor for the College of Courtesans. Deus and sundry ways was this Aretine beholding to the King of England, especially for by this foresaid 1,000. Russell a little before he had sent him a pension of 400 crowns yearly during his life. Very forcibly was he dealt withal, to strain the VT most of his credit for our deliri. Nothing at his hands we sought, but that the courtesan might be more narrowly sifted and examined. Such and so extraordinary was his care and industry hearing, that within few days after Mistress, Tabitha and her pandor cried pecoi confidior, and we were presently discharged, they for example's sake executed. Most honorably after our enlargement of the state were we said, and had sufficient recompense for all our troubles and wrongs. Before I go any further, let me speak a word or two of this Aretine. It was one of the wittiest gnaws that you or God made. If out of so base a thing as in key there may be extracted a spirate, He writ with naught but the spirit of inky, and his style was the spirituality of arts, and nothing else, whereas all others of his age were but the lay temporality of incorn terms. For indeed they were mere temporizers, no better. His pen was sharp pointed like poniard. No leaf he wrote on, but was like a burning glass to set on fire all his readers. With more than musket shot did he charge his quill, where he meant to innuig. No 1 hour but he sent a whole legion of jewels into some herd of swine or other. If Marshall had 10 muses, as he saith of himself when he but tasted a cup of wine, he had 10 score when he determined to tyrannize. Near a line of his, but was able to make a man drunken with admiration. His sight pierced like lightning into the entrails of all abuses. This I must needs say, that most of his learning he got by hearing the lectures at Florence. It is sufficient that learning he had, and a conceit exceeding all learning, to quintessence every thing which he hard. He was no timorous, servile flatterer of the commonwealth wherein he lewd. His tongue and his innuention were forborn, what they thought they would confidently vtiter. Princes he sparred not, that in the least point transgressed. His life he contemned in comparison of the liberty of speech, whereas some dull brain maligners of his accuse him of that treatise de tribus impostoribus mundi, which was newer contriued without a general counsel of duels. I am verily persuaded it was none of his, and of my mind are a number of the most judicial Italians. One reason is this, because it was published 40 years after his death, and he newer in all his life wrote anything in Latin. Certainly I ha heard that one of Maciul's followers and disciples was the author of that book, who to awe discredit, filked it forth viender Aretine's name, a great while after he had sealed VP his eloquent spirit in the graw. Too much gall did that wormhood of Gibline wits put in his inky, who engraved that rhubarb epitaph on this excellent poet's tombstone. Quite forsaken of all good angels was he, and vt turly giu an hour to an artless inui. 4 Vnicities honored Aretine with these rich titles: Il flagello de principe il veritiro, il duino, el vinico aretino. The French King Francis I he kept in such awe that to chain his tongue, he sent him a huge chain of gold, in the form of tongues fashioned. Singularly hath he commented of the humanity of Christ besides, as Moses set forth his Genesis, so hath he set forth his Genesis also, including the contents of the whole Bible. A notable treatise hath he compiled, called Il Set Sami Potentiarii. All the Tommasos ha cause to low him, because he hath dilated so magnificently of the life of Saint Thomas. There is a good thing that he hath set forth La Vita della Virgin Maria, though it somewhat smell of superstition, with a number more, which here for tediousness I suppress. If lascivious he were, he may answer with Uid, vita vericunda est, musa iacosimi est, my life is chaste though wanton be my verse. Tell me who is most trawled in histories, what good poet is or ewer was there, who hath not had a little spice of wontons in days? Ewan Beza himself by your low. Aretine, as long as the world lius shalt thou liu. Tully, Virgil, Uid, Seneca, were newer such ornaments to Italy as thou hast been. I newer thought of Italy more religiously than England till I heard of thee. Peace to thy ghost, and yet methinks so indefinite a spirit should ha no peace or intermission of pains, but be penning ditties to the archangels in another world. Puritans spew forth the venom of your dull inuntions. A toad swells with thick troubled poison, you swell with poisonous perturbations, your malice hath not a clear dram of Annie-inspired disposition. My principal subject plucks me by the elbow, Diamante Castaldo's the Magnifico's wife, after my enlargement proud to be with child, at which instant there grew an insatiable famine in Venice, wherein, whether it were for mere niggardise, or that Castaldo still eat out his heart with Eolausi, Saint Anne be our record, he turned VP the heels very diotly. To Master Aretine after this, once more very dutifully I appealed, requested him of 4, acknowledged former gratuities. He made no more humming or halting, but in despite of her husband's kinsfolks, gaw her nunc dimittis, and so established her free of my company. Being out and fully possessed of her husband's goods, she inusted me in the state of a monarch. Because the time of childbirth drew nigh, and she could not remain in Venice but discredited, she decreed to trial whether so you or I would a conduct her. To see Italy throughout was my proposed scope, and that way if she would a trial ha with her, I had wherewithal to relieve her. From my master by her full hand proukment I parted without low. The state of an earl he had thrust VP upon me before, and no, I would not bate him an inch of it. Through all the cities passed I by no other name but the young Earl of Surrey. My pomp, my apparel, train, and expense was nothing inferior to his. My looks were as lofty, my words as magnifical. Memorandum, that Florence being the principal scope of my master's course, missing me, he journeyed thither without interruption. By the way as he went, he heard of another Earl of Surrey besides himself, which caused him make more haste to fetch me in, whom he little dreamed of, had such art in my budget, to separate the shadow from the bawdy. Our take me at Florence he did, where sitting in my pontificalibus with my courtesan at supper, like Anthony and Cleopatra, when they quaffed standing bowls of wine spiced with pearl together, he stole an air we sent for him, and bade much good at V's, and asked versus whether we wanted any guests. If he had asked me whether I would ha hanged myself, his question had been more acceptable. He that had then V'n gartered me, might ha plucked out my heart at my hams. My soul, which was made to soar VP ward, now sought for passage downward, my blood as the blushing Sabine maids, surprised on the Sedaine by the soldiers of Romulus, ran to the noblest of Bloud amongst them for succor, that were in no less if not greater danger, so did it run for refuge to the noblest of his Bloud. About my heart assembled that stood in more need itself of comfort and refuge. A trembling earthquake or shaking foe assailed either of these, and I think Vien feignedly, if he seeing our faint heart agony, had not soon cheered and refreshed these, the dogs had gone together by the ears Vien dur the table for our fear-dropped limbs. Instead of menacing or affrighting me with his sword, or his frowns for my superlative presumption, he burst out into a laughter about Ella, to think how brawly napping he had took V's, and how notably we were damped stroke dead in the neast, with the unexpected view of his presence. Ah, quoth he, my noble lord, after his tongue had borrowed a little low of his laughter, is it my luck to visit you thus Vien looked for? I am sure you will bid me welcome, if it be but for the name's sake. It is a wonder to see two English earls of one house at one time together in Italy. I, hearing him so pleasant, began to gather VP my spirits, and replied as boldly as I durst, sir, you are welcome, your name which I ha borrowed I ha not abused. Some large sums of money this my sweet mistress Diamante hath made me master of, which I knew not how better to employ for the honor of my country, than by spending it munificently under your name. No Englishman would I ha renowned for bounty, magnificence, and courtesy, but you, under your colors all my meritorious works I was desirous to shroud. Deem it no insolence to add increase to your fame. Had I basely and beggarly, wanting ability to support any part of your royalty, took the estimation of this high calling, your allegement of veneery had been the greater, and my defense less authorized. It will be thought but a policy of yours thus to send one before you, who being a follower of yours, shall keep and fold the estate and port of an earl. I ha known many earls myself that in their own persons would go very plain, but delighted to ha one that belonged to them being loaden with jewels, apparelled in cloth of gold, and all the rich embroidery that might be to stand bareheaded vnto him, arguing thus much, that if why greatest men went not more sumptuous, how more great than the greatest was he that could command one going so sumptuous. A noble man's glory appeareth in nothing so much as in the pomp of his attendants. What is the glory of the sun, but that the moon and so many millions of stars borrow their light from him? If you can reprehend me of any one illiberal licentious action I ha disparaged your name with, heap shame on me prodigally, I beg no pardon or pity. Non veniunt in idem pudor amor, he was loth to detract from one that he loud so. Beholding with his eyes that I dipped not the wings of his honor, but rather increased them with additions of expense, he entreated me as if I had been an ambassador, he gaw me his hand and swore he had no more hearts but one, and I should ha half of it, in that I so enhanced his obscured reputation. One thing, quoth he, my sweet Jackie, I will entreat thee it shall, but one that though I am well pleased thou shouldest be the ape of my birthright. As what noble man hath not his ape his fool, yet that thou be an ape without a clog, not carry thy courtesan with thee. I told him that a king could do nothing without his treasury. This courtesan was my purse-bearer, my countenance and supporter. My earldom I would sooner resign than part with such a special benefactress. Resign it I will how you are, since I am thus challenged of Stalny goods by the true owner. Lo, into my former state I return again, poor Jack Wilton and your Sarowant am I, as I was at the beginning, and so will I pursue to my liu's ending. That theme was quickly cut off, and other talk entered in place, of what I ha forgot, but talk it was, and talk let it be, and talk it shall be, for I do not mean here to remember it. We supped, we got to bed, we rose in the morning, on my master I waited, and the first thing he did after he was VP, he went and visited the house where his Geraldine was born, at sight whereof he was so impassioned, that in the open street but for me, he would ha made an oration in praise of it. Into it we were conducted, and showed each several room thereto appertaining. Oh, but when he came to the chamber where his Geraldine's clear sunbeams first thrust themselves into this cloud of flesh, and acquainted mortality with the purity of angels, then did his mouth overflow with magnificats, his tongue thrust the stars out of Hoenn, and eclipsed the sun and moon with comparisons, Geraldine was the soul of Hoenn, sole daughter and heir to Primus Motor. The alchemy of his eloquence, out of the incomprehensible drossy matter of clouds and air, distilled no more quintessence than would make his Geraldine complete fair. In praise of the chamber that was so illuminatiously honored with her radiant conception, he penned this sonnet. Fair Rootney, the presence of sweet beauty's pride. The place the sun vpon the earth did hold. When Phaeton his chariot did misguide. The tower where Lau rained down himself in gold. Prostrate as holy grouted he worshipped thee. Our Lady's chapel henceforth be thou nanned. Here first Lau's queen put on mortality. And with her beauty all the world inflamed. Heatfin's chambers harboring fiery cherubines. Are not with thee in glory to compare. Lightning it is not light which in thee shines. None enter thee but straight entranced are. Oh, if Elysium be about the ground. Then here it is where naught but I is found. Many other poems and epigrams in that chamber's patient alabaster enclosure which her melting eyes long since had softened were curiously engraved. Diamonds thought themselves dig mundi, if they might but caru here name on the naked glass. With them on it did he anatomize these bow-jaunting mots, dulce pula malum est, quod fugit ipse sequer, amor est teni causa sequendi, o infalix ego, cur vidi curpiri, non patienter amo, tantum patiater amari. After the view of these venereal monuments, he published a proud challenge in the Duke of Florence court against all comers, whether Christians, Turks, cannibals, Jews, or Saracens, in defense of his Geraldine's beauty. More mildly was it accepted, in that she whom he defended was a town-born child of that city, or else the pride of the Italian would ha prevented him ere he should ha come to perform it. The Duke of Florence nevertheless sent for him, and demanded him of his estate, and the reason that drew him thereto, which when he was advertised of to the full, he granted all countries whatsoever, as well enemies and outlaws, as friends and confederates, free access and regress into his dominions vn molested, vn till that insolent trial were ended. The right honourable and ewer renowned Lord Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, my singular good lord and master, entered the lists after this order. His armour was all intermixed with lilies and roses, and the bases thereof bordered with nettles and weeds, signifying stings, crosses, and hour-growing encumbrances in his lough. His helmet round proportioned like a gardener's waterpot, from which seemed to issue forth small thrids of water, like cittern strings, that not only did moisten the lilies and roses, but did fructify as well the nettles and weeds, and made them hour-grow their liege lords. Whereby he did import thus much, that the tears that issued from his brain, as those artificial distillations issued from the well-counterfeit waterpot on his head, watered and gaw life as well to his mistress disdain, resembled to nettles and weeds as increase of glory to her care-causing beauty, comprehended viender the lilies and roses. The symbol thereto annexed was this, ex lacrimis lacrim. The trappings of his horse were pounced and balstered out with rough-plumed silver plush, in full proportion and shape of an estrich. On the breast of the horse were the foreparts of this greedy bird adouanced, whence as his manner is, he reeked out his long neck to the reins of the bridle, thinking they had been earon, and style seemed to gape after the golden bit, and ewer as the courser did race or curute to ha swallowed it half in. His wings, which he newer viseth but running, being spreaded full sail, made his lusty steed as proud viender him as he had been some other Pegasus, and so quiveringly and tenderly were these his broad wings bound to either side of him, that as he paced VP and down the tilt-yard in his majesty ere the knights were entered, they seemed wantonly to fan in his face and make a flickering sound, such as eagles doe, swiftly pursuing their prey in the air. On either of his wings, as the estrich hath a sharp goad or prick, wherewith he spurreth himself forward in his saily-sisted race, so this artificial estrich, on the embent knuckle of the pinion of either wing, had embossed crystal eyes affixed, wherein wheelwise were circularly engrafted sharp-pointed diamonds, as rays from those eyes dear-hued, that like the rowels of a spur ran deep into his horse sides, and made him more eager in his course. Such a fine dim shine dyed these crystal eyes, and these round and ranked diamonds make through their ballny swelling bowers of feathers, as if it had been a candle in a paper lantern, or a glowworm in a bush by night, glistering through the lows and briars. The tail of the estrich being short and thick, served vari fitly as a plume to trick VP his horsetail with, so that ewery part of him was as naturally copted as might be. The word to this Jewess was aculeo alatus. I spread my wings onely spurred with her eyes. The moral of the whole is this, that as the estrich, the most burning-sighted bird of all others, insomuch as the female of them hatcheth not here eggs by cowering them, but by the effectual rays of here eyes as he, Isaiah, outstrippeth the nimblest trippers of his feathered condition in footmanship, onely spurred on with the needle-quickening goad viender his side. So he no less burning sighted than the estrich, spurred on to the race of honor by the sweet rays of his mistress' eyes, persuaded himself he should outstrip all other in running to the goal of glory only animated and incited by her excellence. And as the estrich will eat iron, swallow any hard metal whatsoever, so would he refuse no iron adunture, no hard task whatsoever, to sit in the grace of so fair a commander. The order of his shield was this: it was framed like a burning glass, beset round with flame-colored feathers, on the outside whereof was his mistress' picture adorned as beautiful as art could portraiture, on the inside a naked sword tied in a true low knot, the mot militat omtiis amens, signifying that in a true low knot his sword was tied to defend and maintain the high features of his mistress. Next him entered the Blacky Knight, whose bower was pointed all torn bawdy, as though he had new come from combating with a bear. His headpiece seemed to be a little owen fraught full with smoothering flames, for nothing but sulphur and smoke voided out at the clefts of his bower. His bases were all embroidered with snakes' adders, engendered of the abundance of innocent blood that was shed. His horse's trappings were throughout bespangled with honey spots, which are no blemishes, but ornaments. On his shield he bare the sun full shining on a dial at his going down, the word sufficit tandem. After him followed the Knight of the Owl, whose armor was a stubbed tree grown with iui, his helmet fashioned like an owl sitting on the top of this iui. On his bases were wrought all kind of birds as on the ground wandering about him. The word, ideo murum quia monstranti, his horse's furniture was framed like a cart, scattering whole shows of corn amongst hogs. The word liberalitas liberalitate parrot. On his shield a bee entangled in sheep's wool, the mo frontis nulla fids. The fourth that succeeded was a well-proportioned knight in an armor imitating rust, whose headpiece was prefigured like flowers growing in a narrow pot, where they had not any space to spread their roots or disperse their flourishing. His bases embellished with open-armed hands scattering gold amongst truncheons, the word cura futuri est. His horse was harnessed with leaden chains, hawing the outside gilt, or at least saffroned instead of gilt, to decipher a holy or golden pretense of a coetus purpose, the sentence cani capilli me comps. On his target he had a number of crawling worms kept viender by a block, the faberthan sparamus lucent. The fifth was the Forsaken Knight, whose helmet was crowned with nothing but cypress and willow garlands. O'er his armor he had on Hymen's nuptial robe dyed in a dusky yellow, and all to be defaced and discolored with spot stains. The enigma, nasquoque floritness, as who should say, we ha been in fashion. His stead was adorned with orange tawny eyes, such as those that ha the yellow Andes, that make all things yellow they look vipon, with this brief qui inuident egent. Those that inui are hungry. The sixth was the Knight of the Storms, whose helmet was round molded like the moon, and all his armor like was, whereon the shine of the moon slightly silhouetted, perfectly represented moonshine in the water. His bases were the banks or shores that bounded in the streams. The spoke was this, frustrapicus, as much to say, as frutal ceruis. On his shield he set forth a lion driuen from his prey by a dunghill cock. The word non-Roman 6 said voce, not by violence but by his voice. The sewenth had like the giants that sought to scale Hoenn, in despite of Jupiter, a mount overwhelming his head and whole body. His bases outlaid with arms and leges, which the skirts of that mountain left being coward. Under this did he characterize a man desirous to climb to the Hoenn of honor, kept viender with the mountain of his prince's command, and yet had he arms and leges exempted from the suppression of the mountain. The word, to Mihai Cremini's author, alluding to his princes, command thou art the occasion of my imputed cowardice. His horse was trapped in the earthy strings of tree roots, which though their increase was stubbed down to the ground, yet were they not turly deaded, but hopped for an after resurrection. The word, spialor, I hope for a spring. Up in his shield he bare a ball striken down with a man's hand that it might mount the word, furior efferar, I suffer myself to be contemned, because I will climb. The eighth had all his armor throughout engrailed like a crabbed briery hawthorn bush, out of which notwithstanding sprung as a good child of an ill father fragrant blossoms of delightful May flowers, that made according to the nature of May a most odoriferous smell. In midst of this his snowy curled top, round wrapped together, on the ascending of his creast sate a solitary nightingale close encaged with a thorn at her breast, hawing this mow in her mouth, luctus monumenta mainbunt. At the foot of this bush represented on his bases, lay a number of blacky swalny toads gasping for wind, and summer leod grasshoppers gaping after dew, both which were choked with excessive drouth, and for want of shade. The word nan sign vulner viersko, I spring not without impediments, alluding to the toads and such like, that erst lay sucking at his roots, but no were turned out, and near choked with drought his horse was suited in blacky sandy earth as adiacent to this bush which was here and there, patched with short burnt grass, and as thick inky dropped with toiling ansemets as ewer it might crawl, who in the full of the summer moon, ruddy garnished on his horse's forehead hoarded VP Thayer Prusian of grain against winter. The word victrix fortuno sapientia, prudence pruens misfortune. On his shield he set forth the picture of death doing alms deeds to a number of poor desolate children. The word, nemo alias explicate no other man takes pity vipon versus. What his meaning was herein I cannot imagine, except death had done him and his brethren some great good turn in ridding them of some vn toward parent or kinsman that would ha been their confusion. For else I cannot see how death should ha been said to do alms deeds, except he had deprived them sedanely of their lius, to delure them out of some further misery, which could not in any wise be because they were yet liuing. The ninth was the infant knight, who on his armor had enameled a poor young infant, put into a ship without tackling, masts, furniture, or anything. This weather-beaten and ill-apparelled ship was shadowed on his bases, and the slender compass of his body set forth the right picture of an infant. The waws wherein the ship was tossed were fretted on his steed's trappings so mowingly, that ewer as he offered to bound or stirra, they seemed to bounce, and toss, and sparkle brine out of Thayer hoary silver billows. Thayer mo inopum me copia fecit, as much to say as the rich prey makes the thief. On his shielda he expressed an oldie goat that made a young tree to wither onely with biting it. The word thereto primo extinguer in ao, I am frostbitten ere I come out of the blade. It were here too tedious to manifest all the discontented or amorous joyses it were said in that tournament. The shields only of some few I will touch to make short work. One bare for his impressed the eyes of young swallows coming again after they were plucked out, with this mo, et added et adamit, your beauty both barrows and restores my sight. Another a siren smiling when the sea rageth and ships are overwhelmed, including a cruel woman that laughs, singes and scorns at her lower's tears, and the tempests of his despair, the word cunctiparunt, all my labor is ill employed. A third being troubled with a cursed, a treacherous and wanton wife, said this similitude. On his shield he caused to be limned Pompey's ordinance for parricides, as namely a man put into a sack with a cock, a serpent and an ape, interpreting that his wife was a cock for her crowing, a serpent for her stinging, and an ape for her vieng constant wantonness, with which ill qualities he was so beset, that thereby he was thrown into a sea of grief. The word extremum malorum mulier, the VT most of Ewells is a woman. A fourth, who being a person of suspected religion, was continually hanted with intelligencers and spies that thought to prey a VP upon him for that he had. He could not duise which way to shape them off, but by making a way that he had. To obscure this, he said no other fancy but a number of blind flies, whose eyes the cold had closed, the word orum reddit acutissimum, gold is the only physic for the eyesight a fifth, whose mistress was fallen into a consumption, and yet would condescend to no treaty of Lao, emblazoned for his complaint, grapes that withered for want of pressing. The ditty to the mo, quid rignas sign vsu. I will rehearse no more, but I ha 100 other, let this be the VP shot of these shows, they were the admirables that ewer Florence yelded. To particularize their manner of encounter, were to describe the whole art of tilting. Some had liked to ha fall out their horse neck, and so break their necks in breaking their staws. Others ran at a buckle instead of a button, peradventure wetted their spear's point, idly gliding on their enemies' sides, but did no other harm. Others ran across at Thayer adversary's left elbow, yea, and by your low sometimes let not the list scape scot-free they were so eager. Others because they would be sure not to be VN saddled with the shock. When they came to the spear's VT most proof, they threw it o'er the right shoulder, and so tilted backward. For forward they durst not another had a monstrous spite at the pommel of his Riul's saddle, and thought to ha thrust his spear twixt his legges without raising any skin, and carried him clean away on it as a coolastaff. Another held his spear to his nose, or his nose to his spear, as though he had been discharging a calieur, and ran at the right foot of his fellow's stead. Onely the Earl of Sarai my master observed why true measures of honor, and made all his encounterers new scour their armor in the dust. So great was his glory why Dea, as Geraldine was thereby etymally glorified. Newer such a bountiful master came amongst the heralds not that he did enrich the with Annie plentiful purse largesse, but that by his stern assaults he tithed them more rich offals of bases, of helmets, of armor, than the rent of their offices came to in 10 years before. What would you ha more? The trumpets proclaimed him master of the field, The trumpets proclaimed Geraldine the exceptionless fairest of women. Ewery one strewed to magnify him more than other. The Duke of Florence, whose name as my memory serveth me was Pascal de Medix, offered him such large proffers to stay with him, as it were incredible to report he would not. His desire was as he had done in Florence, so to proceed throughout all the chief cities in Italy. If you ask why he began not this at Venice first, it was because he would let Florence his mistress, Natiu city, ha the maidenhead of his chiuari. As he came baccy, again he thought to ha enacted something there, worthy the annals of posterity. But he was debarred both of that and all his other determinations. For continuing in feasting and banqueting with the Duke of Florence and the princes of Italy there assembled. Post-haste letters came to him from the king his master, to return as speedily as he could possible into England. Werby his fame was quite cut off by the shins, and there was no reprieve but baseless manus. He must into England, and I with my courtesan trawled forward in Italy. What adventures happened him after we parted, I am ignorant, but Florence we both forsook. And I hoing a wonderful ardent inclination to see Rome the queen of the world, metropolitane mistress of all other cities, made thither with my bag and baggage as fast as I could. Attained thither, I was lodged at the house of one Iohannes de Imola, a Roman coalero, who being acquainted with my courtesan's deceased doting husband, for his sake vsdvs with all the familiarity that might be, he showed versus all the monuments that were to be seen, which are as many as there ha been emperors, consuls, orators, conquerors, famous painters or players in Rome. Till this day not a Roman, if he be a right Roman indeed, will kill a rat, but he will ha some registered remembrance of it. There was a poor fellow during my remainder there, that for a new trick he had invented of killing Simus scorpions, had his mountebank banner hung VP on a high pillar, with an inscription about it longer than the King of Spain's style. I thought these Simuses, like the Cimbrians, had been some strange nation he had brought viender. They were no more but things like sheepellis, which allu ha the vino most sting that may be, and being dead do stink out of measure. Saint Austin compareth heretiques vientio them. The chiefest thing that my eyes delighted in was the Church of the Seven Sibyls, which is a most miraculous thing. All their prophecies and oracles being there in ruta, as also the beginning and ending of their whole catalogue of the heathen gods, with their manner of worship. There are a number of other shrines and statues also dedicated to their emperors, and withal some statues of idolatry reserved for detestation. I was at Pontius Pilati's house and pissed against it. There is the prison yet packed VP together an old rotten thing, where the man that was condemned to death, and could ha no bodie come to him and succor him, but was circed, was kept aliu a long space by sucking his daughter's breasts. These are but the shop dust of the sights that I saw, and in truth I did not behold with any care hereafter to report, but contented my eye for the present, and so let them pass. Should I memorize half the miracles which they there told me had been done about martyrs' tombs, or the operations of the earth of the sepulchre, and other reliques brought from Jerusalem, I should be counted the monstrous her that ewer came in print. The mines of Pompey's theatre, reputed one of the 9 wonders of the worlda, Gregory the Sixth's tomb, Priscilla's great, or the thousands of pillars are reared amongst the raced foundations of old Rome, it were here frivolous to specify, since he that hath but once drunk with a troiler talks of them. Let me be a historiographer of my own misfortunes, and not meddle with the continued trophies of so oldie a triumphing city. At my first coming to Rome, I being a youth of the English cut, where my hair long, went apparelled in light coolers, and imitated 4 or few sundry nations in my attire at once, which no sooner was noted, but I had all the boys of the city in a swarm wondering about me. I had not gone a little farther, but certain officers crossed the way of me, and demanded to see my rapier, which when they found as also my dagger with his point vn blunted, they would ha held me headlong to the strappado, but that with money I appeased them. And my fault was more pardonable in that I was a stranger, altogether ignorant of their customs. Note by the way that it is the VSE in Rome, for all men whatsoever to weave their hair short, which they do not so much for conscience sake, or any religion they place in it, but because the extremity of the heat is such there, that if they should not do so, they should not ha hair left on their heads to stand prite, when they were scarred with sprites. And he is counted no gentleman amongst them that goes not in black. They dress their Easters and fools only in fresh colors, and say variable garments do argue vn stayedness and vn constancy of affections. The reason of their straight ordinance of carrying weapons without points is this. The bandettos, which are certain outlaws that lie betwixt Rome Naples, and besiege the passage that none can troil that way without robbing, now and then hired for some few crowns, They will steal to Rome and do a murder, and betake them to their heels again. Disguised as they go, they are not known from strangers. Sometimes they will shroud themselves under the habit of gros citizens. In this consideration, neither citizen nor stranger, gentleman, knight, marks, or any may wear any weapon and damageable VP pawn pain of the strappado. I bought it out, let others buy experience of me better cheap. To tell you of the rare pleasures of their gardens, Thayer baths, their vineyards, their galleries, were to write a second part of the gorgeous gallery of gallant Jewesses. Why, you should not come into any man's house of account, but he had fish ponds and little orchards on the top of his leads. If by rain or any other means those ponds were so full they need to be flussed or let out, you and of their superfluities they made melodious VSC, for they had great wind instruments instead of leaden spouts, that went duly in consort. Only with this water's rumbling descent, I saw a summer banqueting house belonging to a merchant, that was the Merriwale of the world, could not be matched except God should make another paradise. It was built round of green marble, like a theatre without. Within there was a hoen and earth comprehended both under one roof. The hoen was a clear hour-hanging vault of crystal, wherein the sun and moon, and each visible star had his true similitude, shine, situation, and motion, and by what enwrapped art I cannot conceive you, these spheres in. Their proper orbs observed their circular wheelings and turnings, making a certain kind of soft angelical murmuring music in their often windings going about, which music the philosophers say in the true Hoen, by reason of the grosines of our senses, we are not capable of. For the earth it was counterfeited in that likens that Adam lorded out it before his fall. A wide, vast, spacious room it was, such as we would conceit Prince Arthur's hall to be, where he feasted all his knights of the round table together. Pentecost, the floor was painted with why beautifulest flowers that man's eye admired, which so lineally were delineated, that he that viewed them afar off, and had not directly stood pouringly o'er them, would ha sworn they had liewed indeed. The walls round about were hedged with olews and palmy trees, and all other odoriferous fruit-bearing plants, which at any solemnity entertainment dropped myrrh and frankincense. Other trees why bear no fruit, were set in east order one against another, and divided the room into a number of shady lanes, lowing but 1 hour spreading pine tree arbor, where we sate and banqueted. On the well-clothed boughs of this conspiracy of pine trees against the resembled sunbeams were perked as many sorties of shrill-breasted birds, as the summer hath allowed for singing men in her Silouane chapels, who though there were bodies without souls, sweet resembled substances without sense, yet by the mathematical experiments of long silver pipes secretly inrinded in the entrails of the boughs whereon they sate, and vien discernibly canoed, viender their bellies into their small throats sloping, they whistled and freely caroled their natural field note. Neither went those silver pipes straight, but by many edged vien sundred writhings, crankled wanderings aside strayed from bough to bough into 100 throats. But into this silver pipe so writhed and wandering aside, if Annie demand how the wind was breathed. For saith ye tail of the silver pipe stretched itself into the mouth of a great pair of bellows, where it was close soldered, and bailed about with Iran, it could not stirra or ha any vent betwixt. Those bellows with the rising and falling of leaden plummets wound VP on a wheel, did beat VP and down V incessantly, and so gathered in wind, sarrowing with one blast all the snarled pipes to and fro of one tree at once. But so closely were all those organizing implements obscured in the corpulent trunks of the trees, that Ury man their present renounced connectures of art, and said it was done by enchantment. One tree for his fruit bare nothing but enchant chiriping birds, whose throats being conduit pipped with squared narrow shells, charged searing-wise with searching sweet water, drew you in by a little wheel for the nonce, and fed it afar of, made a spurting sound, such as chirping is, in bubbling VP wards through the rough crannies of their closed bills. Under tuition of the shade of Ury tree that I ha signified to be in this round hedge, on delightful lowy cloisters, lay a wilda tyrannous beast asleep all prostrate. Viender some two together, as the dog nuzzling his nose viender the necks of the deer, the wolf glad to let the lamb lie upon him to keep him warm, the lion suffering the asset to cast his leg o'er him, preferring one honest vien mannerly friend, before a number of crouching pickethanks. No poisonous beast there reposed, poison was not before our parent Adam transgressed. There were no sweet-breathing panthers that would hide their terrifying heads to betray, no men imitating hyenas that changed their sex to seek after blood. Wallows as now when they are hungry eat earth, so then did they feed on earth only, and abstained from innocent flesh. The unicorn did not put his home into the stream to chase away venom before he drunk, for there was no such thing as venom extant in the water or on the earth. Serpents were as harmless to mankind as they are still one to another. The rose had no cankers, the lows no caterpillars, the sea no sirens, the earth no vesurers. Goats then bear wool, as it is recorded in Sicily they do yet. The Tauride zone was habitable, only jays allowed to steal gold and silver to build their nests withal, and none cared for covetous clientry or running to the Indies. As the elephant Vn durstens his country speech, so Uri beast Vn dursted what men spoke. The ant did not hoard VP against winter, for there was no winter but a perpetual spring, as Uid saith. No frosts to make the green almond tree counted rash and imprudent, in budding soonest of all other, or the mulberry tree a strange politician, in blooming late and ripening early. The peach tree at the first planting was fruitful and wholesome, whereas now till it be transplanted, it is poisonous and hateful. Young plants for their sap had balmy, for their yolo gum glistering amber. The Ewing dewed not water on flowers but honey. Such a golden age, such a good age, such an honest age was set forth in this banqueting house. O Rome, if thou hast in thee such soul exalting obegs, what a thing is Hohen in comparison of thee, of which Mercator's globe is a perfecter model than thou art? Yet this I must say to the shame of versus Protestants, if good works may merit Hohen, they do them, we talk of them. Whether superstition or no makes the VN profitable Saroants, that let pulpits decide. But there, you shall haw the broist ladies in gowns of beaten gold, washing pilgrims and poor soldiers' feet, and doing nothing they and their waiting maids all the year long, but making shirts and bands for them against they come by in distress. Their hospitals are more like noblemen's houses than otherwise, so richly furnished, clean kept, and hot perfumed, that a soldier would think it a sufficient recompense for his trial and his wounds, to ha such a hohenly reduring place. For the Pope and his pontificalibus I will not deal with, only I will dilate vnto you what happened whiles I was in Rome. So it fell out that it being a vehement hot summer when I was a sojourner there entered such a hotspurred plague as hath not been heard of. Why it was but a word and a blow, Lord ha mercy vipon v's, and he was gone. Within 3/4 of a year in that one city there died of it 100,000. Look in Lancase Chronicle and you shall find it. To smell of a nosegay that was poisoned, and turn your nose to a house that had the plague, it was all one. The clouds like a number of cormorants, that keep their corn till it stink and is musty, kept in their stinking exhalations, till they had almost stifled all Rome's inhabitants. Physicians, greetings of gold made them greedy of their destiny. They would come to visit those, with whose infirmities their art had no affinity. And Ewan as a man with a fee should be heard to hang himself, so would they quietly go home and die presently after they had been with their patients. All day and all night long Caramen did nothing, but go VP and down the streets with their carts and cry, "Ha you any dead to bury? Ha you any dead to bury?" And had many times out of one house their whole loading. One graw was the sepulchre of Suenscore, one bed was the altar whereon whole families were offered. The walls were hoard and furred with the moist scorching steam of their desolation. Ewan as before a gun is shot off, a stinking smoke funnels out and prepares the way for him, so before any gaw VP the ghost, death arid in a stinking smoke stopped his nostrils, and crammed itself full into his mouth, that closed VP his fellow's eyes, to giu him warning to prepare for his funeral. Some died sitting at their meat, others as they were asking counsel of the physician for their friends. I saw at the house where I was hosted, a maid bring her master warm broth for to comfort him, and she sink down dead herself ere he had half eat it VP. During this time of visitation, there was a Spaniard, one Esdras of Granado, a notable bandetto, authorized by ye Pope, because he assisted him in some murders. This villain colleagued with one Bardal, a desperate Italian, practiced to break into those rich men's houses in the night where the plague had most reigned, and if there were none but the mistress and maid left aliu, to roish them both, and bring away all the wealth they could fasten on. In 100 chief citizens' houses where the hand of God had been, they put this outrage in VSC. Thog the women so roished cried out, none durst come near them, for fear of catching their deaths by them. Some thought they cried out only with the tyranny of the malady. Amongst the rest the house where I lay he annuited, were all being snatched VP by the sickness but the good wife of the house, a noble and chaste matrone called Heraclide and her zany, and I my courtesan, he knocking at the door late in the night, ran in. To the matrone, left me and my low to the mercy of his companion, who finding me in bed as the time required ran at me full with his rapier, thinking I would resist him, but as good luck was, I escaped him, betook me to my pistol, in the window VN charged. He fearing it had been charged, threatened to run her through if I once offered but to aim at him, forth ye chamber he dragged her, holding his rapier at her heart, whilst I still crid out, saw her, kill me, I'll ransom her with 1,000 ducats. but lest preluiled, no prayers would be heard. Into my chamber I was locked, and watchmen charged as he made semblance when there was none there to knock me down with their halberds, if I stirred but a foot down the stairs. So threw I myself pensive agony on my pallet, and darred all the jewels in hell now, I was alone to come and fight with me one after another, in defense of that detestable rape. I beat my head against the walls and called them bawds, because they wold see such a wrong committed, and not fall vpon him. To return to Heraclide below, whom the least of all blowed suckers Esdras of Granado had ender shrift. First he assailed her with rough means, and slew her zany at her foot, that stepped before her in rescue. Then when all armed resist was put to flight, he assayed her with honey speech, promised her more jewels and gifts than he was able to pilfer in 100 years after. He discoursed vnto her, how he was countenanced and borne out by the Pope, and how many execrable murders with impunity he had executed on them that displeased him. This is the 80 house, quoth he, that hath done homage vnto me, and here I will preluil, or I will be torn in pieces. Ah, quoth Heraclide with a heart-renting sigh, art thou ordained to be a worse plague to me than ye plague itself? How I escaped the hands of God to fall into the hands of man? Hear me, Iwa, be merciful in ending my misery. Dispatch me incontinent, dissolute homicide, death's usurper. Here lies my husband stone cold on the dewy floor. If thou beest of more power than God, to strike me speedily, strike home, strike deep, send me to Hoenn with my husband. Me, it is the spoil of my honor thou seekest in my soul's troubled departure. Thou art some jewel sent to tempt me. Awed from me Sathan, my soul is my sawyer's, to him I ha bequeathed it, from him can no man take it. Jesu, Jesu, spare me vn defiled for thy spouse. Jesu, Jesu, newer fail those that put their trust in thee. With that she fell in a swoon, and her eyes in their closing seemed to spawn forth in their outward sharp corners new created seed pearl, which the world before newer set eye on. Soon he rigorously ruied her, told her it he had a charter about scripture, she must yelled, she should yelled, see who durst remow her out of his hands. Twixt life and death thus she faintly replied. How thinkest thou, is there a power about thy power? If there be, he is here present in punishment, and on thee will take present punishment if thou persistest in thy enterprise. In the time of security, usury man sinneth. But when death substitutes one friend his special bailey to arrest another by infection, and disperseth his quiver into 10,000 hands at once, who is it but looks about him? A man that hath an inventible huge stone hanging only by a hair o'er his head, which he looks uri paternoster while to fall and pash him in pieces. Will not he be submissively sorrowful for his transgressions? Refrain himself from the least thought of folly, and purify his spirit with contrition and penitence? God's hand like a huge stone hangs venuitably o'er thy head. What is the plague, but death playing the provost marshal, to execute all those that will not be called home by any other means? This my dear knight's body is a quiver of his arrows, which already are shot into the inusable. Ewan as the age of goats is known by the knots on their homes, so think the anger of God apparently visioned, or shown vnto thee in the knitting of my brows. 100 ha I buried out of my house, at all whose departures I ha been present. 100's infection is mixed with my breath. Lo, now I breath vpon thee, 100 deaths come vpon thee. Repent betimes, imagine there is a hell though not a Hoenn. That hell thy conscience is throughly acquainted with, if thou hast murdered half so many, as thou vn blushingly braggest. As Mosnas in the latter end of his days was 7 years without sleep, so these 7 weeks how I took no slumber, my eyes ha kept continual watch against the deal my enemy. Death I deemed my friends fly from v's in a duicity? Death, the deal al the ministering spirits of temptation, are watching about thee to interrupt thy soul by my abuse to eternal damnation. It is thy soul only thou mayest saw by sawing mine honor. Death will ha thy bawdy infallibly for breaking into my house, that he had selected for his preuate habitation. If thou ewer camst of a woman, or hopst to be sowed by the seed of a woman, spare a woman. Deers oppressed with dogs, when they cannot take soil, run to men for succor. To whom should women in their disconsolate and desperate estate run, but to men like the deer for succor and sanctuary? If thou be a man thou wilt succor me, but if thou be a dog a brute beast thou wilt spoil me, defile me, tear me. Either renounce God's image or renounce the wicked mind that thou bearest. These words might ha moved a compound heart of iron and adamant, but in his heart they obtained no impression. For he sitting in his chair of state against the door all the while that she pleaded, leaning his hour-hanging gloomy eyebrows on the pommel of his VN-sheathed sword, he knew or looked VP or gaw her a word. But when he perceived she expected his answer of grace or VT ter perdition, he start VP and took her curishly by the neck, and asked her how long he should stay for her ladyship. Thou tell'st me, quoth he, of the plague, and the holy hand of God, and thy 100 infected breaths in one. I tell thee I ha cast the dice 100 times for the galleys in Spain, and yet still missed the ill chance. Our order of casting is this: if there be a general or captain new come home from the wars, hath some 4 or few 100 crowns our plus of the king's in his hand, his soldiers all paid, he makes proclamation that whatsoever 2 resolute men will go to dice for it and win the bridle or lose the saddle, to such a place let them repair, and it shall be ready for them. Thither go I find another such needy squire resident. The dice run, I win, he is vendone. I winning ha the crowns, he loosing is carried to the galleys. This is our custom, which 100 times and more hath paid me custom of crowns. When the poor fellows ha gone to Gehenna, had coarse bread and whipping cheer all their life after. Now thinkest thou that I who so oft ha escaped such a number of hellish dangers, only depending on the turning of a few pricks, can be scarebugged with the plague? What plague canst thou name worse than I ha had? Whether diseases, imprisonment, poverty, banishment, I ha passed through them all. My own mother gaw I a box of the ear to, and break her neck down a pair of stairs, because she would not go into a gentleman when I bade her. My sister I sold to an oldie Lano to make his best of her. Any kinswoman that I ha, knew I she were not a whore, myself would make her one. Thou art a whore, thou shalt be a whore in spite of religion or precise ceremonies. Therewith he flew upon her, and threatened her with his sword, but it was not that he meant to wound her with. He grasped her by the eary throat, and shook her as a mastiff would shake a young bear, swearing flaring he would tear out her wessend if she refused. Not content with that sawage constraint, he slipped his sacrilegious hand from her lily lawn-skinned neck, and enscarfed it in her long silver locks, which with struggling were vienrude. Backward he dragged her, ewen as a man backward would pluck a tree down by the twigs, and then like a traitor that is drawn to execution on a hurdle, he traileth her VP and down the chamber by those tender twisted braids, and setting his barbarous foot on her bare snowy breast, bade her yield or haw her. Stamped out she crid, stamp, stifle me in my hair, hang me VP by it on a beam, and so let me die rather than I should go to Hohen with a beam in my eye. No, quoth he, nor stamped, nor stifled, nor hanged, nor to Hohen shalt thou go till I ha had my will of thee. Thy busy arms in these silken fetters I'll enfold. Dismissing her hair from his fingers, and pinioning her elbows therewithal, she struggled, she rested, but all was in vain. So struggling, so resisting, her yewels did sweat, signifying there was poison coming towards her. On the hard boards he threw her, and set his knee as an Iran ram to beat ope the two-lowed gate of her chastity. Her husband's dead body he made a pillow to his abomination. Connecture the rest, my words stick fast in the mire and are clean tiered, would I had newer took this tragical tale. Whatsoever is born to ha end. Thus endeth my tale, his boorish lust was glutted, his beastly desire satisfied, what in the house of any worth was carriageable, he put VP and went his way. Let not your sorrow die, you that ha read the prome and narration of this elegiacal history. Show you ha quick wits in sharp conceit of compassion. A woman that hath viewed all her children sacrificed before her eyes, after the first was slain whipped the sword with her apron to prepare it for the cleanly murther of the second, and so on forward till came to the empiercing of the 17th of her loins, will you not gie you her great allowance of anguish? This woman, this matron, this forsaken Heraclide, hoeing buried 14 children in few days, whose eyes she howlingly closed, and caught many wrinkles with funeral kisses. Besides, hoeing her husband within a day after laid forth as a comfortless corse, a carrionly block that could neither eat with her, speak with her, nor weep with her, is she, not to be borne withal, though her body swells with a tympany of tears, though her speech be as impatient as happy Hecuba's, though her head raws and her brain dotes? Do you always with your cellus that you see a corse rising from his heirs after he is carried to church, and such another suppose Heraclide to be, rising from the couch of enforced adultery? Her eyes were dim, her cheeks bloodless, her breath smelt earthy, her countenance was ghastly. Up she rose after she was deflowered, but loath she arose, as a reprobate soul rising to the day of judgment. Looking on the tone side as she rose, she spied her husband's body lying under her head. Ah, then she bewailed as Cepheus when he had killed Procrus wittingly, or Oedipus when ignorant he had slain his own father, and Noan his mother incestuously. This was her subdued reason's discourse. How I lewd to make my husband's body the bier to carry me to hell, had filthy pleasure, no other pillow to lean upon but his spreaded limbs? On thy flesh my fault shall be imprinted at the day of resurrection. O beauty, the bait ordained to ensnare the irreligious. Rich men are robbed for their wealth, women are dishonested for being too fair. No blessing is beauty but a curse. Cursed be the time that you or I was begotten. Cursed be the time that my mother brought me forth to tempt. The serpent in paradise did no more. The serpent in paradise is damned sempiternally. Why should not I hold myself damned if predestination's opinions be true that am predestinate to this horrible abuse? The hog dieth presently if he loseth an eye. With the hog-haw I wallowed in the mire, I ha lost my eye of honesty. It is clean plucked out with a strong hand of Vn chastity. What remaineth but I die? Die I will, though life be Vn willing. No recompense is there for me to redeem my compelled offense, but with a rigorous compelled death. Husband, he be thy wife and hoen. Let not thy pure deceasing spirit despise me when we meet, because I am tyrannously polluted. The Diul, the Belir of our frailty and common accuser of mankind, cannot accuse me though he would of Vn constrained submitting. If any guilt be mine, this is my fault, that I did not deform my face, ere it should so impiously allure. Hoeing passion thus awhile, she hastily ran and looked herself in her glass to see if her sin were not written on her forehead. With looking she blushed, though none looked upon her but her own reflected image. Then began she again. Heu quam difficile est crimen non proter vultu, how hard is it not to bewray a man's fault by his forehead? Myself do but behold myself, and yet I blush. Then God beholding me, shall not I be 10 times more ashamed? The angels shall hiss at me, the saints and martyrs fly from me. Yea, God himself shall add to the deal's damnation, because he suffered such a wicked creature to come before him. Agamemnon, thou wert an infidel, yet when thou wentst to the Trojan war, thou leftst a musician at home with thy wife, who by playing the foot spondest till thy return, might keep her in chastity. My husband going to war with the Diul and his enticements when he surrendered, left no musician with me but mourning and melancholy. Had he left Annie, as Aegisthus killed Agamemnon's musician, ere he could be successful, so surely would he ha been killed ere this Aegisthus surceased. My distressed heart as the heart when he looseth his homes is astonied, and sorrowfully runneth to hide himself, so be thou afflicted and distressed, hide thyself under the Almighty's wings of mercy. Svi, plead, entreat, grace is newer denied to them that ask. It may be denied, I may be a vessel ordained to dishonor. The only repeal we ha from God's indefinite chastisement is to chastise ourselves in this world. And so I will, not but death be my penance, gracious and acceptable may it be. My hand and my knife shall manumit me out of the horror of mind I endure. Farewell, life that hast lent me nothing but sorrow. Farewell, sin-sowed flesh, that hast more weeds than flowers, more woes than joys. Point pierce, edge and widen, I patiently afford thee a sheath. Spur forth my soul to mount post to Hoen. Jesu forgiu me, Jesu receiu me. So throughly stabbed fell she down, and knocked her head against her husband's body. Wherewith he not hoeing been aired his full 24 hours, start as out of a dream, whiles I through a cranny of my VP per chamber VN sealed, had beheld all this sad spectacle. Awaking, he rubbed his head to and fro, and wiping his eyes with his hand began to look about him. Feeling something lie hoey on his breast, he turned it off, and getting vpon his legs lighted a candle. Here beginneth my purgatory, for he good man coming into the hall with the candle, and spying his wife with her hair about her ears defiled and massacred, and his simple zany capestrano run thorough, took a halberd in his hand, and running from chamber to search who in his house was likely to do it, at length found me lying on my bed, the door locked to me on the outside, and my rapier VN sheathed on the window, wherewith he straight conjectured it was one. And calling the neighbors hard by, said I had caused myself to be locked into my chamber after that sort, sent away my courtesan whom I called my wife, and made clean my rapier, because I would not be suspected. Up in this was I laid in prison, should ha been hanged, was brought to the ladder, had made a ballet for my farewell in a readings called Wilton's Wontons, and yet for all that scapt dancing in a hempen circle. He that hath gone through many perils and returned safe from them, makes but a merriment to dilate them. I had the knot under my ear, there was fair play, the hangman had one halter, and another about my neck which was fastened to the gallows, the riding Jewess was almost thrust home, and his foot on my shoulder to press me down, when I made my saint-like confession as you ha heard before, that such men at such an hour break into the house, slew the zany, took my courtesan, locked me into my chamber, roised Heraclide, and finally how she slew herself. Present at the execution was there a banished English earl, who hearing that a countryman of his was to suffer for such a notable murder, came to hear his confession, and see if he knew him. He had not heard me tell half of that I ha recited, but he crawed audience, and desired the execution might be stayed. Not 2 days since it is gentlemen and noble Romans said, he since going to be let blowed in a barber's shop against the infection. All on a sudden in a great tumult and vipror, was there brought in one Bartle, an Italian grievously wounded and blowdy. I seeming to commiserate his harms, courteously questioned him with what ill debtors he had met, or how, or by what casualty he came to be so arrayed. O quoth he long I ha lewd sworn brothers in sensuality with one Esdras of Granado. Few hundred rapes and murders ha we committed betwixt these. When our iniquities were grown to the height, and God had determined to countercheck our amity, we came to the house of Iohannes de Romola, whom this young gentleman hath named there. Did he eastify all those rapes in manner and form, as the prisoner here hath confessed. But lo an accident after, which neither he nor this audience is privy to. Esdras of Granado, not content to ha roished the matron Heraclide and robbed her, after he had betook him from thence to his heels, light on his companion Bardal with his courtesan, whose pleasing face he had scarce winkingly glonked on, but he picked a quarrel with Bardal to ha her from him. On this quarrel they fought. Bardal was wounded to the death, Esdras fled, and the fair dame left to go whither she would. This Bardal in the barbar's shop freely acknowledged, as both the barbar and his man, and other here present can amply depose. Deposed they were, their oaths went for current, I was quit by proclamation, to the banished earl I came to render thanks. When thus he examined me and schooled me. Countryman, tell me what is the occasion of thy straying so far out of England to visit this strange nation? If it be languages, thou mayest learn them at home, naught but lasciviousness is to be learned here. Perhaps to be better accounted of than other of thy condition, thou ambitiously vienderdekest this voyage. These insolent fancies are but Icarus' feathers, whose wanton wax melted against the sun, will betray thee into a sea of confusion. The first troiler was Cain, and he was called a vagabond runagate on the face of the earth. Trial like the trial wherein smiths put wilde horses when they shoe them, is good for nothing but to tame and bring men viender. God had no greater curse to lay upon the Israelites than by leading them out of their own country to live as slaves in a strange land. That which was their curse, we Englishmen count our chief blessedness. He is no body that hath not trialed. We had rather live as slaves in another land, crouch and cap, and be servile to Uri eeless Italians and proud Spaniards' humor, where we may neither speak look nor do anything, but what pleaseth them, than live as freemen and lords in our own country. He that is a troiler must ha the baccy of an asset to bear all, a tongue like the tail of a dog to flatter all, the mouth of a hog to eat what is set before him, the ear of a merchant to hear all and say nothing. And if this be not the highest step of thraldom, there is no liberty or freedom. It is but a milder kind of subjection to be the servant of one master at once. But when thou hast 1,000 masters, as the veriest botcher, tinker, or cobbler freeborn, will dominer our a foreigner, think to be his better or master in company. Then shalt thou find there's no such hell, as to lo thy father's house thy natural habitation to liu in the land of bondage. If thou doest but lend half a look to a Roman's or Italian's wife, thy porridge shall be prepared for thee, and cost thee nothing but thy life. Chance some of them break a bitter east on thee, and thou retort'st it surely, or seemest discontented. Go to thy chamber, pruit a great banquet, for thou shalt be sure to be visited with guests in a mask the next night, when in kindness and courtship thy throat shall be cut, and the doers return vienda scoured. Nothing so long of memory as a dog. These Italians are old dogs, and will carry an ear a whole age in memory. I ha heard of a box on the ear that hath been ruined 30 year after. The Neapolitan carrieth the bloutiest wreakful mind, and is the most secrete fleering murderer. Whereupon it is grown to a common proverb. He gu him the Neapolitan shrug, when one means to play the villain, and makes no boast of it. The only precept that a troiler hath most VSC of, and shall find most ease in, is that of epicharchasi vigila memor cisne quid credos. Believe you nothing, trust no man, yet seem thou as thou swallowedst all, suspectedst none, but wert easy to be gulled by Uri one. Multifalor docurunt as Seneca saith dum timent folly. Many by showing their eeless suspect of deceit, ha made men seek more subtle means to deceive them. Alas, our Englishmen are the plainest dealing souls that your God put life in. They are greedy of news, and loud to be fed in their humors and hear themselves, flattered the best that may be. Ewan as Philemon, a comic poet, died with extreme laughter at the conceit of seeing an asset eat figs. So ha the Italians no such sport, as to see poor English asses how soberly they swallow Spanish figs due any hook baited for them. He is not fit to troil, that cannot with the Candians liu on serpents, make nourishing food ewan of poison. Rats and mice engender by licking one another. He must lick, he must crouch, he must cog, lie and prate, that either in the court or a foreign country will engender and come to preferment. Be his feature what it will, if he be fair-spoken he winneth friends. Non formasis erat, sed erat facundus vilices. Vilices the long troiler was not amiable but eloquent. Some allege they troil to learn wit, but I am of this opinion, that as it is not possible for any man to learn the art of memory, whereof Tully, Quintilian, Seneca, and Hermanus Buscius ha written so many books, except he ha natural memory before. So is it not possible for any man to attain any great wit by trial, except he ha the grounds of it rooted in him before? That wit which is thereby to be perfected or made staid, is nothing but experientia longa malorum, the experience of many Ewells, the experience that such a man lost his life by this folly, another by that. Such a young gallant consumed his substance on such a courtesan. These courses of ruinage, a merchant of Venice took against a merchant of Ferrara, and this point of justice was showed by the Duke v. Pepon the murderer. What is here but we may read in books, and a great deal more too, without stirring our feet out of a warm studi. Vobis alii ventorum prolia narrant, seth uid quasque, scylla infestet, quasu Charybdis aquas. Let others tell you wonders of the wind, how Scala or Charybdis is inclined. Vas quod quisque loquitur credit. Believe you what they say, but knew or try. So let others tell you strange accidents, treasons, poisonings, close packings in France, Spain, and Italy. It is no harm for you to hear of them, but come not near them. What is there in France to be learned more than in England, but falsehood in fellowship, perfect slowenry, to allow no man but for my pleasure, to swear a par la mortia when a man's hams are scabbed? For the idle troiler, I mean not for the soldier I ha know in some that ha continued there by the space of half a dozen year. And when they come home, they ha hid a little wearish lean face under a broad French hat, kept a terrible coil with the dust in the street in their long cloaks of grey paper, and spoke English strangely. Not else ha they profited by their troil, saw learnt to distinguish of the true Bordeaux grape, and know a cup of neat Gascogne wine, from wine of Orleans. Yea, and peradventure this also, to esteem of the pox as a pimple, to wear a veloute patch on their face, and walk melancholy with their arms folded. From Spain, what bringeth our troiler? A skull-crowned hat of the fashion of an oldie deep porringer, a diminutive alderman's ruff with short strings like the droppings of a man's nose, a close-bellied doublet coming down with a peak behind as far as the crupper, and cut off before by the breastbone like a partlet or neckerchief. A wide pair of gaskins which Vian gathered would make a couple of women's riding kietles, hangers that ha half a cow hide in them, a rapier that is lineally descended from half a dozen dukes at the least. Let his cloak be as long or as short as you will. If long, it is fact with turkey grogerin roiled. If short, it hath a cape like a callow's tongue, and is not so deep in his whole length, nor hath so much cloth in it I will eastiffy, as only the standing cape of a Dutchman's cloak. I ha not yet tucked all, for he hath in either shoe as much taffety for his tyings, as would Saru for an ancient, which saruth him if you will ha the mystery of it of the own accord for a shoreg. A soldier and a braggart he is that's concluded he yetteth strouting, dancing on his toes with his hands under his sides. If you talk with him, he makes a dishcloth of his own country in comparison of Spain. But if you vrg him more particularly wherein it exceeds, he can g you no instance. But in Spain they ha better bread than any we ha. When poor hungry slaws they may crumble it into water well enough and make misons with it, for they ha not a good morsel of meat except it be salt pilchers to eat with it all the year long. And which is more, they are poor beggars, and lie in foul straw every night. Italy the paradise of the earth, and the epicure's hoen, how doth it form our young master? It makes him to kiss his hand like an ape, cringe his neck like a star rolling, and play at hey pass repass come aloft when he salutes a man. From thence he brings the art of atheismy, the art of epicurizing, the art of whoring, the art of poisoning, the art of sodometry. The only probable good thing they ha to keep viz from vt turly condemning it, is that it maketh a man an excellent courtier, a curious carpet knight, which is by interpretation, a fine close leecher, a glorious hypocrite. It is now a preui note amongst the better sort of men, when they would set a singular mark or brand on a notorious villain, to say, he hath been in Italy. With the Dane and the Dutchman I will not encounter, for they are simple honest men, that with Danaus daughters do nothing but fill bottomless tubs, will be drunk snort in the midst of dinner. He hurts himself onely that goes thither, he cannot lightly be damned, for the vintners, the brewers, the maltmen and allusions pray for him. Pitch and pay, they will play all day, score and borrow, they will wish him much sorrow. But lightly a man is near the better for their prayers, for they commit all deadly sin for the most part of them in mingling their drink, the vintners in the highest degree. Why east I in such a necessary persuasive discourse? I am a banished exile from my country, though near linked in consanguinity to the best, an earl born by birth, but a beggar now as thou seest. These many years in Italy ha I lived an outlaw. A while I had a liberal pension of the Pope, but that lasted not, for he continued not. One succeeded him in his chair, that cared neither for Englishmen nor his own countrymen. Then was I driven to pick VP my crumbs amongst the cardinals, to implore the benevolence charity of all the dukes of Italy, whereby I ha since made a poor shift to liu, but so liu, as I wish myself 1,000 times dead. Compatrium amici, tunc me pirius putato, when I was banished, think I caught my bane. The sea is the natiu soil to fishes, take fishes from the sea, they take no eye nor through you, but perish straight. So likewise the birds removed from the air the abode whereto they were born, the beasts from the earth, and I from England. Can a lamb take delight to be suckled at the breasts of a she-wolf? I am a lamb nourished with the milk of Walus, one that with the Ethiopians inhabiting our against Meroe, feed on nothing but scorpions. VSC is another nature, yet 10 times more contentiu, were nature restored to her kingdom from whence she is excluded. Believe you me, no air, no bread, no fire, no water agree with a man, or doth him any good out of his own country. Cold fruits newer prosper in a hot soil, nor hot in a cold. Let no man for any transitory pleasure sell away the inheritance of breathing he hath in the place where he was born. Get thee home, my young lad, lay thy bones peaceably in the sepulchre of thy fathers, wax old in our looking thy grounds, be at hand to close the eyes of thy kindred. The deal and I am desperate, he of being restored to Hoenn, I of being recalled home. Here he held his peace and wept. I, glad of any opportunity of a full point to part from him, told him I took his counsel and worth, what lay in me to requite in Lao should not be lacking. Some business that concerned me highly called me away very hastily, but another time I hopped we should meet. Very hardly he let me go, but I earnestly our pleading my occasions, at length he dismissed me, told me where his lodging was, and charged me to visit him without excuse very often. Here's a stirra, thought I to myself after I was set at liberty, that is worse than in VP braiding lesson after a breeching. Certainly if I had bethought me like a rascal as I was, he should ha had an oimery of me for his cynic exhortation. God plagued me for deriding such a groff fatherly advertiser. List the worst throw of ill lucks. Tracing VP and down the city to seek my courtesan till the evening began to grow well in age. It fortuned, the element as if it had drunk too much in the afternoon, powed down so profoundly, that I was forced to creep like one afraid of the watch close viender the pentises, where the cellar door of a Jew's house called Zadok Hour, which in my direct way I did pass being VN barred on the inside, our head and ears, I fell into it, as a man falls in a ship from the oarloop into the hold. Or as in an earthquake the ground should open, and a blind man come feeling pad hour the open gulf with his staff, should stumble unsodden into hell. Hoing worn out the anguish of my fall a little with wallowing VP and down, I cast VP mine eyes to see viender what continent I was. And lo, O destiny, I saw my courtesan kissing Verai lowingly with apprentice. My backy and my sides I had hurt with my fall, but now my head swelled act worse than both. I was ewen gathering wind to come vpon her with a full blast of contumely, when the Jew awacked with the noise of my fall came bustling down the stairs, and raising his other sements, attached both the courtesan and me for breaking his house, and conspiring with his prentice to rob him. It was then the law in Rome, that if any man had a felon falney into his hands, either by breaking into his house, or robbing him by the highway, he might choose whether he would make him his bondman or hang him. Zadok, as all Jews are coetus casting with himself, he should ha no benefit by casting me off the ladder, had another policy in his head. He went to one Dr. Zachary the Pope's physician, that was a Jew and his countryman likewise, and told him he had the finest bargain for him that might be. It is not concealed from me, saith he, that the time of your accustomed yearly anatomy is at hand, which it behooves you ender forfeiture of the foundation of your college, veri carefully to prove it for. The infection is great, and hardly will you get a sound bawdy to deal vpon. You are my countryman, therefore I come to you first. Be it no invientio you, I ha a young man at home falney to me for my bondman, of the age of 18, of stature tall, straight-limbed, of as clear a complexion as any painter's fancy can imagine. Go to, you are an honest man, and one of the scattered children of Abraham you shall ha him for few 100 crowns. Let me see him, quoth Dr. Zachary, and I will gee you as much as another. Home he sent for me, pinioned and shackled I was transported alongst the street. Where passing viender Iulianes the marks of Mantua's we use window, that was a lusty bona roba one of the Pope's concubines. As she had her casement half open, she looked out and spied me. At the first sight she was enamored with my age and Beardle's face, that had in it no ill scene of physiognomy fatal to fetters. After me she sent to know what I was, wherein I had offended, and whether I was going? My conducts resolute them all. She hoing received this answer, with a lustful colloquation lamenting my Jewish premunere, that bawdy and goods I should lit into the hands of such a cursed generation, invented the means of my release. But first I'll tell you what betided me after I was brought to Dr. Zachary's. The purblind doctor put on his spectacles and looked VP upon me, and when he had thoroughly viewed my face, he caused me to be stripped naked, to feel and grope whether each limb were sound, and my skin not infected. Then he pierced my arm to see how my blood ran, which assays and searchings ended. He gaw Zadok high's full price and sent him away, then locked me VP in a dark chamber till the day of anatomy. Oh, the cold sweating cares which I conceived after I knew I should be cut like a French summer doublet. Methought already the blood began to gush out at my nose. If a flea on the arm had but bit me, I deemed the instrument had pricked me. Well, well, I may scoffle at a shroud turn, but there's no such red-eye way to make a man a true Christian, as to persuade himself he has taken VP for an anatomy. I'll depose I prayed then more than I did in so'n year before. Not a drop of sweat trickled down my breast and my sides, but I dreamed it was a smooth-edged razor tenderly slicing down my breast and my sides. If any knocked at door, I supposed it was the beadle of Surgeon's Hall come for me. In the night I dreamed of nothing but phlebotomy, bloudy fluxes, incamadius, running VLsers. I durst not let out a wheel for fear through it I should bleed to death. For meat in this distance I had plumperage of purgations ministered me one after another to clarify my bloud, that it should not lie dottered in the flesh. Nor did he it so much for clarifying physic, as to saw charges. Miserable is that mouse that leus in a physician's house, Tantalus leus not so hungerstarred in hell, as she doth there. Not the very crams that fall from his table, but Zachary sweeps together, and of them molds VP a manna. Of the ashy parings of his bread, he would make conserve of chippings. Out of bones, after the meat was eaten off, he would alchemize an oil, that he sold for 1 shilling a dram. His snot and spittle 100 times he hath put our to his apothecary for snow water. Any spider he would temper to perfect Mithridate. His rheumatique eyes when he went in the wind, or rose early in a morning, dropped as cool alum water as you would request. He was Dame Niggardie's sole heir and executor. A number of oldie books had he eaten with the moths and worms. Now all day would not he study a dodkin, but pick those worms and moths out of his library, and of their mixture make a persuadio against the plague. The liquor out of his shoes he would wring to make a sacred balsamum against barrens. Spare we him a line or two, look backy to a Juliana, who conflicted in here thoughts about me very debatefully, aduntured to send a messenger to Dr. Zachary in her name, very boldly to beg me of him, and if she might not beg me, to buy me with what sums of money soever he would ask. Zachary ewishly and churlishly withstood both her suits, and said if there were no more Christians on the earth, he would thrust his incision knife into his throatable immediately. Which reply she taking at his hands most despitefully, thought to cross him o'er the shins with as sore an outwart blow, yet ere a moneth to an end. The Pope I know not whether at her entreaty or no within 2 days after fell sick. Dr. Zachary was sent for to minister VNTO him, who seeing a little danger in his water, gaw him a gentle confortatio for the stomach, and desired those near about him to persuade his Hollands to take some rest. And he doubted not but he would be forthwith well. Who should receive this mild physic of him but the concubine Juliana his vititur animi, she being not proided of strong poison at that instant. In the Pope's outward chamber so mingled it, that, when his grand sublimity taster came to relish it, he sunk down stark dead. On the pomment, herewith the Pope called Juliana, and asked her what strong concocted broth she had brought him. She kneeled down on her knees, and said it was such as Zachary the Jew had delivered her with his own hands, and therefore, if it misliked his Hollings, she crowed pardon. The Pope, without further sifting into the matter, would ha had Zachary and all Jews in Rome put to death. But she hung about his knees, with crocodile tears desired him the sentence might be lenified, and they be all but banished at most. For Dr. Zachary, quoth she, your 10 times grateful physician, since notwithstanding his treacherous intent, he hath much art, and many sourany simples, oils, gargarismes, and syrups in his closet and house that may stand your mitings instead. I beg all his goods onely for your beatitudes, persuasion and good. This request at the first was sealed with a kiss, and the Pope's edict without delay proclaimed throughout Rome, namely, that all foreskin clippers, whether male or female belonging to the old jury, should depart and awed vpon pain of hanging within 20 days after the date thereof. Juliana, 2 days before the proclamation came out, sent her servants to extend vpon Zachary's territories, his goods, his movables, his chattels, and his servants, who performed their commission to the vt most title, and left him not so much as master of an vernal case or a candle box. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening when those boothlers entered. Into my chamber they rushed, when I sate leaning on my elbow, and my left hand under my side, duising what a kind of death it might be to be let bloud till a man die. I called to mind the assertion of some philosophers, who said the soul was nothing but bloud. Then thought I, what a filthy thing were this, if I should let my soul fall and break his neck into a basin. I had but a pimple rose with heat in that part of the vein, where they vsc to prick, and I fearfully misdeemed it was my soul searching for passage. 5 upon it, a man's breath to be let out of backador. What a villainy it is! To die bleeding is all one as if a man should die pissing. Good drink makes good bloud, so that piss is nothing but bloud viender age. Seneca and Lucan were lobcocks to choose that death of all other. A pig or a hog or any edible brute beast a cook or a butcher deals vpon, dies bleeding. To die with a prick, wherewith the faintest-hearted woman viender hoen would not be killed. O God, it is infamous. In this meditation did they seize vpon me. In my cloak they muffled me that no man might know me, nor I see which way I was carried. The first ground I tucked after I was out of Zachary's house was the Countess Euliane's chamber. Little did I surmise that fortune reserved me to so fair a death. I made no other reckoning all the while they had me on their shoulders, but that I was on horsebacky to Hohen, and carried to church on a bier, excluded for ewer for drinking any more ale or beer. Juliana scornfully questioned them thus as if I had fallen into her hands beyond expectation. What proper apple squire is this you bring so suspiciously into my chamber? What hath he done? Where had you him? They answered likewise afar of, that in one of Zachary's chambers they found him close prisoner, and thought themselves guilty of the breach of her ladyship's commandment if they should ha left him behind. O, quoth she, ye allow to be double diligent, or thought peradventure that I being a lone woman stood in need of allow. Bring you me a princock's beardless boy, I know not whence he is, nor whether he would to call my name in suspense? I tell you, you ha abused me, and I can hardly brook it at your hands. You should ha lead him to the magistrate. No commission received you of me but for his goods and his serowants. They besought her to excuse their overweening error. It proceeded from a zealous care of their duty, and no negligent default, but why should not I connecture the worst, quoth she? I tell you troth, I am half in a ealozy he is some fantastical amorous youngster, who to dishonor me hath heard you to this stratagem. It is a likely matter that such a man as Zachary should make a prison of his house, and deal in matters of state. By your low sir gallant, viender lock and key shall you stay with me, till I ha inquired further of you. You shall be sifted thoroughly ere you and I part go maid show him to the further chamber at the end of the gallery that looks into the garden. You my trim pandars, I pray guard him thither as you took pains to bring him hither. When you ha so done, see the doors be made fast, and come your way. Here was a wily wench had her lirapoop without book, she was not to seek in her knacks and shifts. Such are all women, not one of them but hath a cloak for the rain, and can blear her husband's eyes as she list. Not too much of this, madam, marks at once. We'll step a little backy, and dilate what Zadok the Jew did with my courtesan, after he had sold me to Zachary. Of an ill tree I hope you are not so ill-sighted in grafting to expect good fruit. He was a Jew, entreated her like a Jew, under shadow of enforcing her to tell how much money she had of his prentice so to be trained to his cellar. He stripped her, and scoured her from top to toe tantara. Day by day he digested his meat with leading her the measures. A diamond delphinical dry leecher it was. The ballet of the whipper of late days here in England was but a scoff in comparison of him. All the colliers of Romford, who hold their corporation by yarking the blind bear at Paris Garden, were but bunglers to him. He had the right agility of the lash. There were none of them could made the cord come aloft with a twange half like him. Mark the ending, mark the ending. The tribe of Judah is adjudged from Rome to be trudging. They may no longer be lodged there. All the Albumazers, Rabasaks, Jedians, Tebiths, Benhadads, Benrodans, Zedekiahs, Haleys of them were banquerouts and turned out of house and home. Zachary came running to Zadok's in sackcloth and ashes presently after his goods were confiscated, and told him how he was serried, and what decree was coming out against them all. Descriptions stand by. Here is to be expressed the fury of Lucifer when he was turned our Hohen bar for a wrangler. There is a toad fish, which taken out of the water swells more than one would think his skin could hold, and bursts in his face that toucheth him. So swelled Zadok, and was ready to burst out of his skin, and shoot his bowels like chain a shot full at Zachary's face for bringing him such baleful tidings. His eyes glared and burnt blue like brimstone and aquavito set on fire in an eggshell. His awry nose lightened glowworms. His teeth crashed and grated together, like the ints of a high building cracking and rocking like a cradle, when as a tempest takes her full but against his broadside. He swore, he cursed, and said, These be they that worship that crucified God of Nazareth. Here's the fruits of their newfound gospel, sulfur and gunpowder, carry them all quick to Gehenna. I would spend my soul willingly, to haw this triple-headed pope with all his sin-absolute whores, and oil-greased priests borne with a blacky sunt on the jewels' backs in procession to the pit of perdition. Would I might sink presently into ye earth, so I might blow VP this Rome, this whore of Babylon into the air with my breath. If I must be banished, if those heathen dogs will needs rob me of my goods, I will poison their springs and conduit heads, whence they receive all their water round about the city. He tice all the young children into my house that I can get, and cutting their throats barrel them VP in powdering beef tubs, and so send them to victual the Pope's galleys. Ere the officers come to extend, I'll bestow £100 on a dole of bread, which I'll cause to be kneaded with scorpions' oila that may kill more than the plague. I'll hire them that make their wafers or sacramentary gods to minge them after the same sort. So, in the zeal of their superstitious religion, shall they languish and droop like carrion. If there be you a blasphemous chimera, that can call the winds from their brazen cause, and make the clouds trial before their time, I'll gee you him the other £100 to disturb the Hoans a whole week together with thunder and lightning, if it be for nothing but to sour all the wines in Rome, and turn them to vinegar. As long as they haw either oil or wine, this plague feeds but pinglingly vipon them. Zadok, Zadok, said Dr. Zachary, cutting him off, thou threatenest the air, whiles we perish here on earth. It is the Countess Juliana, the Marquess of Mantua's wife, and no other, that hath complotted our confusion. Ask not how, but insist in my words, and assist in ruinage. As how, said Zadok, shrugging and shrubbing. More happy than the patriarchs were I, if crushed to death with the greatest torments Rome's tyrants ha tried, there might be quintessenced out of me 1 quart of precious poison. I haw a leg with an issue, shall I cut it off, and from his fount of corruption extract a venom worse than any serpents? If thou wilt, I'll go to a house that is infected, where catching the plague, and hoing got a running sore vipon me, I'll come and deliver her a supplication, and breathe vipon her. I know my breath stinks so already, that it is within half a degree of poison. I'll pay her home if I perfect it with any more putrefaction. No, no, brother Zadok, answered Zachary, that is not the way. Canst thou provide me ere a bondmaid, endued with singular divine qualified beauty, whom as a present from our synagogue thou mayest commend VNTO her, desiring her to be good and gracious VNTO v's. I am for you, quoth Zadok. Diamante, come forth. Here's a wench, said he, of as clear a skin as Susanna, she hath not a wem on her flesh from the sole of the foot to the crown of the head. How think you, master doctor, will she not Sarah the turn? She will, said Zachary, and therefore I'll tell you what charge I would ha committed to her. But I care not if I disclose it onely to her. Maid, if thou beest a maid come hither to me, thou must be sent to the Countess of Mantua's about a small piece of Ceruis, whereby being now a bondwoman thou shalt purchase freedom, and gain a large dowry to thy marriage. I know thy master lows thee dearly, though he will not let thee pursue you so much. He intends after he is dead to make thee his heir, for he hath no children. Please him in that I shall instruct thee, and thou art made for ewer. So it is, that the Pope is far out of liking with the Countess of Mantua his concubine, and hath put his trust in me his physician to haw her quietly and charitably made away. Now I cannot intend it, for I haw many cures in hand which call vipon me hourly. Thou if thou beest placked with her as her waiting maid or cupbearer, mayest temper poison with her broth, her meat, her drink, her oils, her syrups, and newer be bewrayed. I will not say whether the Pope hath heard of thee, and thou mayest come to be his leman in her place, if thou behaw thyself wisely. What, hast thou the heart to go thorough with it or no? Diamante, deliberating with herself in what hellish servitude she lewd with the Jew, and that she had no likelihood to be released of it, but fall from ill to worse if she omitted this opportunity, resigned herself hour wholly to be disposed and employed, as seemed best vnto them. Thereupon, without further consultation, her wardrobe was richly rigged, her tongue smooth filled new-edged on the whetstone, her drugs delued her, and presented she was by Zadok her master to the Countess, together with some other slight newfingles, as from the whole congregation, desiring her to stand their merciful mistress, and solicite the Pope for them, that through one man's ignorant offense were all generally in disgrace with him, and had incurred the cruel sentence of loss of goods and of banishment. Juliana, liking well the pretty round face of my black brow Diamante, gaw the Jew better countenance than otherwise she would ha done, and told him for her own part she was but a preuate woman, and could promise nothing confidently of his hollings. For though he had suffered himself to be outruled by her in some humours, yet in this that touched him so nearly, she knew not how he would be inclined. But what lay in her either to pacify or persuade him they should be sure of, and so crowd his absence. His back he turned, she asked Diamante what country woman she was, what friends she had, and how she fell into the hands of that Jew? She answered that she was a Magnifico's daughter of Venice, stolny when she was young from her friends, and sold to this Jew for a bondwoman, who quoth she hath vsde me so uishly and tyrannously, that for you I must celebrate the memory of this day, wherein I am deleeward from his jurisdiction. Alas, quoth she deep sighing, why did I enter into any mention of my own misusage? It will be thought that that which I am now to rule, proceeds of malice not truth. Madam, your life is sought by these Jews that sue to you. Blush not, nor be troubled in your mind, for with warning I shall arm you against all their intentions. Thus and thus quoth she said Dr. Zachary Vientiomi, this poison he delivered me. Before I was called into them, such and such consultation through the crues of the door fast locked did I hear betwixt them. Denny it if they can, I will eastify it. Onely I beseech you to be forable Lady Vientiomi, and let me not fall again into the hands of those vipers. Juliana said little but thought Vienne haply. Onely she thanked her for detecting it, and vowed though she were her bondwoman to be a mother Vientio her. The poison she took of her, and set it VP charily on a shelf in her closet, thinking to keep it for some good purposes. As for example, when I was consumed and worn to the bones through her abuse, she would gew me but a dram too much, and pop me into a preui. So she had serrowed some of her paramours ere that, and if God had not sent Diamante to be my redeemer, Vienne doubtedly I had drunk of the same cup. In a leaf or two before was I locked VP. Here in this page the foresaid goodwife countess comes to me, she is no longer a eage but a client. How she came, in what manner of attire, with what immodest and Vienne comely words she courted me, if I should take vipon me to enlarge, all modest ears would abhor me. Some inconvenience she brought me to by her harlot-like behoyer, of which anon I can newer repent me. Let that be forgiven and forgotten. Fleshly delights could not make her slothful or slumbering in ruinage against Zadok. She set men about him to incense and egg him on in courses of discontentment, and other supervising espials, to ply follow and spur forward those suborning incensors. Both which played their part so, that Zadok of his own nature violent, swore by the ark of Iwa to set the whole city on fire ere he went out of it. Zachary after he had furnished the wench with the poison, and Gian her instructions to go to the deal, durst not stay 1 hour for fear of disclosing, but fled to the Duke of Bourbon that after sacked Rome, there practiced with his bastardship all the mischief against the Pope, and Rome that Inui could put into his mind. Zadok was left behind for the hangman. According to his oath, he prohibited balls of wilde fire in Aredes, and laid trains of gunpowder in 100 seweral places of the city to blow it VP, which he had set fire to, as also bandied his balls abroad, if his attendant spies had not taken him with manner. To the straitest prison in Rome he was dragged, where from top to toe he was clogged with fetters and manacles. Juliana informed the Pope of Zachary's and his practice. Zachary was sought for, but non estinuentis, he was packing long before. Commandment was Gian, that Zadok whom they had viender hand and seal of lock and key, should be executed with all the fiery torments that could be found out. He makes short work, for I am sure I ha wearied all my readers. To the execution place was he brought, where first and foremost he was stripped, then on a sharp Iran stake fastened in the ground, had he his fundament pitched, which stake ran VP along into his body like a spit, viender his army holes too of like sort, a great bonfire they made round about him, wherewith his flesh rosted not burned, and ewer as with the heat his skin blistered, the fire was drawn aside, and they basted him with a mixture of aqua fortis, alum water, and mercury sublimatum, which smarted to the very soul of him, and circed him to the marrow. Then did they scourge his backy parts so blistered and basted, with burning whips of red-hot wire. His head they nointed hour with pitch and tar, and so inflamed it. To his preui members they tied streaming fearworks, the skin from the crest of his shoulder, as also from his elbows, his huckle bones, his knees, his ankles they plucked and gnawed off with sparkling pincers. His breast and his belly with seal skins they grated hour, which as fast as they grated rod, one stood hour and loud with Smith's sindry water and aquavito. His nails they half raised VP, and then viender propped them with sharp pricks like a tailor's shop window half. Open on a holiday, Yuri one of his fingers they rent VP to the wrist, his toes they break off by the roots and let them still hang by a little skin. In conclusion, they had a small oil fire, such as men blow light bubbles of glass with, and beginning at his feet, they let him lingeringly burn VP limb by limb till his heart was consumed, and then he died. Triumph women, this was the end of the whipping Jew, contraried by a woman, in ruinage of 2 women, herself and her maid. I ha told you, or should tell you, in what credit Diamante grew with her mistress. Juliana newer dreamed, but she was an authentical maid. She made her the chief of her bed chamber, She appointed none but her to look into me, and sarrow me of such necessaries as I lacked. You must suppose when we met there was no small re-icing on either part, much like the three brothers that went three sewerall ways to seek their fortunes, and at the year's end at those three cross ways met again, and told one another how they sped. So after we had been long asunder seeking our fortunes, we commented, one to another most kindly, what cross haps had encunted versus near a 6 hours, but the Countess cloyed me with her company. It grew to this pass that either I must find out some miraculous means of escape, or drop away in a consumption, as one pinned for lackey of meat. I was clean spent and done, there was no hope of me. The year held on his course to Dome's Day, when St. Peter's Day dawned. That day is a day of supreme solemnity in Rome, when the ambassador of Spain comes and presents a milk-white yennet to the Pope, that kneels down upon his own accord in token of obeisance and humility before him, and lets him stride on his backy as easy as one strides o'er a block. With this yennet is offered a rich purse of a yard length, full of peterpence. No musique that hath the gift of VT Terence, but sounds all the while. Copes and costly vestments deck the hoarsest and beggarliest singing man, not a clerk or sexton is absent, no nor a mule nor a footicloth belonging to any cardinal, but attends on the tale of the triumph. The Pope himself is borne in his pontificalibus through the Burgo, which is the chief street in Rome, to the ambassador's house to dinner, and thither resorts all the assembly. Where if a poet should spend all his lifetime in describing a banquet, he could not feast his auditors half so well with words, as he doth his guests with eunuchs. To this feast Iuliana addressed herself like an angel. In a litter of green needlework wrought like an arbor, and open on Uri's side was she borne by 4 men, hidden viender cloth rough plushed and wowen like eglantine and woodbine. At the 4 corners it was topped with 4 round crystal cages of nightingales. For footmen, on either side of her went 4 virgins clad in lawn, with lutes in their hands playing. Next before her 2 in order, 100 pages in suits of white cypress, and long horsemen's coats of cloth of silver, who being all in white, adduanced Uri one of them her picture, enclosed in a white round screen of feathers, such as is carried our great princesses' heads when they ride in summer, to keep them from the heat of the sun. Before the went a 4 bead women she maintained in green gowns, scattering strowing herbs and flowers. After her followed the blind, the halt and the lame sumptuously apparelled like lords. And thus passed she on to St. Peter's. Interi quid agitor daunti, how ist at home all this while? My courtesan is left my keeper, the keys are committed vnto her, she is mistress factatunt. Against our countess we conspire, packy vp all her yules, plate money that was extant, and to the waterside send them. To conclude, courageously rob her and run away. Quid non ori sacra fames? What to fame will not gold salu? He mistook himself that invented the proverb, dimicandum est pro eris fama, for it should ha been pro oro fama. Not for altars and fires we must contend, but for gold and fame. Oars nor wind could not stir nor blow faster than we toiled out of Tiber. A number of good fellows would size ace, and the dice that with as little toil they could load Tyburn behind them. Out of ken we were ere the countess came from the feast, when she returned and found her house not so much pested as it was wont. Her chests, her closets, and her cupboards broke open to take air, and that both I and my keeper was missing. Oh, then she fared like a frantic bacchanal. She stamped, she starred, she beat her head against the walls, scratched her face, bit her fingers, and strewed all the chamber with her hair. None of her suants durst stay in her sight, but she beat them out in heaps, and bade them go seek search they knew not where, and hang themselves, and knew or look her in the face more, if they did not hunt versus out. After her fury had reasonably spent itself, her breast began to swell with the mother, caused by her former fretting chafing, and she grew very ill at ease. Whereupon she knocked for one of her maids, and had her run into her closet, and fetch her a little glass that stood on the VP per shelf, wherein there was spiritus vini. The maid went, mistaking took the glass of poison which Diamante had given her, and she kept in store for me. Calming with it as fast as her legs could carry her, her mistress at her return was in a swound, and lay for dead on the floor, whereat she shrieked out, and fell a rubbing chafing her very busily. When that would not sorrow, she took a key and opened her mouth, and hoing heard that spiritus vini was a thing of mighty operation, able to call a man from death to life, she took the poison, and verily thinking it to be spiritus vini such as she was sent for powed a large quantity of it into her throat, and iogged on her backy to digest it. It ruyed her with a merry vengeance, for it killed her outright. Only she awakened and lift VP her hands, but spake near a word. Then was the maid in her grandame's beans, and knew not what should become of her. I heard the Pope took pity on her, and because her trespass was not voluntary but chancingly, he assigned her no other punishment but this, to drink out the rest of the poison in the glass that was left, and so go scot-free. We care less of these mischances, held on our flight, and saw no man come after V's but we thought had pursued versus. A thief, they say, mistakes Uri bush for a true man. The wind rattled not an Annie bush by the way as I rode, but I straight drew my rapier. To Bologna with a merry gale we posted, where we lodged our cellus in a blind street out of the way, and kept secret many days. But when we perceived we sailed in the Hohen, that the wind was laid, and no alarum made after V's, we boldly came abroad. One day hearing of a more desperate murderer than Cain that was to be executed, we followed the multitude, and grutched not to lend him our eyes at his last parting. Who should it be but one Cutwolf, a warish, dwarfish, writhen fact cobbler, brother to Bartle the Italian, that was confederate with Esdras of Granado, and at that time stole away my courtesan when he roished Heraclide. It is not so natural for me to epitomize his impiety, as to hear him in his own person speak VP upon the wheel where he was to suffer. Prepare your ears and your tears, for newer till this thrust I any tragical matter vpon you. Strange and wonderful are God's judgments, here shine they in their glory. Chast Heraclide thy bloud is laid VP in Hohen's treasury, not one drop of it was lost, but lent out to Visuri. Water poured forth sinks down quietly into the earth, but bloud spilt on the ground sprinkles VP to the firmament. Murder is wide-mouthed, and will not let God rest till he grant ruinge. Not only the bloud of the slaughtered innocent, but the soul ascendeth to his throne, and their cries out exclaims for justice and recompense. Guiltless souls that liu Uri hour subject to violence, and with your despairing fears do much impair God's prudence. Fasten your eyes on this spectacle that will add to your faith. Refer all your oppressions, afflictions, and iniquities to the ewen balanced eye of the Almighty. He it is that when your patience sleepeth, will be most exceeding mindful of you. This is but a glose vpon the text. Thus Cutwolf begins his insulting oration. Men and people that ha made holiday to behold my pained flesh twall on the wheel. Expect not of me a whining penitent slaw, that shall do nothing but cry and say his prayers, and so be crushed in pieces. My body is little, but my mind is as great as a giant's. The soul which is in me is the very soul of a Julius Caesar by reversion. My name is Cutwolf, neither better nor worse by occupation than a poor cobbler of Verona. Cobblers are men and kings are no more. The occasion of my calming hither at this present is to haw a few of my bones broken, as we are all born to die for being the death of the emperor of homicides Esdras of Granado. About 2 years since in the streets of Rome, he slew the only and eldest brother I had named Bartle, in quarreling about a courtesan. The news brought to me as I was sitting in my shop, viender a stall knocking in of tax. I think I raised VP my bristles, sold pritchall, sponge, blacking tub, and punching Iran, bought me rapier and pistol, and to go I went. 20 months together I pursued him, from Rome to Naples, from Naples to Caiet, passing our the Riuer, from Caiet to Siena, from Siena to Florence, from Florence to Parma, from Parma to Pavia, from Pavia to Sion, from Sion to Genoa, from Genoa baccy again towards Rome, where in the way it was my chance to meet him in the nick here at Bologna, as I will tell you how. I saw a great fray in the streets as I passed along, and many swords walking, whereupon drawing nearer, and inquiring who they were, answer was returned me it was that notable bandetto Esdras of Granado. Oh, so I was tickled in the spleen with that word, my heart hopped daunced, my elbows itched, my fingers frisked, I wist not what should become of my feet, nor knew what I did for I. The fray parted. I thought it not convenient to single him out being a sturdy gnaw in the street, but to stay till I had got him at more advantage. To his lodging I dogged him, lay at the door all night where he entered, for fear he should gew me the slip any way. Betimes in the morning I rung the bell and crowd to speak with him. VP to his chamber door I was brought, where knocking, he rose in his shirt and let me in, and when I was entered, bade me lock the door and declare my errand, and so he slipped to bed again. Marry this, quoth I, is my errand, thy name is Esdras of Granado, is it not? Most treacherously thou slewest my brother Bartle about 2 years ago in the streets of Rome. His death am I come to ruinge. In quest of the ewer since about 3,000 miles ha I troiled. I ha begged to maintain me the better part of the way, only because I would intermit no time from my pursuit in going backy for Moni. Now ha I got thee naked in my power, die thou shalt, though my mother and my grandmother dying did entreat for thee. I ha promised the deal thy soul within this hour, break my word I will not, in thy breast I intend to bury a bullet. Stir a not, quench not, make no noise, for if thou dost it will be worse for thee. Quoth Esdras, what ewer thou be at whose mercy I lie, spare me, and I will gie thee as much gold as thou wilt ask. Put me to any pains my life reserved, and I willingly will sustain them. Cut off my arms and legs, and low me as a lazer to some loathsome spittle, where I may but lee you a year to pray and repent me. For thy brother's death, the despair of mine that hath ewer since haunted me, the guilty gnawing worm of conscience I feel, may be sufficient penance. Thou canst not send me to such a hell, as already there is in my heart. To dispatch me presently is no ruinge, it will soon be forgotten. Let me die a lingering death, it will be remembered a great deal longer. A lingering death may oil my soul, but it is the illest of ills that can befortune my body. For my soul's health I beg my body's torment. Be not thou a deal to torment my soul, and send me to eternal damnation. Thy hour-hanging sword hides Hohen from my sight. I dare not look VP, lest I embrace my death-swound Vnowers. I cannot pray to God and plead to thee both at once. I me, already I see my life buried in the wrinkles of thy brows. Say but I shall lee you, though thou meanest to kill me. Nothing confounds like to sudden terror, it thrusts Ury sense out of office. Poison wrapped VP in sugrid pills is but half a poison. The fear of death's looks are more terrible than his stroke. The whilst I view death, my faith is deaded. Where a man's fear is, there his heart is. Fear newer engenders hope. How can I hope that Hohen's father will saw me from the hell everlasting, when he jews me hour to the hell of thy fury? Heraclide, now think I on thy tears sown in the dust thy tears, that my bloudy mind made barren. In ruinge of thee, God hardens this man's heart against me. Yet I did not slaughter thee, though hundreds else my hand hath brought to the shambles. Gentle sir, learn of me what it is to clog your conscience with murder, to haw your dreams, your sleeps, your solitary walks troubled and disquieted with murder. Your shadow by day will affright you, you will not see a weapon VN sheathed, but immediately you will imagine it is predestinate for your destruction. This murder is a house dewited within itself. It suborns a man's own soul to inform against him. His soul being his accuser brings forth his two eyes as witnesses against him, and the least eye-witness is irrefutable. Pluck out my eyes if thou wilt, and deprive my traitorous soul of her two best witnesses. Dig out my blasphemous tongue with thy dagger, both tongue and eyes will I gladly forego, to ha a little more time to think on my yearnigh to Hohen. Defer a while thy resolution. I am not at peace with the world, for Ewan but yesterday I fought, and in my fury threatened further vengeance. Had I face to face asked for Ewan's, I should think half my sins were for Ewan. 100 deals haunt me daily for my horrible murders. The deals when I die will be loath to go to hell with me, for they desired of Christ he would not send them to hell before their time. If they go not to hell, into thee they will go, and hideously vex thee for turning them out of their habitation. Wounds I contemn, life I prize light, it is another world's tranquility which makes me so timorous. Everlasting damnation, everlasting howling and lamentation. It is not from death I request thee to deliver me, but from this terror of torment's eternity. Thy brother's body only I pierced venadwisedly, his soul meant I no harm to at all. My body soul both shalt thou cast away quite, if thou dost at this instant what thou mayest spare me I beseech thee. By thy own soul's salvation I desire thee, seek not my soul's vt ter perdition. In destroying me, thou destroyest thyself and me. Eagerly I replied after his long suppliant oration. Though I knew God would never ha mercy on me except I had mercy on thee, yet of thee no mercy would I ha. Ruinge in our tragedies continually is raised from hell. Of hell do I esteem better than Hohen if it afford me ruinge. There is no Hohen but ruinge. I tell thee, I would not ha endured so much toil to gain Hohen, as I ha done in pursuing thee for ruinge. Duine ruinge, of which as of the goys about there is no fullness or satiety. Look how my feet are blistered with following thee from place to place. I ha ruin my throat with our straining it to curse thee. I ha grown my teeth to powder with grating and grinding them together for anger, when Annie hath nammed thee. My tongue with vain threats is balny, and waxen too big for my mouth. My eyes ha broken their strings with staring and looking ghastly, as I stood dewsing how to frame or set my countenance when I met thee. I ha near spent my strength in imaginary acting on stone walls, what I determined to execute on thee. Entreat not, a miracle may not reprieve thee. Villain, thus march I with my blade into thy bowels. Stay, stay, exclaimed Esdras, and hear me but one word further. Though neither for God nor man thou carest, but placeth thy whole felicity in murder, yet of thy felicity learn how to make a greater felicity. Respite me a little from thy sword's point, and set me about some execrable enterprise, that may subvert the whole state of Christendom, and make all men's ears tingle that hear of it. Command me to cut all my kindred's throats, to burn men, women, and children in their beds in millions, by firing their cities at midnight. Be it Pope, Emperor, or Turk that displeaseth thee, he shall not breath on the earth. For thy sake will I swear and forswear, renounce my baptismy, and all the interest I ha in any other sacrament. Only let me lee you how miserable so you are, be it in a dungeon amongst toads, serpents, and adders, or set VP to the neck in dung. No pains I will refuse how you are prorogued, to ha a little respite to purify my spirit. Oh, hear me, and thou canst not be hardened against me. At this his importunity paused a little, not as returning from my wreakful resolution, but going back to gather more forces of vengeance. With myself I devised how to plague him double for his base mind. My thoughts toiled in quest of some notable new Italianisme, whose murderous platform might not only extend on his body, but his soul also. The groundwork of it was this, that whereas he had promised for my sake to swear and forswear, and commit Aeolian-like violence on the highest seals of religion, if he would but thus far satisfy me, he should be dismissed from my fury. First and foremost, he should renounce God and his laws, and vehemently disclaim the whole title or interest he had in Annie Cowanot of Saluation. Next he should curse him to his face, as Iob was willed by his wife, and write an absolute firm obligation of his soul to the deal, without condition or exception. Thirdly and lastly, having done this, he should pray to God fervently newer to ha mercy vp upon him, or pardon him. Scarce had I propounded these articles vnto him, but he was beginning his blasphemous aberrations. I wonder the earth opened not and swallowed verses, both hearing the bold terms he blasted forth in contempt of Christianity. Hohen hath thundered, when half less contumelies against it ha been turred. Able they were to raise saints and martyrs from their graves, and pluck Christ himself from the right hand of his Father. My eynts trembled quacked with attending them, my hair stood vipright, my heart was turned wholly to fire. So affectionately and zealously did he jew himself hour to infidelity, as if Sathan had gotten the VP per hand of our high maker. The vein in his left hand that is derived from his heart with no faint blow he pierced, with the blood that flowed from it, writ a full obligation of his soul to the deal. Yea, more earnestly he prayed vnto God newer to forgive at his soul, than many Christians do to soth their souls. These fearful ceremonies brought to an end, I bade him ope his mouth and gape wide. He did so as what will not slaws do for fear. Therewith made I no more ado, but shot him full into the throat with my pistol. No more spake he after, so did I shoot him that he might newer speak after, or repent him. His body being dead looked as blacky as a toad. The deal presently branded it for his own. This is the fault that hath called me Heather. No true Italian but will honor me for it. Ruinge is the glory of arms, and the highest performance of valor. Ruinge is whatsoever we call law or eustis. The farther we wade in ruinge, the nearer come we to the throne of the Almighty. To his scepter it is properly ascribed, his scepter he lends vnto man, when he lets one man scourge another. All true Italians imitate me, in runging constantly and dying valiantly. Hangman to thy task, for I am ready for the VT most of thy rigor. Herewith all the people outrageously incensed with one conjoined outcry yelled mainly, away with him, executioner torture him, tear him, or we will tear thee in pieces if thou spare him. The executioner needed no exhortation herevento, for of his own nature was he hackster good enough. Oldie excellent he was at a bone etch. At the first chop with his wood knife would he fish for a man's heart, and fetch it out as easily as a plum from the bottom of a porridge pot. He would cracky necks as fast as a cook cracks eggs. A fiddler cannot turn his pin so soon, as he would turn a man of the latter. Brawly did he drum on this cutwolf's bones, not breaking them outright, but like a saddler knocking in of tacks, iring on them quaweringly with his hammer a great while together. No iron about him, but with a hatchet he had for the nonce, he disjointed half, and then with boiling lead soldered VP the wounds from bleeding. His tongue he pulled out, lest he should blaspheme in his torment. Venomous stinging worms he thrust into his ears, to keep his head royingly occupied. With cankers screws to pieces he rubbed his mouth and his gums. No limb of his but was lingeringly splintered in shewers. In this horror left they him on the wheel as in hell, where yet lewing, he might behold his flesh legacied amongst the fowls of the air. Unsearchable is the book of our destinies. One murder begetteth another. Was newer yet bloodshed bearing from the beginning of the world to this day. Mortifiedly abjected and daunted was I with this truculent tragedy of Cutwolf and Esdras. To such straight life did it thenceforward incite me, that ere I went out of Bologna, I married my courtesan, performed many aims deeds, and hasted so fast out of the Sodom of Italy, that within 40 days I arrived at the King of England's camp twixt Ards and Guines in France, where he with great triumphs met and entertained the Emperor and the French King, and feasted many days. And so as my story began with the King at Turn and Tarwin, I think meet here to end it with the King at Ards Guines. All the conclusive epilogue I will make is this, that if herein I ha pleased any, it shall animate me to more pains in this kind. Otherwise I will swear vipon an English chronicle, newer to be outlandish chronicler more while I liu. Farewell as many as wish me well. Eun 27, 1593. Venice,